The man was furious. He grabbed the young girl by the hair and threw her against the wall. He yelled at her that the other children had been paid for long ago and they had finally stopped bothering him. But she had not been taken away, even though she was already 15 years old. He yelled at her to stay in her room and not to let him see her under any circumstances. The young girl looked at the crack in the door where light was shining through. She thought that the beautiful dream she had had was real. She looked at the spider next to her and asked if he wanted to hear about the dream. She said that what she had seen then really was like a dream, and in that dream, a nobleman decided to take her away. After the nobleman took her away, they went together to a big and wonderful house. She sincerely hoped now that it was no longer just her dream. One day ago, she was riding slowly in a carriage. She was riding in the carriage and trembling with fear. She still felt that something was really wrong here. The young girl was surprised and did not understand why she was riding in the same carriage with a high-ranking person. The man looked intently at her companion and asked her if something was wrong. The man looked at the girl and told her to sit down comfortably. He said that she didn't need to be so nervous, but the young girl didn't know how not to be nervous. She was very nervous because she had to leave the orphanage very abruptly, and now she was riding in a carriage with such a high-ranking person. When the young girl was 15, no one wanted to take her in. But now, for some unknown reason, such a noble man had taken her in. The young girl looked intently at the man and asked in a trembling voice if he was really going to be her parent now. The man said calmly that she was right. He looked at her and said that she would receive his full support because now she was his adopted daughter. The young girl was surprised. The man said that she would now take their family name, Elkadonia. She was confused. The man looked at her and asked if she really didn't know about the Elkadonia family. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand how she could have known about the family since she lived in an orphanage and could not leave its premises. She apologized to him for her ignorance. He looked at her and asked if she knew that there had been a war. The young lady said that she did not know, as it was a war between empires and a pseudo-religious organization called Collagio. She said that she had also heard that there was an incredibly dangerous villain who led the organization, and the battle with them was incredibly difficult. He looked at her and asked if she knew how the war ended. The young lady smiled and said she knew because a very strong imperial knight bravely defeated the villain. The girl said that the knight had blonde hair and golden eyes. But despite his handsome appearance, he was a formidable knight who mercilessly destroyed his enemies. After saying this, the young lady looked intently at the man. She was shocked because she realized that he was that knight. The man looked at her and said that they had arrived. He also said that she was right. The man looked at the young lady and said that he was that knight, and his name was Julius Ecadonia. Julius offered his hand to the young lady. She looked at him intently as she was frightened. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid and to take his hand. Julius looked at her, then turned his gaze to the estate. With a smile on his face, he said that she would now live here. This was her new home. The young lady saw the Archduchy of Elkadonia. Roel, the family butler, was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he had really decided to take the child under his wing. He also asked if his master had decided to become a foster parent and not to make it public. Julius looked at him and told him to stop shouting. Julius looked at the butler and said that everything would be fine and that he had taken the girl in because he had no children of his own. The maids whispered among themselves. They did not believe that he had really decided to adopt the girl. They thought that he had probably decided to do so in order to show what a kind aristocrat he was. After the war, the number of orphan children increased dramatically. After that, the nobles began to actively take these orphans into their homes. Of course, they raised and educated these children and fed them. But in reality, they were treated like pets. However, in high society, this was seen as a noble act by a kind aristocrat. The butler shouted at his master to take responsibility for what the aristocrats were doing and put an end to it. The butler approached the young girl and asked her name. The young girl was very frightened and said in a trembling voice that her name was Mint. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she had any connection to the Duke before. He also asked if she knew why the Duke had decided to support her. Mint stood there trembling with fear. The butler looked at her intently and said that it seemed she knew nothing. He looked at her and said that she should take a bath first, and then they could continue their conversation. A moment later, a maid came to the young girl. It was her personal maid, Kieran. Kieran greeted Maya with a smile on her face. She said she would help her bathe. Mata said in a trembling voice that she would do everything herself, as she was not a little girl. She knew that she smelled very unpleasant, but the maid smiled and told the girl to turn to her, and she would help her take off her clothes. Mata agreed. The young lady felt very uncomfortable because she could feel the maid's gaze on her. She didn't know what to do because she realized that the maid could smell the unpleasant odor. Mint apologized to the maid in a trembling voice and asked if she could be left alone. She said she could bathe herself. The maid stared intently at the poor girl. The maid was very surprised because there was not a single spot on the girl's body that was not bruised. Her entire back was covered in bruises. The maid smiled and said that everything was fine and that she would wash her very carefully and gently. She asked with a smile if it hurt when she rubbed her. The maid smiled and brought the young lady some hot chocolate. Mint looked on in surprise, as she had never seen anything like this before. The maid smiled and told the girl to be careful, as the chocolate was very hot. Kieran looked at the young mistress and said with a smile that she could rest now. Mint agreed with her in surprise. Mint looked at the hot chocolate in surprise. The girl decided to try the chocolate. She was very surprised because the chocolate was very tasty. She felt as if her tongue was melting. Mint stared intently at the cup of hot chocolate. She never thought she would be able to taste something so delicious. She didn't know if it was really true. Mint wanted it to be real, not just another dream she had at the orphanage. She thought that if it was a dream, she wouldn't want to wake up. She wanted to drink as much hot chocolate as possible before she woke up. Yuli entered her room. He looked at the maid angrily and asked if the girl had any bruises on her body. Mint was very frightened by Yuli's unexpected arrival. She even dropped the cup from her hands. She threw herself to the ground and frantically begged for forgiveness. Mint said she had made a big mistake and would clean everything up honestly. She begged him to forgive her. Mint didn't understand why she was so stupid. Even in her sleep, she managed to make a mistake. Mint knew she needed to apologize to him properly. Julius looked at her and told her to lift her head and stand up. He told her never to do that again. Mint apologized to the gentleman once more. Julius looked at her and asked if she had heard what he had just said. He looked at her and said that she had received his family name, so now she didn't need to apologize, even if she had stained the carpet. He looked at her intently and asked again if she understood. Maya looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected this. With a trembling voice, she said she didn't know. She also asked if he had made a mistake in what he had just said to her. She knew that whether it was a dream or reality, she would have answered the same way. Maya said with a trembling voice that she couldn't really join such a wonderful family and have the right to stay here. She said that when she was in the orphanage, no one even looked in her direction. She thought that he would probably throw her out when he became disappointed. She didn't want to talk about it, but she had to face the truth. She knew she was good for nothing, and since she was worthless, she hardly deserved to be treated well, let alone loved. She knew he would simply throw her out when she made her first mistake, and yet she didn't know why she was born so worthless. Several years ago, on the battlefield, a little girl appeared before the young knight, floating in the air. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The knight looked at the girl in confusion and asked why she hadn't killed him. The young girl stared intently at him. The man looked at the young girl and told the woman that the girl had dry skin and would be difficult to sell at a profit. The woman said that the girl had grown up in terrible conditions. She said that even if she wanted to, she would hardly be able to use the girl, since she was considered useless. In turn, the man looked closely at the girl and said that her hair color was simply disgusting. He said that even if he took this child with hair like that, everyone would laugh at her and at him too. The man laughed at the girl and asked to be shown someone other than this wretch. They all looked closely at the children and asked if there was one child who looked normal. The man looked closely at all the children. He wondered if there was a child among them that he wanted. Among all the children present, he saw an unremarkable girl. He looked at the man and told him to bring that child closer to him. The man looked intently at the young girl and said he would take her with him. Julius looked at the girl and asked if she thought he had made the wrong choice. The young girl bowed low and said that he would never make the wrong choice. She didn't know what to do to keep him from getting angry. The butler looked at his master and said that he was reacting too harshly. His reaction might scare the child even more, but he told his master that he would prepare all the necessary documents. Mint bowed low. She said she hadn't thought about it. She hardly deserved to be here. But still, she desperately wanted him not to send her back. Mint said she wanted to stay here on the estate. Mint said she was very good at washing floors. She could also wash dishes. Julius looked at her in surprise and asked what she could do. He said her body was too fragile for work. Julius said he didn't think she would be able to hold a mop, let alone do the cleaning itself. Mata knew she could do everything she used to do when she cleaned the corridors of the orphanage. She wanted to show that she could be useful. Mata was very nervous and trembling, but she knew she had to calm down. She knew she could be useful to him, and she just had to say so. Her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. It sounded too loud, and it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. She trembled and said she could do everything. Yuli sat down next to her and said that if she wanted to say something to someone, she should always look them straight in the eye. A moment later, Mint raised her eyes and looked at Julius. She said she could do anything. A moment later, she firmly said that she would do everything he said. Mata said that she would not cause him any trouble under any circumstances. She firmly said that she would definitely be able to do everything he ordered. Yuli looked at her and smiled, saying that she had said everything well. He said that unfortunately, she would not be able to do the job even if she wanted to, because she did not need to do it. Yuli called the maid. The maid came closer to the girl and told her not to move and to turn her back to her for a moment. Menta was shocked and did not understand what they wanted from her. Mata was very scared, but she still hoped that after the bath, the terrible smell would be gone. She didn't understand why Yuli wanted to look at her. She thought that it was probably not because of the smell, but because she had something strange on her back. Mint wondered if it was because her face was ugly and dirty, unlike other children. She thought that he probably thought her back was just as ugly and dirty. Julius, in turn, stared intently at her back, which was covered in bruises. Yuli looked intently at the maid and asked if these were the bruises she had mentioned. The maid said that was correct. Yuli calmly looked at the girl and asked who had left these bruises on her body. Maya, in turn, only trembled and did not answer him. Yuli sighed heavily and said that they would return to this issue later. He looked at the young girl and told her she could rest. Julius said that just in case, he would repeat his words to her that she did not need to work on the estate at all. He said with a smile on his face that her duty was simply to be a little princess and grow up healthy and happy. Mint was in shock as she realized that what she had felt yesterday was like a dream. So she thought that if she opened her little eyes and woke up, it would all stop, and she would be back in the orphanage. The maid looked at her mistress and said that the butler had completed the entire adoption process, and in the future, the estate would officially be her home. Maya was surprised and didn't know if it was really true. She thought that, at best, she would live like a stray dog. The maid looked at her and smiled, saying that she had very beautiful hair color. Karian said that the young girl's hair color was very beautiful because it was emerald green, and she was very lucky because her hair was beautiful and thick. Mint smiled puzzledly and said that this was not true, as she was always being scolded for her hair color, which everyone found very strange. The maid smiled and said that they said that because they were jealous of her. She looked at her mistress and said that she had a remedy that would gently help care for her hair. The maid smiled and asked how she liked the end result. Menta was very surprised, as she had never seen her hair so beautiful before. Mint stared intently at the mirror. She really liked the result. Mint was surprised because she looked completely different. It seemed to her that when she looked in the mirror, she saw a completely different person. She was very happy because now she had the opportunity to smell very good every day. She could wear clean and neat clothes. The maid looked at the girl and smiled, saying that the dining room was behind the door. She said that now the mistress would dine with the master. The maid smiled and told the girl to eat a lot and grow up healthy. Mint entered the room. She was very surprised because she smelled a pleasant aroma. She wondered if she would finally be able to live happily in this place. Entering the room, she saw a man. Mint was very surprised and puzzled, but at the same time, she was very frightened. The man, in turn, was no less surprised, as he did not expect to see her. The man looked intently at the gentleman. He said puzzledly that now she was the little princess of the family. Julius looked at Menta and said that she could sit down at the table as soon as possible. The man looked intently at the girl and told Julius that, thanks to his care, the girl had become like a cute little lady. He said that, thanks to his care, she would be able to shine brighter in the future. She would even become popular among young men. Trembling with fear, she was afraid of the man, but she knew that as long as Mr. Yuli was nearby, the man from the orphanage would not do anything bad to her. She thought that since she was in the mansion, she would never see him here again, but she still trembled and wondered why he had come to them after all. The man smiled and said that Mint was still as shy as before. When Menta overheard that the man was coming to sign the adoption papers, Julius looked at the man and said that he had called him because he had taken care of the young girl for a long time, and he would like to hear more about her from him. The man looked at the girl in puzzlement and said that he knew her very well. The man said that the young girl was very shy and had no friends at all. He said she was taciturn. Menta was puzzled, as she knew that this was all because he beat her when she talked too much. Mint knew she had no friends. They had been taken away to other families long ago. She had to stay alone because there were simply no other children her age left. The man looked at her and said that he was worried about her again because she was only 15 years old. The man said he hoped the girl would have time to learn everything and get used to aristocratic society. Yuli was surprised to hear that the girl was 15. Mint was surprised. She did not understand why Julius reacted that way to her age. The man, in turn, hoped that the gentleman would not reject the girl because of her age. But he still understood that he needed to quickly get out of this situation. Julius looked at the girl and said that he thought she looked about 11 years old. The man asked the gentleman if he was interested in why she was in the orphanage, even though she was not 11, but 15 years old. He said that when she turned 15, none of the aristocrats wanted to take her. The man said that if the gentleman was not satisfied with her age, he could visit the orphanage again. He said that he would definitely provide him with another child of the desired age to choose from. Menta was very upset. She understood that if the conversation had not turned to her age, he would not have sent her away. She didn't know whether she should tearfully beg for forgiveness and ask to stay on the estate. Julius said that he thought Mint was small because of her thin body. But after they talked to the man, he understood a lot. Julius looked contemptuously at the men. Julius said that was enough for him, and he also said that he would like to hear about the situation at the orphanage. Yuli looked at the man and asked if he would tell him how things were at the shelter. After all, that was why he had decided to invite the man to his estate. Mint, on the other hand, was very frightened. No matter how she looked at it, the food looked very appetizing, but she couldn't taste it at all. Yuli looked at the girl and said that if she really didn't want to eat, she shouldn't force herself. Maya said in a trembling voice that it wasn't like that at all and that the food was very tasty. Yuli said that he thought it would be better if she ate a little later. Yuli looked at her and said that she could go to her room as he needed to talk to the owner of the orphanage alone. The young lady agreed and left their company. Mint knew that she could say again that she would work hard and would definitely be useful to him. But she was very puzzled by the fact that his age was important to him. She understood that because of this, she would not be able to change his mind. Julius looked at the man and said that he thought they should continue the conversation from where they left off. He said that they seemed to have settled on the point where the man said that the young girl was only 15 years old. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and apologized for not mentioning the young lady's age right away. He said he was afraid that the gentleman would refuse her. After all, the shelter had received many visitors, and they had all refused to take the girl. Yuli looked at the man and asked why he thought he would refuse her. Yuli said he was a little surprised because the girl was only 7 years younger than him, but she looked very fragile for her age. The man was very surprised. Yuli said that if he had known her age from the beginning, he would have behaved appropriately towards her. The man realized that the gentleman did not care about her age. He even wanted to sell her to a brothel when she turned 16. The man thought that the gentleman wanted to sell the girl for a higher price, but he left her as he had changed his mind. Julius looked at the man and said that the girl had a lot of bruises on her body. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and said that the girl had no friends at all. He said that when she quarreled with the children, they decided to teach her a lesson in this way. The owner of the shelter told the doctor not to forget that this girl and her bruises would not heal easily. The doctor, in turn, said that, unfortunately, he could hardly help. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and said that the girl had fallen down the stairs, but he had taken her to the doctor immediately. Julius looked at the man and asked if he had forgotten who he really was. Julius said that despite looking so young, he was one of the 5 masters of the sword. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and said that he couldn't forget who the gentleman really was. Julius looked at the man with contempt and anger and asked why he was talking such nonsense. Julius looked at the man and asked if he really thought he was so stupid that he couldn't tell the difference between bruises caused by an accident and bruises caused by beatings. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and said that the bruises must have been caused by children. Yuli looked at the man and said that such bruises could not have been caused by children, and that they were the result of beatings by an adult. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and fear and said that he was telling the truth. And the gentleman, in turn, could call a doctor and ask him. Yuli said that there was no need for that. He said that he had met him before and that he was just like the owner of the orphanage. Yuli told the man that as the owner of the orphanage, he should have protected the children and taken care of them. But instead, he decided to beat them in every way possible. Julius looked at the owner of the orphanage and said that there were witnesses to his violence. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion and fear. A moment later, Lord Julius called his knights to detain the orphanage owner. Julius looked at the man with contempt and said that he was being detained for numerous violations of imperial law. The man, in turn, shouted that he was innocent, as he had not sincerely cared for the children. Julius looked at the man and asked if he thought his words would make a difference. Julius said that the man would go to rot in prison for his actions. The owner of the orphanage was in shock, trembling and shouting at the gentleman to ask the young girl how she had lived in the orphanage. But Julius knew that the girl was frightened and trembling at the sight of the man. Julius, in turn, told the man that he didn't even need to ask Mint. When she saw him, she was shaking so badly that she could barely hold her cutlery. The young girl was trembling violently with fear, and Julius could see it clearly. Yuli looked at the man and said that they needed to stop this empty chatter. Yuli said that as long as he was alive, no one else could harm her. The man shouted that he would appeal, because he claimed he was innocent. The maid looked at her mistress and told her with a smile that her master was calling her. Dada looked at the maid and said she was on her way. Mint was a little puzzled, because even though she had managed to eat such a delicious steak for the first time, she didn't even remember what it tasted like. But she knew that she had managed to taste and feel what hot chocolate tasted like. She didn't want to eat the disgusting food at the orphanage again. Julius looked at her and said that she had come back faster than he expected. He looked at her and said that she hadn't really eaten anything, so she should eat now. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if he really wanted to give her up. Julius looked at her and said that he had no intention of doing so. The young girl said that she did not want to go back at all because the owner of the orphanage was a bad man and he treated her very badly. Yuli looked at her and asked if she really had no friends at the orphanage. Maya said that she had no friends because the children were quickly taken to different families, and in the end, she was left all alone. After all, no one wanted to take her into their family because no one needed her. Yuli looked at her and showed her a document. He said that this document stated that she was officially under his guardianship. Mata looked at him and asked in a trembling voice if she could now stay at the estate. Yuli looked at her and asked if he had ever said that he was going to abandon her. Mata replied that he had never said such a thing. Julius looked at her and asked if she really didn't want him to be her guardian. The young lady remembered that the gentleman had once told her that if she wanted to say something to someone, she should always look them in the eye. Julius looked at the girl and said that he could actually refuse to be her guardian. Mint looked at him and said that she really wanted him to be her guardian. She really wanted to stay in the mansion. The gentleman looked at her and asked if she promised to behave herself. She looked at him and said firmly that she would behave herself. He also asked her if she would study hard. Maya smiled and said firmly that she would study hard. Yuli looked at her and stroked her head affectionately. He said that even though she was trembling, she still tried to express herself. Yuli looked at her and praised her with a smile. He told her to continue to behave that way. He looked at the girl and said that her guardianship had already been approved, and the only thing left was to get her signature. Julius looked at the girl and said that since she couldn't sign yet, she could just leave her handprint. The young lady quickly dipped her hand in the paint and put her print on the paper. Yuli looked at Maya and said with a smile that the guardianship could now be considered fully approved. Julius looked at her and smiled, saying that he would like to introduce himself properly once again. Julius introduced himself properly and smiled, saying that he was now her guardian. The young lady woke up in horror from a nightmare. She frantically begged to be left alone. The butler approached the young lady and told her to try to breathe as deeply as possible, and then she would feel better. Mint looked at the butler and thanked him. She said she already felt much better. The butler looked at her and said that dreams would always remain with them. He said she shouldn't worry so much. He looked at her and handed her a cup of hot milk and honey. Mint thanked him. 2 months had passed, but she still couldn't recover from the nightmare of life in the orphanage. Royale looked at his mistress and said that she had classes today, so she needed to get out of bed as soon as possible. Mint stopped dreaming of staying in this wonderful dream forever, because now her life had become beautiful, just like in a fairy tale. The girl who had been bullied in every way at the orphanage was now a thing of the past. After all, only a bright future awaited the current Mint, who had become a little princess. Mint began to study the basics of language as well as the basics of etiquette and writing. She studied diligently for 2 months without a break, because she really wanted to stay at the estate, and for that, she had to study hard. Tutor Letna looked at the girl and said that they had finished their lessons for today and would stop there for now. She looked at Maya and said that she thought that if she worked hard, she would soon be able to master writing, reading, and etiquette. Mint smiled and thanked the tutor. Mint knew that in order to bear her new surname with dignity, she would have to study very hard. After all, she was now a member of this family. The woman looked at her student and said she had a suggestion. She said she thought it would be much better if Mint studied with someone her own age. That way, she would not only be able to reinforce what she had learned, but also make friends. Letna told Menta that she could introduce her to another lady in the family. She said that she was a little princess, and Menta could become friends with her. Menta already imagined what her new friend would look like. She was very happy that she would be able to find a real friend, and one her own age at that. Mata looked at the tutor in confusion and said that she would first have to ask the Archduke for permission. Letna looked at the girl and said that she could ask him now. Just then, a gentleman entered the room. Yuli looked at the young girl and asked what she wanted to ask him. Maya was a little puzzled, as she knew that the gentleman was always busy, so she had not been able to meet him. It had been a long time since their last meeting, but it seemed to her that the gentleman had become much more handsome. Mata looked at the gentleman and said that her tutor had suggested introducing her to a lady so that she could study more effectively and make a friend. Julius looked at Mata with a puzzled and thoughtful expression. Julius looked at the girl and said that the choice was hers, as he would not forbid her. Maya was shocked, but she was also very happy. Julius said that if the girl needed anything, she could feel free to ask the butler. Julius was about to leave her company. Suddenly, Maya ran up to him and asked if they could have dinner together that evening. The last time they ate together, Mint couldn't eat much and had to quickly interrupt the meal. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that, unfortunately, he was very busy today. Mint looked at him and apologized, puzzled. She said she shouldn't have asked him such a thing. The Archduke looked at her and said that she didn't need to apologize and that she didn't need to ask his forgiveness. He looked at her and said that he would pretend he hadn't heard her apology. A moment later, he said that it was time for him to go. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she had been looking unwell all day. The maid looked at her mistress and asked if something had happened to her. Mint told the maid that Mr. Julius had refused to have dinner with her. The maid smiled and said that the Archduke was simply used to dining alone, and he didn't mind the idea of eating with her at all. The maid looked at her mistress and said with a smile that she would prepare the most delicious meal in the world for her. After all, Mint was working very hard at her studies. Mint thanked her maid. Maya knew that her dream had come true and that she now lived in a beautiful house. She wondered if she would be able to avoid falling flat on her face and become as great a person as her master. But he still hadn't told her why he had brought her to his home, and that made her very anxious. Mint knew that the most important thing now was to study as hard as she could. Her thoughts vanished when the butler entered the room. The butler looked at his mistress and said that it was time to take her medicine. The young lady was shocked because she realized that she had to take her medicine today. The maid smiled at the butler and told him not to worry because her mistress was already taking her medicine well. The butler smiled and said that was very good news. The butler looked at his mistress and asked if she had been informed. Menta looked at him in confusion. The butler said that because her mistress was seriously underweight, she would need to take medicine specially formulated for her. Menta thanked him. The butler looked at her and said that even if the medicine didn't taste good, she still had to drink half of it. Maya couldn't help herself and spit out the contents. The young girl felt very embarrassed, looked at the butler, and apologized. She said she would clean everything up immediately. The butler looked at her and said that she didn't need to do anything. He told her not to forget that she was a lady, not a servant. Sometime later, the young lady drank all the medicine. Mr. Julius told her that if she needed anything, she could ask the butler, but the butler scared her a little. Even though Mint knew that the butler was a good man, after everything she had been through, she began to be afraid of all men. The young lady was a little puzzled, as Mr. Julius did not scare her at all. And that was very strange for her. The butler looked at the lady and said that a guest had arrived for her. She was surprised, as she had not expected to see a guest. Roel looked at her and said that before she met the guest, she needed to remember something very important. The second daughter of Marquis Tibelian arrived at Mayada's house. Acela Tibelian smiled and said that she was very pleased to meet Mayada. Maya stared intently at the girl, as she thought she was as beautiful as a rose. Roel looked at the young lady and said that her guest would be the first person from a noble family she would meet, so she should be on her guard. Roel told the young lady not to be shy, as she should not show fear. He said that how she presented herself would reflect on the Archduke. The young lady was a little puzzled, as the butler looked very intimidating. He looked at her and told her not to let anyone say bad things about her. Most importantly, she needed to be careful. Mint was a little confused by everything that was happening. She looked closely at her new acquaintance. Mint knew that the girl was just as young as she was. Mint understood that the girl was unlikely to spread rumors. A moment later, Mint introduced herself to her new acquaintance. Mint knew that Mr. Yulia's reputation should not suffer because of her. Mint smiled and thanked the girl for coming to see her. Mint knew that this was the best thing she could do for the person who had saved her. Acela looked at Maya and thanked her for accepting her, even though she had arrived quite late. Acela said that as soon as she heard about Maya from her tutor, she immediately decided to meet her. Mint was surprised. She didn't expect anyone to want to meet her. Acela said she thought it would be cool to have a friend her own age. She looked at her and asked if she could just call her Mint if she didn't mind, of course. Maya stared intently at her new acquaintance. She was very happy because she had found a real friend. Mint stared intently at the girl. She was as beautiful as a flower, and she had a pleasant smile. Mint was happy that she finally had a friend, and one her own age, too. Acela looked at Mint and said that she was now the most famous person in the empire. Acela said that she thought that if others found out that she had met Mint, they would all envy her. Acela said that everyone would be interested in seeing Mint. After all, Archduke Julius himself had decided to adopt her. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such news. She realized that she had been daydreaming and relaxing too much after realizing that she had a friend. Acela looked at Maya and said that she was very interested in something. She asked Maya where she came from and where she had lived before. Maya realized that she needed to change the subject quickly. Mint looked at her new friend and said that she had actually been worried from the very beginning. Who was this person who had come with her? Mint was a little surprised because the boy had been standing there the whole time, and Acela hadn't introduced him. Acela glanced sideways at the young man and said that he was her bodyguard. Acela said that the boy was of too low a rank to be allowed to become a servant. She said that was why she decided to make him her bodyguard and take him with her everywhere. Acela said that it was considered fashionable among young girls to have a personal bodyguard. Acela looked at the young man and said that he used to be a slave. But after she saw his beautiful scarlet eyes, she immediately wanted him. However, because of his beautiful eyes, the price was quite high. Mata was very surprised, as the girl spoke about a person as if he were some kind of object. Acela looked at Mata and said that when she saw her, she immediately noticed her unusually beautiful eyes. Acela looked at Maya with a smirk and said that if she were a slave, Maya could be sold for a very high price. She smiled and said that she thought she would even buy her herself. Mata was shocked by this statement. Acela smiled and said it was a joke. The young lady said that Mata was not a commoner, so she had nothing to fear. Moreover, the Archduke would not take a commoner child to raise. Acela said that there were rumors in high society that the Archduke had adopted a commoner girl from an orphanage. She said that people like to spread unfounded rumors. She smiled and said that it was good that she had decided to personally verify the accuracy of these rumors. After all, they turned out to be a pathetic lie. Acela looked at Miyata and said that she would like to continue the conversation. She smiled and asked where Mayata had lived before, as she would very much like to hear everything in detail. Miyata was a little frightened, as she realized that the girl already knew everything about her. Acela said she would like to get to know Maya better. Maya was confused and didn't know if she could show her true character at that moment. She didn't want the Archduke to be overwhelmed by rumors. She didn't know if she could show her anger now. Maya didn't know whether she should hold back or show everything she was capable of. She didn't know what the right thing to do was in this situation. Acela looked at Maya and said with a smirk that she would like to hear her answer to the question. She said that soon it would all be just rumors. She was sure that Maya couldn't be a commoner from an orphanage. Acela said with a smirk that someone like Maya could not become a member of the Elkadonia family. Mint looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she would like to talk about it after they became closer. She knew she had done everything right, and she shouldn't give in to her emotions. After all, the master's reputation would depend on how she presented herself. Acela looked at Mint and asked her to promise that she would tell her everything later. The young lady looked at Mint and said that they had indeed become friends and that she could lend her her bodyguard for a week. She looked at Mint and told her to take a good look at him. If she liked him, she could sell him to her. Acela smiled and told Mint that they looked good together. For a moment, she even thought that they were both commoners. A moment later, the butler entered, smiled, and apologized for coming so late. Acela was surprised, as she did not expect to see Sir Roel. She looked at him and asked what his job was at the estate. Roel looked at her and bowed low. He said that he was currently working at the estate as a butler. Roel looked at his watch and said that he hadn't even noticed how quickly time had passed and that it was already dark. Roel told the lady that the Marquis must be very worried about her. He said that she needed to go home as soon as possible and that he would accompany her. Acela agreed with him and said that they would meet with Maya next week. Mata was very surprised, but she was also glad that thanks to the butler, she had managed to control herself. However, she knew that she would not be able to control herself next time. Mata glanced sideways at the young man and said that he must be tired of standing. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to sit down. The young man looked at her intently but did not answer. Mia looked at him and asked with a smile if he wanted to eat with her. She said she had cake and hot chocolate. The young man looked at her intently and said that only little children eat such things. Mint looked intently at the young man as he didn't look like he had grown up. She looked at him and asked if he had already become an adult. The young man said he was only 15 years old. He looked at Menta and timidly said that Mrs. Acela always said that. Menta looked at him and said that her name was Menta Elkadonia. The young man said he had heard that before. Mint smiled timidly and said that she understood, since Mrs. Acela had told her her name earlier. She smiled and said that now it was his turn to introduce himself. The young man looked at her and said that she could continue to treat him as just a bodyguard. Mia looked at him and asked if he really didn't have a name. A moment later, she said she would come up with one herself. She began to think aloud about what name would suit him best. The young man looked at her and said his name was Urian. A moment later, the butler returned to the room. He looked at his mistress and asked if she wanted to meet Mrs. Sella later. Mint looked at him and said that she would like to meet her, and she also asked why he was asking such a question. Roel looked at the young lady and said that if she did not want to meet her again, she could refuse. Mint realized that he had not come just in time. He had heard the entire conversation from the beginning. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that everything was fine and that she did not mind meeting her and continuing their friendship. Mint understood that if she refused, the words of the shelter owner that she had no friends would once again become true. Rumors might also spread that she was a strange loner, after which people would avoid her. Mint understood that she had become part of a new family, so she should not miss this opportunity and should make friends. Mint looked at her new friend and asked if he wanted to eat cookies with her. Urian looked at his mistress and said that a bodyguard cannot eat the same food as his mistress. Mint looked at him in confusion. She said that she deliberately bought extras so that they could eat together. She looked at him in confusion and said that she could hardly eat all the cookies by herself. A moment later, they were eating cookies together. Mint noticed a beautiful petal. She noticed that it was completely different from the other petals, which had already lost their beauty. She thought it looked like it had just come out of a photograph. She looked at her friend and smiled, telling him to hold out his hand. The young man was puzzled. Menta smiled and told him to look at the petal that had just fallen. Mint smiled and said that the petal had fallen and was not damaged at all. Urian in turn took the petal to the trash can. Maya was surprised. The young man looked at the lady and said that if she had told him right away, he would have picked it up himself and thrown it in the trash. He said she didn't need to pick it up at all. Mint was puzzled. She looked at the young man and said that she didn't actually want to give him the petal so that he could throw it away. She wanted to give it to him as a gift. The young man was surprised and puzzled. He realized he had made a mistake. A moment later, he ran to the trash can and began searching for it. Mint was shocked and shouted that he shouldn't take it out, that everything was fine. She said that the petal was already dirty, and later she would find another petal for him and definitely give it to him as a gift. The young man looked at her and said that it was her gift, and he couldn't just leave it in the trash. A moment later, he approached her with the petal in his hands. Urian looked at her and thanked her with a smile. He also said that he would cherish the petal. Mint stared intently at the young man. At first glance, she thought he was very rude and cold, but she knew that if she got to know him better, she would understand that he was a very warm and kind person. She knew that if they had met at the orphanage, they could have become friends. Urian looked at Menta and asked her not to do the work of a servant anymore. After all, she was an aristocrat, which meant she should enjoy the comforts of life and give orders. Mint understood that her friend did not know that just a month ago, she was a person who was unworthy of even dog food. Mint looked at her friend and said with a smile that, in that case, he should be comfortable too. He looked at her and said that she was wrong because he was just a bodyguard and nothing more. Mata was puzzled as she realized that she would now have to look for friends among the aristocracy. She wanted to have a choice of who to be friends with, as she understood that, in this case, she had chosen Urian as her friend, not Acela. Mata looked at him and asked if they became friends. He would be able to relax and enjoy the comforts. The young man said he couldn't be her friend. Mata looked at him and asked what he did while he was with the Tibelian family. A moment later, Maya realized that she had asked an inappropriate question, as she had implied that the Acela she knew had treated the young man badly. Urian timidly looked away and said that he had been serving his mistress day and night. Maya was surprised and asked if she had understood correctly that he had been serving her even at night. Maya quickly jumped up and asked him if his mistress had beaten him. She asked him if he really hadn't slept at all. Urian said that was why he didn't know what hobbies he could take up outside of work. A moment later, the young man told his mistress to forget everything he had just said to her. He realized that they were talking about completely different things. Mint looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell her anything else. Mint looked at him and said that it was good that he was okay and that no one had beaten him. The Archduke approached them, and the atmosphere between them became very tense. She looked at Julia and greeted him. She looked at him and said that she would like to introduce the bodyguard that her friend Lady Acella had left her. The Archduke glanced sideways at the young man and said that he knew about it. Mint understood that the Archduke was always very busy. She did not understand why he had come in his work clothes. She thought that something had probably happened. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she had eaten yet. Maya was surprised, as she had not expected such a question. Last time, she had been selfish and asked him to eat with her. She understood that he was very busy now and that she couldn't make the same mistake again. Mint looked at him and said that she had already eaten with Urian. She smiled and said that they had had a wonderful conversation and that it had been a lot of fun. Mata looked at the Archduke and said that he must have been very worried about it. She thanked him for his concern. Mata understood that she had to put less pressure on him if she wanted to stay at the estate. Mata did not want to bother the Archduke over trifles. She understood that he was always very busy. Mata looked at him intently because she was surprised and did not understand why his mood had suddenly changed. Mint was a little puzzled and did not understand what had happened. She thought that she had probably said something wrong. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she had already had lunch, so he didn't need to worry about her. The Archduke was shocked. He looked away in confusion and asked if it was true that he didn't need to worry. Mint noticed that the gentleman had a strange expression on his face. She didn't know if she had said something wrong. Urian looked at the Archduke and said that he would sincerely serve the princess and do everything to make her comfortable. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that he could see that he had been trained well. The Archduke said that in that case, he would leave them. Menta thought that everything seemed to be back to normal. Menta smiled and wished him a good day at work. Finally, the Archduke told the girl not to wait for the next opportunity. Maya was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. She watched intently as he left. Maya did not understand what he meant and what opportunity he was talking about. Urian looked at his mistress and asked if she really didn't want to have lunch with the Archduke. Maya looked at him puzzled and said that it was all a misunderstanding. She said that she had recently asked him to eat with her, but he was busy. And now she didn't want him to worry about her. Mint said she wanted to show him that she could handle it herself. She looked at her friend and asked if that wasn't how princesses were supposed to behave. The young man was puzzled and said that she was already a princess. Mint looked at him and said that they would go to dinner now. Mint couldn't tell the young man that she wanted them to be friends. And in fact, she wasn't a princess at all. But she couldn't tell him that. Still, she really wanted to tell him everything. Mint wanted him to wait a little while until she became a real princess, and then she would definitely tell him everything. Maya knew that then she would ask him to be real friends. A week later, Acella met with Maya. She looked at Maya and said she was very happy that Maya was coming to her mansion. Acella said that everyone was busy preparing and eagerly awaiting Maya. Mata thanked the young lady with a smile for inviting her to tea. Acella looked at Mata and said that everything would be wonderful and that everyone would change their minds when they met Mata. Acella knew that there were rumors about Maya, that she was an orphan, just like them, commoners. Acella looked at Maya with a smirk. Maya, in turn, no longer wanted to meet aristocrats like Acella on her path. But at the same time, Maya knew that things weren't so bad. Mata knew that she had to be very careful not to cause any inconvenience to her master. The butler looked at the young lady and said that regarding the tea party, Mr. Julius had said she could do whatever she wanted. Mata looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would accept the invitation to tea. She knew that if Lord Julius had told her not to go, she would not have gone. She was sure that if she stayed, there would be even more rumors about her. The butler looked at her and smiled, telling her not to worry, as their knights would protect her. Sometimes the butler role frightened Mint, but she was very glad that he was on their side. Mata knew that in any case, it was all like a test of becoming a princess. Mata hoped that in that case, her master would recognize her as a princess. Her friend was always by her side. He looked at her intently. Mata knew that if their knights were so strong, then she had to be strong too. The young man watched his mistress intently, never taking his eyes off her. Acella looked intently at her former bodyguard. She knew that they were cut from the same cloth. The lady looked at Maya and said with a smirk that she seemed to get along very well with her bodyguard. She said that they were more like friends. Mata looked at Acela and said with a smile that she had had a lot of fun with the bodyguard. Mata also thanked the young lady for the opportunity. Urian smiled and said that he was very glad that the princess had enjoyed herself, as it was a great honor for him. Acela was a little puzzled as she realized that neither of them had understood her sarcasm. She realized that they really were right for each other. Acela stared intently at the young people. She didn't understand why it annoyed her so much. It was unpleasant for her to see how well they got along with each other. In the blink of an eye, the young lady jumped up and looked at Maya. She said she would like to go to Ebel Street. Maya was a little surprised, as she did not expect this. Mata looked at her in surprise, as she didn't know of such a street. The young lady smiled and asked if it was true that Mata didn't know who was on the street. She said it was a slum and full of beggars. Acela said with a smirk that they, as nobles, should help such people. Acela called out to the coachman to take them to Ebel Street. The young man was surprised. He looked askance at the lady and asked if they weren't going to the mansion. Ushcherb was a little puzzled and said in a trembling voice that a princess should not be in such a place. Acela was very angry and did not understand how anyone dared to speak to her like that. One of the knights came closer to the princess and asked if she really wanted to go there. Mint was a little confused, but still agreed to go to the street. Mint thought that when they arrived at the street, the young lady would simply say that this was the place, and they would leave. She did not think that it would harm her. However, Mint was a little confused because she was very tired. The man looked at the carriage with a smirk and asked what aristocrats were doing in such a place. He looked at them and asked if they had come to give them alms. He said with a smirk that in that case, they would take everything. Mint was shocked, as she had not expected this, and she was very frightened. Mia glanced sideways at her friend. Acela said that she herself did not know what kind of place it was. Acela said that they didn't need to worry, as the knights who accompanied them were the best knights in the empire. Mia was a little surprised, but at the same time happy, because the knights were simply incredible. Acela looked at the knights and said that they had taken care of everyone. Acela said that she was right and that they needed to hurry up and leave. The knights noticed another man whom they had not dealt with earlier. The man struck the horse with a knife with lightning speed. The horse in turn became enraged and overturned the carriage. Urian quickly reached for the reins and grabbed them, and they both fell. The horse became nervous and began to run away. One of the knights reported this situation to his master. He said that they immediately went after them. But unfortunately, the tracks ended abruptly here. Julius looked at the carriage and said that there must be at least some traces left. Julius looked fiercely at everyone present and said that there must be tracks. He ordered them to find at least some trace as quickly as lightning, otherwise everyone would die by his hand. Mia was very frightened. She did not know where she was. Through the veil of fear, she saw a man. She was terrified of him and begged him not to hit her. Mata woke up to someone calling her name. Urian called her name several more times. She was surprised when she saw him. With a trembling voice, Maya asked where she was. Urian looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked if she was in any pain. Maya pulled herself up to sit up. She said she was fine and thanked him for his concern. Mata vaguely remembered what had happened. She remembered that the carriage had been shaking violently and then it had come to a sudden stop. A bunch of suspicious people had burst in on them. Urian looked at the lady and said that they had been kidnapped. They were probably illegal slave traders. Maya was surprised. She didn't know if it was true or not. She looked closely at the children. She was surprised because she realized that they were ordinary children. She knew that slave traders sold commoners at the market. Mint understood that, judging by how they had been kidnapped, it seemed that they had also been kidnapped. Urian looked at the lady and said that she was surprisingly calm. He said that Acela had cried a lot and had been taken to another place. Mata looked at the young man and asked why he was so calm in this situation. The young man timidly said that he was a bodyguard and had been sold at such a market. Mata looked at him in confusion and apologized. Urian said that the legal slave market did not work that way. According to the law, they had to conclude an Arab contract by personal agreement. And if something went wrong, the government could intervene. Maya was a little puzzled, as she had never seen a slave market because she had lived in an orphanage. She knew it would be nice to live with aristocrats and serve them. Still, she waited for the moment when one of the aristocrats would adopt her. Mint thought she was about to become happy. But unfortunately, she went through trial after trial. Menta looked at the wall and saw a strange symbol. She saw the pagan emblem of the Kalaism religion. Urion said puzzledly that it seemed to be a place where the remnants of Kalaism had gathered. The Kalis were pagans who had been fighting the empire for more than 10 years. Many people had died in that war, and Lord Julius personally destroyed them and ended the war. Mata knew this was true, as she had heard it in class. She did not understand why something like this reminded her of an ominous landscape and made her heart tremble. A man burst in on them. He looked at Maya with a smirk and called her. Jurion blocked the young lady with his body and glared at the man. He told the man to stop and not come any closer. The young man looked at the man contemptuously and asked if he knew whose daughter she was. Urion told the man that his actions would not be forgiven. The man said contemptuously that it was difficult for him to deal with aristocrats. He said that they were very surprised to find a nobleman's carriage in such a place. The man struck the young man with lightning speed. With a smirk, he said that by the time the aristocrats found out about the disappearance, the girl would already have been sold far away. Maya was in shock and screamed at her friend. The man grabbed the young lady by the arm. He said with a smirk that he had heard from the girl in the other room that Mint was from the Elkadonia family. The man said with a smirk that this was very good and would be enough for blackmail. The man grabbed the young lady by the hand and began to lead her out, as everyone was already waiting. Urion stood up a little. He didn't want his mistress to be taken away. Urion said through clenched teeth that they should take him instead. The man hit the boy again and asked if he wanted to die now. Menta was in shock. She screamed for the man to stop. Mint looked at the man and said in a trembling voice that she would go with him as long as he stopped beating her friend. The man looked intently at the boy and said that he must be very strong since he was still resisting him. He said that was excellent, and the boy could prove himself to whoever bought him. The man looked at Maya and told her to go ahead and not stop. Maya glanced sideways at her friend, who was lying on the ground. Mata was in shock. She didn't understand why Urion was doing this for someone like her. She didn't understand why he was fighting so desperately for her. Mata and the man walked slowly down the corridor. Mata knew she had to thank her friend. She understood that if she went with the man to the place he told her to go, she would never see her friend again. Upon entering the room, she saw many people shouting loudly. Maya was surprised and frightened, looking at everyone present. The man shouted for people to calm down. He said that it seemed the rumors had spread sooner than he thought. The man hugged Maya. He said with a smirk that today's product was the Elkadonian girl, the sworn enemy of Kalaism. He said there were rumors that the girl was the princess of Elkadonia. The man said with a smirk that, considering the blood they had spilled, they deserved it. He said it would be perfect for getting even with them. The man said with a smirk that he would like to start the bidding in that case. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She understood that she would most likely die. Mint stared intently at everyone present. She knew she had to do everything right, but she also knew that she would soon die. She knew she mustn't act like a crab. She knew she mustn't show any trembling or fear. Mint understood that her actions could affect the reputation of the Archduchy. Mint understood that it was all terribly frightening, but she had to do exactly that. Everyone present was shouting for Mint to be sacrificed to the gods. They wanted to take all her blood. They desperately wanted to punish the Archduke for all his sins. Mint was very frightened, and she was very scared. She thought that her life would most likely end now. This endless nightmare now confirmed it to her. However, contrary to what she was prepared for, her body was trembling. But she understood why. Mata mentally thanked Mr. Julius for fulfilling all her dreams. She was glad that she had met many kind people who had given her warm memories. But still, she was very sorry that she could not repay them in any way. Mint looked at the man and called him over. A moment later, Mint asked if she could say her last words. Someone in the crowd said that now was not the time to ask for mercy. She remembered the gentleman's words. He had told her that if she had something to say, she should always look her opponent in the eye and speak. Menta looked at them and said in a trembling voice that they were idiots. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect this. She looked at them and said that they were pathetic idiots who took revenge through a child. Instead of dying like a fool, Mint wanted to die like a true princess. Mint knew that at least that way she wouldn't damage her master's reputation. The men were shocked. They didn't understand what she was saying. They wanted her to die, right then and there. They were furious because they understood that nothing else could be expected from her family. They shouted furiously for her to die immediately. Mint looked at them and thanked them for their words. Mint knew she was doing the right thing. For a moment, she thought she heard her master's voice. The man shouted in rage that he would cut off her head himself right now. Mint stared intently at the man and closed her eyes. But a moment later, she opened her eyes and saw the Archduke, who had killed the man. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand whether she was dead or still alive. A moment later, she noticed that the gentleman had cut her rope. The Archduke looked at her sideways and told her to close her eyes. Looking at the girl sideways, he said it would be better if she didn't see this. The Archduke dealt with everyone with lightning speed. Minta knew that the Archduke had told her to close her eyes. But for some reason, she felt that she would regret it if she closed her eyes. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. The man shouted for Julius to stop immediately. The man was furious. He shouted that if Julius didn't stop, he would kill the girl. The man put a dagger to Mint's throat. The man yelled at the Archduke to stop. The man looked at the Archduke and asked if Julius thought he was joking. Julius looked at Maya and told her to close her eyes this time. A moment later, he told her to cover her ears as well. A few minutes later, Julius was holding Maya in his arms. He looked at her and gently told her to take her hands away. It was all over now. He looked at her and told her to grab his shoulder or neck. Maya looked at him puzzled and agreed. Mata was shocked and very happy. She realized that Mr. Julius had come for her to save her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and smiled, saying that she was clever. He said that she had indeed said everything she wanted to say. Mint was a little puzzled. She said she thought those were her last words. Julius looked at her and said that nevertheless she had done well here. He smiled and said that she had surprised him. Maya was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was a sight that would make her peers faint. Mata was surprised and stared intently at all those present, who were lying dead on the floor. Julius looked at her and told her not to look. Mata apologized, puzzled, and said she didn't know. Mint understood that it was a very bloody scene, but for some reason it seemed to her that she had seen something like this before. She was a little puzzled as her stomach was cramping with pain. Julius looked at her and told her not to think about what she had just seen. He told her to close her eyes and forget everything because she was safe now. Mata was surprised, but she also knew that she suddenly felt very well. She desperately wanted to sleep, but she still knew that before she fell asleep, she had to say something. Mata quietly asked the gentleman to take care of her friend. The Archduke, in turn, did not answer. Mint woke up from the noise, but she was also very hot. The maid looked at her and said that she still had a fever. With a trembling voice, she told Mint to hold on and she would bring her more water. The butler looked at the young lady and said that her fever had completely subsided. But she still couldn't get up yet, as her body had not yet regained enough strength. Roel said in a trembling voice that it was his fault, and he apologized to her. He said he should have gone with her. Menta knew it wasn't his fault at all. She wanted to tell him that, but she couldn't. She was confused because she felt that her body was very heavy, and she couldn't say anything. Mata was very surprised because they cared for her. Mata was also surprised because the butler was very kind to her. She didn't understand why she had always been afraid of him. Mint suddenly remembered the director of the orphanage. He told her that it was all her fault and that she didn't know her place. He told her that she was useless. Mata was troubled because she had another dream about the orphanage. She didn't know when the dreams would stop. She heard someone ask her why she was blaming the director again. The girl, who looked very much like Mint, said that she was dreaming about him because Mint wanted her to. Mint was very puzzled and did not understand what the girl was saying. Mint said she did not want to have this dream at all. The girl smiled and said that Mint herself knew where her place was. That was why she had this dream. The girl smiled and said that she had delicious food, a warm bed, and no pain in her body. Such happiness did not suit Mint. The girl said that Mint knew herself that it was too good for her. The girl said that Mint didn't want to admit it, so she kept reassuring the butler and the nobles. She looked at Mint and asked who was to blame for Mint firing everyone and trusting no one. Mint shouted angrily that it wasn't true and that she was happy here. The girl came closer to Mint and asked why Mint was so happy when she was dreaming in the closet. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to say. The girl said angrily that Mint didn't want to be happy at all, and she couldn't even admit it. Mata woke up with a scream. She didn't understand where she was. Mata was in shock. She couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. Her head was spinning, but she knew she had to get up. Her body felt very heavy. A moment later, she saw a gentleman sitting next to her. Julius looked at her and asked if everything was all right. Mata was in shock. She didn't understand why the Archduke was next to her. Julius looked at her and said that her hands were still hot. He asked her if she needed to lie down some more. The Archduke looked at Maya and said that her fever had broken, but it was still too early to get up. Mint was surprised because she realized that Julius cared about her. The Archduke looked at her and said that the carriage had bumped around a lot while traveling. He said that she probably didn't know it, but she had many bruises all over her body. Mint was surprised. When she calmed down, she felt all the pain. He looked at her and said that she was not yet recovered, but he was very glad that she had not broken anything. She looked at him and apologized, but a moment later, she thanked him for saving her. Yuli looked at her and said that she was preparing for death. He asked her why she didn't think that he would save her. He looked at her and asked why she thought her family would abandon her. Maya was confused and didn't know how to respond. She felt darkness envelop her. She had been told that there was nothing she could do about it. No matter how good the Archduke was, it was pointless. Being a princess did not suit her at all. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she did not trust him. The darkness whispered to her. It said that being a princess was hard and scary, and happiness was not for her. Menta trembled and asked the darkness to stop saying such things to her. The darkness said that she would be better off in the closet, where she would be more comfortable. Menta said that was not true. Mint thought she was talking to the gentleman, but she was very scared, and only bad thoughts came into her head. Mint saw the gentleman in the darkness who said that nothing could be done. He looked at her and said that it was all his fault, that he didn't deserve her trust. Yuli looked at her and said that she was sweating profusely. He said he would bring her another towel. Maya thanked him with a trembling voice. Yuli looked at Maya and said that, as she understood, Elkadonia was not a small family. He said that he had enough strength to save her. He looked at her and said that, of course, he should not have allowed her to be kidnapped. Maya said that everything was fine and that, in the end, it was her fault for agreeing to Acella's request. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was going to apologize for her kidnapping now. Maya said puzzledly that she was not going to apologize. Maya noticed that the gentleman had a very scary expression on his face. Julius looked at her and said that he didn't know how she had lived before she came to the estate. But he said he wanted her to remember one thing. He told her to always trust him, because he would always come to his people, wherever they were. Mint was puzzled. She didn't understand why he was doing this for her. He looked at her and said that, besides, she was still a child and very young, and it was natural for an adult to protect a child. Yuli said that he thought she didn't understand this at all. Menta was upset because she realized that to him, she was just a little child. He realized that she had completely misunderstood his words. He looked at her and told her to rest. He said she had plenty of time to sleep. She looked at him and asked him to wait. Mint looked at the master and asked in a trembling voice if he could stay until she fell asleep. Mint understood that she was acting like a little child again. But for some reason, when she heard his words, she felt that she could be a little capricious. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said he would sit with her. Maya was surprised, as she did not expect him to agree. The Archduke looked at her and said with a smile that he would not sing the lullaby. Maya looked at him in confusion. The gentleman said he was not confident in his singing. After hearing about the lullaby, Maya wanted to hear him sing. The Archduke looked at her and said that she didn't seem to be going to sleep, judging by her open eyes. Mint said she was already falling asleep. Julius smiled and said that was good. He said she needed to get some sleep and not forget to eat well, since she hadn't eaten at all while she was sick. Julius said that he felt how light she was when he lifted her up. He looked at her and asked if she was sure she was taking her medicine. Maya said that, of course, she always took it, and she drank the whole bottle in one gulp. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to eat, she could tell the maid or the butler at any time. And if there was anything else, she could always tell him. Yuli looked at her and said puzzledly that she shouldn't do anything she didn't want to do. She was a little puzzled because she knew that if she did all that, she would become as angry and capricious as Acela. Maya said that she was now a princess, and that didn't mean she didn't like it. Maya didn't know how to convey what she was thinking. Yuli stared intently at Maya. He remembered the past, and these memories made him feel uncomfortable. Yuli looked at her and told her to think about what she didn't like and that she could talk about it. Maya said puzzledly that she understood everything, but nothing came to mind. Yuli said it could be anything. Julius said it was because he had brought her here. Maya asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. He looked at her and said it was nothing special. He told her to go to sleep and not talk until dawn. She knew that wasn't possible and said with a smile that she was already falling asleep. Mint knew she would have to ask him about their conversation again later. She felt a warm hand. Usually, when it got quiet, she would hear an owl hooting in the distance. That sound used to scare her, when she was chased away and had to sleep on the hill. But now, to her surprise, she could hear her own breathing. Mint was surprised because she had never heard such a quiet sound before, and the owl's cry no longer bothered her. Mint walked down the corridor. Mint was a little puzzled because she felt like something had happened before she fell asleep, but she couldn't remember anything. A moment later, she saw a door and realized she had arrived. Mint knocked and asked if she could come in. She also asked her friend if he was awake. Urian was surprised because he wasn't expecting to see the lady. Mint said she heard he was hurt really bad. Urian welcomed the lady and said he was okay. Mint was shocked when she saw his face. Mint ran up to him as fast as lightning. She said that it wasn't right and apologized to him. She said that he had suffered because of her. The young man said that wasn't true. Mint looked at him in confusion and told him not to get up, but to lie down instead. Mint apologized to him and thanked him for kidnapping her and putting her in prison, because he had helped her so much. Urian said that he was fine and that she shouldn't worry about him. Urian looked at her and said that it was not he who had saved her, but the Archduke. Maya said that this was true, as they were only children. She said that it was not surprising that they were weaker than adults like him. Urian said puzzledly that he was still a child, but he already wanted to grow up quickly. He said he would like to be able to save his mistress, even if the Archduke wasn't around. Maya was a little surprised. She said that he still had to protect Acela. Mia was a little puzzled, as her friend had abandoned his mistress to save her. She knew that Acela would not like this, as he had rushed to Mia's aid. Urian looked at Maya and said that he didn't care about Miss Acela. He said that he just wanted to protect Maya. Mia was surprised and asked why he wanted to protect her in particular. Urian looked away from Mia and said it was because Mia was kind to him. Mia smiled and said it was because she wanted to be friends with him. Urian looked at Maya and said puzzledly that he couldn't be friends with young ladies. Maya smiled and said that he had said that before. Mint understood that she couldn't be friends with him because it would be a burden to him. She knew that when the treatment was over, he would return to his mistress, and then they probably wouldn't have a chance to meet again in the future. The young man looked at her and smiled, saying that he was very glad that Mint considered him a friend. He smiled and thanked her for that. A moment later, he smiled and said that he was sincerely happy about it. A moment later, Maya grabbed her friend's hand because she wanted to tell him something. Urian looked at her in surprise. Mata looked at her friend and asked with a smile if he would like to stay with her. Urian looked at her and said that he would not mind staying with her. Mia looked at him and asked if he wanted to live here with her. She was glad that she was finally able to show him her feelings. She didn't want to say goodbye to him at all. She didn't want to let him go to the lady who was trying to convince him. Urian looked at Maya with surprise and intensity. Mata looked at him and smiled, saying that she would make sure he stayed at the estate. She remembered the words of Mr. Julius, who told her not to do anything she didn't like. The Archduke sat in his office and looked intently at the documents. He was a little puzzled, as it was becoming more difficult for him to concentrate on his work. The Archduke thought he needed a rest. The Archduke realized from the sound of footsteps outside the door that it was already lunchtime. He smiled thoughtfully. He remembered telling Maya to eat whenever she wanted. He didn't understand how she could hesitate over such trifles, even though she was so brave in the face of death. The Archduke thought Maya was a very interesting child. Mata looked at the Archduke and shouted that she wanted to live with Urion. The Archduke was shocked, as he did not expect such a thing from a young girl. A moment later, Maya said, puzzled, that she would like him to live here. The gentleman smiled and said that he understood everything. He looked at her and told her to sit down and eat first. Maya thanked him. Maya was surprised that the gentleman also liked sweets. It was amazing to her. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she loved Urian. Maya was shocked, as she did not expect such a question. She said, puzzled, that she did not love him at all. Mint said that she was simply grateful to the boy for what he had done. She said that in the carriage and in prison, he had always wanted to save her. The more she thought about it, the more grateful she was to him, and she desperately wanted to apologize to him. Mata said she was indebted to him, but if the boy returned to his former family, they would treat him badly. The Archduke looked at her and asked if that was the only reason. Mata looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was asking him to let the boy live here because he would be unhappy with his former family. The Archduke looked at her and said with a warm smile that he had told her earlier to say whatever she wanted. The Archduke said that she now reminded him of the day when she first came here. Maya looked at him in confusion. She understood that everything was different then. She sincerely wanted that, but she didn't know if she could say so. Mata was puzzled. She didn't even want to think about the boy going back to a family where he was mistreated. Mata looked at the Archduke and said that she would very much like the boy to stay at the estate. Mint looked at one of the gentlemen and said that she wanted to be friends with him. The Archduke looked at her and said that anyone who saw this would think he was mocking Mint. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that this was not the case at all. The Archduke looked at her and said that he understood her. Mint was surprised, but also very glad that she had told him everything. The Archduke looked at her and said that they could eat later. He looked very tired. Mint was surprised. The Archduke said that he wanted to sleep before lunch and then eat. A moment later, Jurian entered the office. The young man looked at the Archduke and asked if he had called him. The Archduke noticed that the boy did not look very well. The Archduke looked at the boy and asked if it would be okay if he touched his face. The boy obediently agreed. The Archduke looked closely at the boy and said that he had a strong body and could become great in the future. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that when his wound healed, he would be able to train with the immortal knights. Menta was a little surprised, as she had never heard of knights before. She understood that these were knights who protected the family. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that it would be a pity to make him just a servant. Julius looked at him and said that if he didn't want to, he could return to Tibelian. Jurian said that he didn't want to go back at all and that it was a great honor for him. He thanked the Archduke and said he would do everything he could. Mata was very happy and also surprised that the young man could speak so loudly. The Archduke looked at Urian and said that even if Urian had refused, he still would not have let him go. The young man was surprised. Maya rushed to him and said with a smile that it was wonderful. Mia thanked the Archduke with a smile. Julius knew that the boy had saved Mia, and he would do as she wished. The Archduke stared intently at the young people. He knew that the young man's future depended on the purpose of his visit to El Cadonia. Roal looked at the man and said it would be better if he answered. The man was frightened and said he knew nothing. He said he didn't know the princess was involved. He just went there because there was an auction. The man was puzzled and said that he knew it was forbidden to participate in auctions. But he was still sure that the Archduke had no right to lecture him on morality. Roal was surprised that the Archduke had come. He looked at the butler and told him to leave the room, saying he would do everything himself. The man looked at the Archduke in confusion and said that he knew nothing about it. He said that he, like the princess, had accidentally ended up at the auction. The Archduke calmly said that he knew about it. The man looked at the Archduke and said with a smirk that he knew the Archduke would understand him. The Archduke said that he could not understand one thing. how a noble woman could go to the slums for the first time and accidentally meet a gang of thieves who turned out to be connected to Kalism. The Archduke said that there were too many coincidences. The man was frightened and shouted that he had said everything he knew and knew nothing more. The Archduke looked at him and said that he could continue to remain silent. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke was a monster and that it was all his fault. Julius looked at him and said that he had brought him here because it would be difficult to kill him there. The Archduke looked at the butler and told him not to let the man go until his life resembled a horror movie. The Archduke looked at the man and said that depending on what he said, his life could be saved. Roel knew that it would not save him. Roel was surprised because he realized that the man was very resilient. He wondered if they were already used to this kind of thing. The Archduke looked at the man with horror in his eyes. He was furious because he did not get the answer he wanted. Roel watched everything that was happening intently. The Marquis arrived at the Archduke's for an audience. They talked for a while. A little later, a maid and a butler came to Mayetta. The maid smiled and said that everything was fine. The butler smiled and said that the young man would now live in the Archduke's residence. Maya was very happy, as she knew that she would now be able to help her friend. The butler was surprised and did not know under what pretext the boy had been left in the residence. But he knew that there was nothing to worry about. The Marquis was very surprised. He looked at the Archduke and asked what he meant by replacing all the staff of their family. The Archduke looked at him and said that he had already said everything. He said that the man who told Acela about the slums was a disguised Calist. The Archduke said that if the Marquis did not know who it was specifically, it would be better to replace everyone. The Marquis was surprised and asked if it was really necessary. Julius said he had no other choice. The Archduke looked at the Marquis and said that if something like this happened again, the Marquis would take responsibility. With a trembling voice, the Marquis said that he would definitely replace all the servants. The butler knew that thanks to his master, the problem would be solved immediately. But still, something alarmed the butler. The butler looked at the young lady and said that Acela had come to see her. Acela came to Miata with a large bouquet of flowers. The butler was a little puzzled. He did not know if the princess would be able to talk to the young lady safely. The butler was very worried about this. Acela looked at Maya and said that she had come to apologize. Mata, in turn, calmly and with a smile, greeted the young lady. The butler was surprised, as he did not expect such calmness from the young lady. The butler could see that the young lady was very nervous, but she did not show it. Mint looked at the young lady and calmly said that she had been waiting for her. She remembered Mr. Julius's words. He told her not to do anything she didn't like. Mata knew that she was a princess and had to behave accordingly. Roel was very pleased as he saw the real little lady. Acela, in turn, looked at Mata with caution. Acela looked at Mint and said that she did not understand why she should apologize. Everyone had suffered a little, but they had all returned home safely. Acela said that it was not her fault at all. Mint looked at her and said that it was her idea to go to the slums. Acela said that it wasn't her fault that the pagans had led them there, and she didn't understand why she should apologize for it. Mint had heard that going to the slums was a good idea for the nobles, so she inquired further. Acela said that she had also suffered, but she still didn't understand why the Marquis had to apologize. Mata looked at her and said that she almost died because of it. Acela looked at Maya gloomily and said nothing. A moment later, the young lady looked at Maya and asked if she understood correctly that Maya was saying it was entirely her fault. Acela was shocked and didn't understand if Maya was serious. The young lady looked at Maya and said that she was deliberately trying to blame her. Maya was shocked, as she didn't expect to hear such a thing. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she now understood why people from the lower classes went to the Archduke. Acela said angrily that Mint was very clever. Acela furiously asked Mint if that was not the case. Acela asked her companion if Mint wanted to accuse her of taking her servant. Mint was shocked, as she had not expected this. Mint looked at her companion and asked what she was talking about. Acela furiously asked Mint if she wanted her to sit quietly and watch as Mint took her servants. Acela said that Maya was shameless. The young lady said that Maya had probably even said something about her to the Archduke. She said that all the servants had already left and she had no intention of giving up her bodyguard. Acela shouted furiously that the bodyguard was hers. Maya was shocked by this statement. Maya firmly said that the young man was not just any object. Maya looked at her companion and said that, as Acela had said earlier, she was innocent. But what she was saying about Urion was a different matter. Mata said that the young man was unhappy with Acela, and Mata was just trying to protect him. When Mr. Julius told Mata not to do anything she didn't like, Mata knew exactly what he meant. She knew she shouldn't give in if she thought it was wrong. Mata looked at the young lady and said that all the sectarians now knew the young man's face, so she would take care of him and protect him. Acela was very surprised that Maya answered her question. She said that Maya didn't even know how to speak properly. Acela asked if they were leaving that way. Maya showed her high status. Maya calmly said that she hadn't even thought about it. Maya looked at her companion and apologized. She said that she thought they were having a pointless conversation. Maya asked her companion to return home. Acela was furious, saying that this was simply robbery and that she would file a complaint. Maya looked at her and said with a smile that she would wait for Acela to give up. Acela was furious. She couldn't understand how Maya dared to talk to her like that. A few months later, Maya and Urian were doing their routine work. Urian looked at the document and said that there were no mistakes this time. Maya smiled and said it was thanks to him. The young man smiled and said it was all thanks to her efforts. Mata smiled and said it was good that he had stayed here. She smiled and said that he was very smart for a bodyguard and that she now understood his former mistress perfectly. The young man smiled and said he was very glad to be useful to Mata. Mata smiled and said that she felt that thanks to their correspondence, she had become more proficient in the language. She thanked him. Mata looked at the young man and asked if his former mistress had written to him. The young man looked at Maya silently. Maya said that she had heard that the young lady had confessed her love to him and asked him to return. She also said that she forgave him. Urian said that the letters were coming, but he was ignoring them all. Urian looked at Maya and said that the confession of love was nothing more than words of reconciliation, and it was all just her cowardice. But still, he didn't know it would last so long. Mia looked at him and said that she thought Acela was sincere to some extent. Mia smiled and said that it was because he was getting better every day. The young man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Maya smiled and said that he had grown a lot since they first met. And if she saw him now, her desire to take him away would increase many times over. The young man hesitated and didn't know what to say. A moment later, he said that he had simply grown taller. This was because the knights regularly made him sleep and gave him good food. That was why he had grown up so quickly. Menta smiled and said that she envied him. She didn't know if she would be able to grow like him. Urian looked at her and said that she was taking medicine and could grow taller. He said that she was healthier now than before. Menta smiled and said that it was true, and now she felt less tired than before. The more Mita got to know her friend, the more she realized what a wonderful person he was. Although he didn't like it, she understood Acela's feelings. But she noticed that his mood was getting worse, so she decided not to mention the young lady anymore. The butler entered the room and called for the princess. The butler looked at her and said that the Archduke was looking for her. Maya said she would go right away. A moment later, she apologized to her friend. The young man was surprised. Maya said that she thought she had upset him by talking about Acela. The young man looked at her and said that was not the case at all. Maya hesitated a little and thanked him for reading her letter. She smiled and said he could reply to her at any time. She said with a smile that it was time for her to go. Urian was a little puzzled as he realized that he conveyed his feelings in his letters because he had the strength to do so. Roll looked at the young lady and asked if he had understood correctly that they were talking about Acela and the letters. Maya was surprised that even he knew about it. The butler said that the young lady was crossing all boundaries with her letters, and that he knew about it too. Mia smiled and said that she thought the young man was not interested in such things. The butler said that he thought the young man was quite handsome. He said that for this reason, many in the castle wanted to meet him. Mint smiled and said that was very nice. The butler was surprised and asked if it was really nice. Mint smiled and said that she thought it would be very good if the young man had many friends. She said that he did not get along well with other people. but she would be immensely happy if he made new friends. Roel smiled and said that it would be nice to have many friends. Mata looked at the butler and asked him to accept the letter. She said that she had now learned to write a little. She wrote a thank you letter to her loved ones. The butler was shocked. He did not expect this. Mint smiled and said that he didn't have to write a reply, as she knew he didn't have time for that. Roel said that he would definitely write a reply, and she had to accept it. Mint smiled and thanked him. Mint mentally apologized to the butler for thinking he was a very scary person. Roel looked at Mint and said she could leave. The Archduke looked intently at Maya. He said that since she had already come, she could sit down for a while. The Archduke said that he would soon finish his work and they would eat. Mint was shocked when she saw all his documents. She looked at him and asked if he wasn't busy. Julius said that he had time for them to have a meal together. Mint looked at him and asked with a smile if he needed her help. The Archduke was surprised. Mint smiled and said that she had learned to write. The Archduke agreed and said that she could sit down and sort the letters by content. Mint was very happy because she could finally help the gentleman. Mint looked at him and said that she could sit down by herself. The gentleman smiled and said that he thought the chair was too high for her. Mia was very happy that she could help the gentleman. The butler knew that the gentleman was a great man, even though he did not know why he had brought Mint. The butler knew that the Archduke was not interested in women, but many wanted to start a relationship with him, sending him mountains of letters. Mint read the letters and noticed that she had received another love letter. The Archduke noticed that the young lady had fallen asleep. Mata was a little puzzled, as love letters were very boring. And so she fell asleep. The Archduke looked at her intently and smiled. Mint slept quietly, while the Archduke worked slowly. Mint woke up and was very surprised. She did not expect to fall asleep, and she did not understand what time it was. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had slept well. Mint looked at him in fear and said that she hadn't slept. The Archduke smiled and said that she had slept very well and even snored. Mint was shocked. She looked at the gentleman and asked if she had really been snoring. The Archduke smiled and said he was joking. But she still needed to sleep well. He said she needed to go to bed early. He didn't understand the point of studying late and sleeping during the day. Maya realized that he knew she didn't sleep at night and studied instead. When Menta sorted the letters, she clearly understood which ones were love letters and which ones were not. But it was still difficult for her to figure out the rest. She realized that she needed to study more since she didn't understand the letters. But the Archduke, in turn, was even glad that she filtered out only the love letters. Mata thought she understood love letters thanks to a book she had read the night before. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked with a smile how many children he would have. The Archduke was surprised, as he did not expect such a question. A moment later, the butler entered and said he had brought them tea. Roel looked at the gentleman and said that it seemed they were having a family meeting and that he was busy at the moment. He said that was not the case. The butler looked at them and said that he thought they were busy with work, so he decided to bring them lunch. Min apologized, as she had fallen asleep suddenly and forgotten to go get food. The butler smiled and said that it was no big deal, and he also asked what they were doing now. Menta smiled and said that they were talking about the master's love letters. Mint had collected a whole stack of letters. She said that a lot of them had arrived. Soon it would be time for the master to grow up and get married, and he would have children. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she would get married when she received love letters. Maya was a little puzzled. A moment later, she said that it all depended on the person who wrote to her. The Archduke said he agreed. He also said that he could not respond to every letter. Mata said she understood, but that he had many admirers. She smiled and said that everything was fine because he was a very kind and warm person. The butlers and the Archduke exchanged glances. Maya looked at the gentleman and asked if it would not be wonderful if he could fall in love after such a letter and start a family. Mint said puzzledly that she seemed to envy him because she had no family. The Archduke looked at Maya and said that the sender of the letter probably didn't think so. He said that the ruler was only interested in power, money, and authority, and nobles usually married for convenience. He said that, of course, a family could come out of such a marriage, but that wasn't in his best interest. Maya was really surprised. She was a little confused because she had never seen his family. she thought that his family probably lived separately from the Archduke. He said that it was enough to lose someone from the family just once. Maya looked at the gentleman in surprise. The maid burst in and apologized. She said that the emperor's messenger had come to them again. Everyone was surprised. There was a commotion in the office. The Archduke looked at his subordinates and told them to let him in 10 minutes. The Archduke looked at Maya and told her to stay in the room and that they would eat next time. Maya agreed with him, puzzled. He looked at Maya and told her to follow him. Mata was puzzled. Mata noticed that the Archduke had a very serious expression on his face. She realized that the messenger had come again. But she was still puzzled because she didn't know what he had been doing at the estate before. Mint did not think that everyone was happy to see him. She realized that if she was told to stay in her room, it meant that a very scary person had arrived. Mint was deeply immersed in her thoughts. She did not notice the butler's back and bumped into him. A man entered the office. He greeted the butler and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Mint quietly hid behind the butler. Roel looked at Count Aboko with contempt. Roel told the Count that he was behaving very rudely. The butler did not understand how the Count could have left without permission. Roel looked at the knights and asked what they were doing that the Count had come in so easily. The knights apologized and said that the Count had told them he had come on the Emperor's orders, and they couldn't stop him. The Count smiled and told the Dorian not to yell at the knights too much. The Count asked with a smirk on his face if there was anyone in this land who would refuse His Majesty's orders. Roel told the Count to speak to him more simply, as he was now only the butler of this mansion. The Count looked at the butler with contempt and said with a smirk that he would speak as he pleased. He told the butler to kneel and apologize to him immediately. The Count looked at the maid and said that she had better apologize too, since they had treated him very rudely. Mata was shocked. She realized that the Count was a very strange man. Mata understood that this was the reason she was being hidden. The Count said that he was very glad that he had come today, as he had been able to see the young lady's face. The Count said that today, by order of the Emperor, he would take Miss Maya under his protection. The Count had not finished speaking when the Archduke approached him. The Archduke looked at him coldly and asked who wanted to take her under his protection. A moment later, the Archduke asked the Count who had given him permission to see the young lady. The Count began to speak slowly. The Archduke looked at him angrily and said that he had not given the Count permission to speak. The butler and the young lady left the office. Mint was very frightened and upset. She asked the butler if the Archduke really wanted to kill the Emperor's envoy. Roel said that he would not kill the envoy. The Count looked at the Archduke and said that he had come on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. The Archduke looked at the Count and said with contempt that he did not understand why he was so stubborn if he was receiving orders from the Emperor. The Archduke said with a smirk that he was curious to see if there would be any punishment if he killed the Count now. Mint said puzzledly that she was asking if the Archduke could kill the messenger, since he had made it clear. Roel said calmly that this was a common manipulation and she should not panic. Mia looked at the butler and said that it seemed the envoy had come to find her. She asked if she should meet with him. The butler said she should not meet with him. Since His Imperial Majesty was watching her, Mia did not understand why the Emperor needed her. The butler said that the imperial family were conquerors. They had conquered the western continents, and the great Emperor had never known defeat. Mint looked at the butler and asked why this man was looking for her. The butler said that this monster intended to make Maya the Empress. Mint was shocked, as she had not expected this at all. Mint said that His Majesty the Emperor was 40 years old. That was all she knew. Mint was a little surprised, as the Emperor looked like a woman. Maya said that she had actually heard that the Emperor was a woman. Roel said that it was true and that she would soon turn 40. Roel said that the Emperor's age was irrelevant, because this crazy monster empress does whatever she wants. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect the butler to say such a thing. Mint said in a trembling voice that it was disrespectful to speak that way about the Emperor. She said it was punishable by death. Roel looked at her and said it was okay. Mint said puzzledly that she didn't like it either. She didn't understand why the Empress wanted to live with a man who wasn't even of age. Mia looked intently at the butler. She said that in that case, they were now accomplices in slandering the Empress. Roel looked at Maya and said that the Empress actually had several children. He said that they were the children of a man who had no equal rivals. And for some unknown reason, they died one after another. And now there were only two left. And when the Archduke was betrothed, the Empress said nothing to him. Mata was shocked, as this was the first time she had heard that the Lord was engaged. The butler said that later the engagement was broken off by the Archduke. The Empress, in turn, wants to maintain good relations with the Archduke, and so she decided to take the young Mint instead of the Archduke. Mint was surprised. She asked the butler if, even if she became a wife, she would be of any use to the Empress. The butler said that His Excellency valued Mint, and the Empress would take Mint as a hostage. Mint was surprised and puzzled, but for some reason, she was also happy. The butler said that after these words, an idea came to his mind. The butler said that it was unheard of for the Empress to take commoners. He said that perhaps the Empress wanted to make Mint a concubine for her son. Mint was surprised. Royale looked at the girl and said that the nobles would try to make her give birth to an emperor, a granddaughter, or a grandson. Menta was shocked. She didn't understand anything, but she could see that the butler was very angry. She said that there were many things she didn't understand. Mint looked at the butler and asked why the Empress was so attached to their family. The butler said there were several reasons. He said that the two main reasons were power and authority. Mint realized that her new family was bigger than she had thought. Mint looked at the butler and said that he had mentioned earlier that the master had been engaged and had broken off the engagement. She asked if she also had the right to refuse the engagement. Kindness, conscience, morality, and innocence. Roel knew that the Empress was very far from all these concepts. He did not know what she was striving for, but war broke out on the peaceful continent. She destroyed many countries and killed mercilessly representatives of royal blood. It was like a hungry beast that devoured everyone in its path. Over time, it engulfed the entire continent. The butler thought about it, puzzled. He said that Mr. Julius and Mint were very different, and that kind of conversation wouldn't help here. Mint stared intently at the butler. She remembered that the Count and Acela treated the butler with great respect. Mint realized that the butler was not a simple man. The butler looked intently at the flowers and walked towards them. Mint did not understand why. Mint knew that yesterday it was a small begonia, and today it was a daffodil. Mint didn't understand what was wrong with the butler. She noticed that a strange atmosphere had descended on the room. The butler grabbed the flowers with lightning speed. A moment later, he broke them. Menta was shocked, as she did not expect this. The butler glanced sideways at Mint and apologized. He said he needed to step away for a moment. He also asked her to wait for him in the room. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand what had happened, but still, the butler scared her very much. A knight came to Menta. Menta greeted him. The knight smiled and said that he would now be her escort. The knight looked at the young princess and smiled, saying that his name was Carmine Rodate. Mint smiled and said she was very happy to meet him. Carmine said she could call him by his first name. Roel looked at the princess and said that his name was also simply Roel. She could call him by his name instead of saying butler. Mint said puzzledly that she would do so. Mint didn't know why, but she really liked addressing Roel by his title. The child looked at the young lady and said that night was the Archduke's order. Roel looked at the princess and asked if she had seen what he had brought. Maya said puzzledly that she had. The butler said that the flower was under a spell. The butler said it was hypnotic magic. He said that if Mint inhaled the scent of the flowers while in a deep sleep, she would be hypnotized. The maid slowly entered the room. The Archduke looked at everyone present and said to call the next person. Mint knew that they were now doing a general cleaning. After the butler found the flowers, they decided to check if there was anything else suspicious in the estate. And it was decided to check all the servants. As was done with Acela, Mata approached the man and asked if he had seen her friend. The man looked puzzled and said he hadn't seen him today. The man said that the young man might have gone to the basement. The knight looked at the young lady and asked if she wanted to go down to the basement. Menta said there was no need, as Mr. Julius was conducting an inspection there at the moment. She said he must be very busy and she didn't want to disturb him. Mint said that she actually thought that all the servants would be taken away, as had happened to Acela. Mint said that she was very frightened by this. The knight thought for a moment and said that in Tibiliani it was completely different. The knight said that the sectarians had already infiltrated there, so it was impossible to count them. It was like burning insect nests that had already spread. However, their situation was completely different. So all they had to do was find the hole through which the insect had crawled. Mint was a little puzzled. The knight said that the empress wanted to bewitch her, and it was highly likely that the person who brought the flower was also bewitched. He said they could figure it out and analyze the type of magic that had been used. Now Mint understood why they were conducting an investigation, but she still didn't understand why the empress was so obsessed with Elsidonia. Mint said that the butler told her it was all about power and money. The knight smiled and said that he could see that the butler had given her only a very superficial explanation. He said he would explain everything to her now. The knight said that the first reason was power, since this duke was the only one of the 5 aura masters on the entire continent. Maya said that she knew what an aura master was, since he radiated energy through his sword. The knight said that she understood correctly. The archduke can do many things thanks to his aura. In fact, thanks to the power he wielded in the war, the empire was victorious. The second reason was money. 70% of the mines with spirit stones on the western continent were located in Elkidonia. Mint was surprised because she didn't know what spirit stones were. The knight smiled and said that, without going into details, it was enough to say that this stone was very expensive. He said that because the stone was so rare, a couple of centimeters of it was enough to buy an entire castle. And Elkidonia, with its enormous wealth from mineral extraction, was the family that paid all the taxes. The knight smiled and said that for this reason, the family is very rich. Carmine smiled and said that, in any case, the archduke's influence was so great that the imperial family wanted to establish ties with him. Carmine and Mint were having a pleasant conversation. Suddenly, a maid approached them and called the knight. Carian looked at Mint and asked if she could talk to the knight now. Mint smiled and said that of course she could talk to him. Mint knew that Elkidonia was a wonderful place after all. She wanted to believe that she would be someone special. She knew that Mr. Julius was a very kind man. He was raising an orphan. Mata knew that she was very lucky. She had always wanted to be special, and now that she understood her feelings, she felt a little ashamed. Mint noticed a letter by the door. She knew it was her friend's handwriting. She wanted to read the letter, but she knew she couldn't go into the room yet. The knight looked at the young lady and said she could only enter the room after he had finished checking it. Mint smiled and agreed with him. She wanted to read the letter later. The maid quickly inspected the room. Mint smiled and looked at the maid. She wondered what if she was just an ordinary person after all. But still, she was glad to be living with such good people. And that was already something unusual in her life. She knew that her task was to be grateful for her good fortune and to give her all. The maid smiled and said that the inspection was over and she could go into the room. Maya thanked the maid. Mint knew that she had to become a princess that no one would ever be ashamed of. She always felt sleepy after washing her face with warm water. She remembered that she had to read the letter. She noticed that the letter was very easy to read. Her friend's beautiful handwriting immediately caught her eye. When she opened the letter, she was a little surprised. A moment later, she was enveloped in light from the letter. A moment later, a woman appeared before her. The woman smiled and said that she was a very good child. Mint was very surprised. She did not understand who this woman was. The woman looked intently at the girl and asked her what her favorite flowers were. Mint looked at her in surprise. The woman said that she probably didn't like yellow daffodils. Long ago, it was said that a heavenly dragon lived in the empire who worshipped Tamara, the goddess of light. The heavenly dragon shone silver, and it is this color that symbolizes the imperial family. A moment later, Mint realized who this person was. The woman looked intently at Mint and said that if she didn't like the flowers, she could tell her. She also asked again what her favorite flower was. She said she was inviting Mint to the imperial castle. The knight looked at the young lady intently and with surprise. He was very surprised, as he did not expect her to be out so late. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she couldn't sleep. He said he needed to go on duty, but he could stay with her until she fell asleep. She looked at him and said curtly that everything was fine. She also asked him to take her to the Archduke's chambers. Mint was shocked. She didn't want the knight to do that because the Empress had taken control of her body. The knight agreed, and the Empress, who had taken over her body, thanked him with a smile. Mint followed them. She was in shock because no one could hear her, and she couldn't tell anyone that the Empress had taken over her body. She didn't know what to do. The knight said that Mint had come to the Archduke. The Archduke said to let Mint go, but the real Mint was in shock. She didn't know what to do because no one could hear her. Julius looked at Maya and asked what had happened. The Empress apologized to him. Maya was in shock. The young lady said that she was very upset and couldn't sleep. She looked at Julius and asked if the Empress had sent her daffodils because she wanted to take her away. The young lady burst into tears and said that it was all because of her. Maya was shocked and did not understand what she was doing. Maya had never cried in front of people and did not want the gentleman to worry about her as she knew it was wrong. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if it would be better for her to visit the Empress. He said that it would not make things better, as the Empress was more frightening than she thought. The young lady said in a trembling voice that she was not to blame for anything, and even more so her guardian, the Archduke of the estate. She said that the Empress should probably not be so harsh on her. Mint was shocked and did not understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he said that she was not Maya. The real Maya was shocked. She did not understand how he could have figured out so quickly that she was not in her body. But at the same time, Maya was very glad that he understood that she was not in her body. The young lady lay down on the Archduke's chest. With a soft smile, she asked him what he was talking about. She asked him if she was not Maya, then who was she really? The Archduke said that he could feel the presence of the Empress in his gut. The young lady said that couldn't be. Mata was shocked. She knew that they had already revealed themselves to each other. She sincerely wanted the gentleman to save her. The young lady asked the gentleman in a soft voice how long he would hide from the Empress. The Archduke calmly said that there was no point in the meeting. He said it was a pointless meeting and that he could not accept her demands because she wanted to seize power over his family. The young lady asked if he knew why she needed to do that. She said she wanted to destroy the temple and declare the imperial family's power. She asked him, since he was also a man of the empire, if it would not be better for him to be on her side. Mia was shocked, but she understood that she should not listen to this. But Maya screamed loudly because she wanted her body back. But the Empress just smiled. Maya was very angry and did not want anyone to play with her body. The young lady asked the Archduke if he really wanted to be on her side of the temple. The Archduke said he was on no one's side. He said he no longer wanted to get involved in this dirty and unnecessary struggle for power. Mint, in turn, was very happy that he had rejected the Empress, since the Empress is fighting for power against the temple. For this victory, she needs Mr. Julius. But still, Menta did not understand why she should try to get this out of him. Mint was furious because the gentleman said he didn't like it. She didn't understand why the Empress was being so persistent. The Empress looked at him and said that he used to be a very small child who was only waist-high to her. The Empress looked at him and said that now he was behaving like an adult Archduke. Mint was a little puzzled because she realized that the Empress had heard everything she said. The Empress looked at him and said that nevertheless he was only 22 years old and very arrogant. She said that it was not nice at all. She looked at him and asked if that was why he had broken off his engagement to the crown princess. She said that he deliberately did not want to have anything to do with the Empress. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if the Empress was not famous for her beauty and intelligence. She said she knew that they had known each other since the war. She said that at that time there was already talk of their engagement, and everyone said they were a wonderful couple. But she was very surprised that the Archduke broke off the engagement and soon turned to her for approval to adopt a child. The young lady approached him and asked if he liked younger girls. The real Maya was shocked. She did not understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked the Empress to settle down. He said he could no longer continue this conversation. Julius looked at her and said that no matter what she said, she would not succeed, and she would get nothing from him. Menta, in turn, was very happy. The Empress looked at the Archduke and asked if he was pretending or if he really didn't understand. The Empress looked at him and asked if he really thought she had come just to chat with him. The Archduke looked at her and told her to leave Maya's body immediately. Maya was very surprised because she saw a bright light. The Empress looked at him and asked what he intended to do. She asked if he was going to remove her with the aura of his sword. She said that he could even wound part of her soul and drive her out of this body. This was a very good opportunity for him, since he did not love her. She knew that, of course, both she and the real owner of the body would feel the pain. She looked at him and said that he had better know whether this girl's body could withstand it. The Empress looked at him and said she would speak plainly. She said she agreed with the people and he should marry Arabella again. The Archduke looked at the Empress and told her that this would mean that the crown princess would lose her honor. The Empress said she knew that. The Archduke said the girl would be unhappy. The Empress said they needed to win the public's trust, so it didn't matter whether she was happy or not. The Empress looked at him and said that, nevertheless, Arabella's concern meant that they had not broken up because of a bad relationship. She asked in that case whether Arabella's happiness did not depend on him. The Empress wanted to conclude a verbal agreement now. She looked at him and said that in exchange for breaking the contract, he was risking his life. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand what they were talking about. The Empress looked at him and said that it didn't matter that he had broken off the engagement. She would generously forgive him. She looked at him and said that it wasn't really that bad, so he needed to decide quickly. Mia was shocked. She didn't understand how the Empress could threaten the gentleman. She knew he would never agree. He looked at her and said he agreed. Moments later, the Archduke said firmly that he agreed to all the conditions. Mata was shocked and did not understand why the gentleman needed all this. She knew that there was no need to interfere in the Empress's childish quarrels. A few minutes later, Menta found herself at the table. She was shocked and did not understand what had happened. The Empress looked at the girl and said she would like to talk to her. The Empress looked at her and told her not to think that it was her fault, because that was not the case at all. She said that this was the fate of the Archduke. She said that a man with such power as the Archduke could not live peacefully. Because of this power, many wanted to use him for their own purposes. She said that many families and people had been killed by this power. She said that the war was not over yet. The capture and uprisings of war orphans like him would not change anything. In any case, he needed to stick with the Empress in order to gain even more power against their common enemies. The Empress said with a smile on her face that Maya shouldn't think it was all her fault. She said that Maya had simply become a means by which she could get to the Archduke. Mata looked at the Empress in confusion. Mata said that the Empress herself had said earlier that Lord Julius was very young. Mata knew that the fate of people who possess power and authority is very complicated, and these people take it for granted from childhood. But it was obvious that Lord Julius did not want this. Mint remembered how he had said that he did not want to get involved in this dirty and unnecessary struggle for power. Mint remembered the cold expression on his face when he said he agreed. Mint looked at the Empress and said that the gentleman was a very kind man who valued the life of a child like her. She looked intently at the Empress and said that if the Lord did not want to get involved in the fight, she should not force him and use the word fate. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that they needed to finish the contract as soon as possible. The Empress looked at the rod and said that Mint was still crying and begging him to save her, and they needed to finish the contract quickly so that he could help her. Mata was furious. She yelled at Julia not to believe that she was crying. He looked at the Empress in surprise. A moment later, he quietly told her to say the right words. Mata was very angry with herself. She was very upset that she couldn't get rid of the sound she heard. Mint thought it would be better if she just died. She knew that if she could save the Lord at the cost of her own life, she would do so. Mint was asked if she thought her life was worth it. Mint quietly said no. Mint said that it just meant she had to save him at any cost. She knew she would regret her earlier actions, so she wanted to save the master. Mint shouted furiously at the Empress to leave her body. The Empress was shocked. She didn't understand what was happening. How was this possible? People were shocked. They ran and screamed that a monster was attacking them. She knew she was a monster, not a human. But she also knew that all she needed was the strength to save her master. Mint knew she could protect her master. The Empress was in shock as she found herself in darkness. The Empress did not understand what was happening and was very frightened and shocked. Mint couldn't move her fingers, but she was very happy that she had finally been able to regain her body. The Archduke looked at her in surprise. Mint felt that the Empress was still inside her body. She did not know what had happened, but she knew that this was her only chance to expel the Empress. The Empress was in shock. She didn't understand how this could have happened. The Archduke looked at Menta with fear and surprise. A moment later, he called her. Menta realized that the Empress was gone, but she was in great pain. She fell onto the bed, and the bed was covered in blood. Julia shouted at the knight to call the butler immediately. Mia was losing her mind. She didn't know if death awaited her. Mint was very confused because she was in pain. She knew that before she died, she had to thank her master for the delicious cocoa that helped her sleep well. Mint heard an incomprehensible voice. She did not understand why she could hear it, since she was supposed to die. She heard a voice saying that as long as she was alive, it would cover her ears and eyes so that she would never see the light. Mint was furious, and she screamed at the voice to leave her head. Mint opened her eyes slightly. She saw a man who was shouting at her. A moment later, she saw the butler. He was staring at her intently and fearfully and calling her name. The butler looked at her and said that she seemed to be fine. Mint looked at him in confusion and said she was fine. A moment later, she touched her tongue. Menta thought it had been torn off by a bite that was too strong, but now she could see that it was fine. Mint realized that she had fainted from the intense pain. The butler looked at her and said that he wanted to say that when the Archduke first brought her, he was very worried. But despite her shyness, she tried very hard to work diligently in everything, and she did quite well. He looked at her and said that, considering all this, he would serve her sincerely as the family butler. The butler stood up from his chair and shouted that he would try very hard and protect her until his death. Maya was shocked and did not understand why he was behaving this way. Roel said that she shouldn't apologize for making him angry. He looked at her and asked if he really needed to show her how to value herself. Maya said puzzledly that there was no need for that and that it was really her fault. Roel looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Maya said, puzzled, that she had summoned the Empress. She said she had taken the letter that was in the door crack. She didn't tell anyone about it because she thought it was written by her friend. Mint read the letter, and then the Empress appeared. With a trembling voice, she said again that she had summoned the Empress and that it was all her fault. Mint said that Kyrian and Carmine had been taking good care of her. She said that because of her, the master was in danger. Mint apologized for this. The butler said that summoning the Empress was just an accident. But Mint knew that wasn't true. The butler gently told Maya that he was angry that she was apologizing. He said that it wasn't her fault that she couldn't stop the wicked Empress who had conquered the continent. He said he didn't think it was her fault, as she had simply been caught up in an adult quarrel. Mint said that she had bitten her tongue and lost consciousness. Therefore, she apologized to him for making him worry. He looked at her and said that she hadn't just bitten her tongue, she had cut it off. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Roel said that he could not even imagine what would have happened if he had arrived a little later. He said that she had been healed with magic and her tongue had been reattached. The young lady was surprised. She had heard that only magicians used healing magic, but she thought she had heard that magicians were not allowed to leave the temple. Mint thought that Mr. Julius had probably kidnapped the mage because of her. Mint looked at the butler and asked where the Lord was. The butler looked at her and said that the Lord had gone to the Empress for an audience. The butler said that he did not want to avoid the meeting, but there was no other choice. The Archduke arrived at the Empress's audience. The Archduke kicked the door down with all his might. The knight told the Empress in a trembling voice that the Archduke had arrived. The Empress looked at him and said that she was very glad to see him, but it would have been better if he had left the door intact. She said that the door was made of oak wood, a gift from the elves as a sign of friendship about 500 years ago. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said that she had many nicknames. He looked at her and asked what had happened to her last night. He said that she had run away, fearing the pain of having her tongue cut out. The Archduke said with a smirk that it was amusing to watch such a spectacle. The Empress looked at him and said with a smirk that she was glad she had amused the Archduke, who loved to make children cry. The Empress said that it was all natural, and that the older she got, the more she feared pain. The Empress said with a smirk that together they had destroyed the national treasure of the Kingdom of Capleton. The Archduke, in a fit of rage, destroyed the stone chair. He angrily told the Empress that she had crossed the line. The Empress smiled and said that she understood everything, but that they had moved on to a new level. The Archduke said that he could see she had a lot of free time if she was joking around. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that it seemed he was not going to kill her. This meant that the girl was still alive. She said with a smirk that the Archduke's mage must have saved her. The Empress said that the mages of Tamara's temple could not use their powers outside the temple. This was what they had agreed upon to maintain the balance of their powers. But it seemed that he had broken the balance. The Empress said she thought he would have big problems with the temple. Julius looked at her and asked if this was what she wanted. The Empress said it was. She said that if they strengthened their relationship and he worked with her, she would have a chance to win with his help. The Empress looked at him and said that he seemed to have definitely used the magician. So it turned out that the rumors were true that he loved little children. The Archduke looked at the Empress angrily and asked what she had to lose. The Empress smiled sweetly at the Archduke. A moment later, she said with a smirk that she didn't want to lose anything. A knight entered the room and said that the Archduke had already returned to the estate and would like to see her. Maya said she would go to him right away. Earlier, Roel had told her not to blame herself, as she had simply been drawn into an adult quarrel. Although Roel had said this, Maya remembered her conversation with the gentleman. She remembered the words he had said to her after saving her from slavery. Mata sat and basked in the sun, lost in thought, thinking about everything that was happening. Mint didn't know if the light had always been as bright as it was now. The Archduke looked at Maya with surprise and intensity. A moment later, he said that she shouldn't have come to him as he was going to come to her room himself. Mint wanted to apologize to him, but the gentleman told her to say, "Ah." Mint was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. The Archduke came closer to her and opened her mouth because he wanted to look at her tongue. Mint said puzzledly that her tongue was fine. She knew that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry about her. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was very good that she was feeling much better. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she knew that tongues are not cut out, even when people are tortured. He said that the tongue is very sensitive and people can go into shock. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if it weren't for the magician's help, she might have died before his eyes. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such words from the gentleman. She did not know that it was so serious. The Archduke told her to sit down first, as there were cookies and she could eat. Menta looked at the Archduke in confusion and apologized to him. The Archduke looked at her and asked why she was apologizing. Maya said that she shouldn't have read the letter and accidentally summoned the Empress. Mint didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to talk about it. She said that she had read the spell and the Empress had come out. Mint said that because of her, the gentleman had also been drawn into this. Everyone stared at her intently. Maya was a little confused and found it difficult to speak. She didn't want to talk about this at all, but wanted to say something else. In fact, she wanted to apologize to the master. Mata remembered how the gentleman had said that he would definitely save his man, wherever he was. A moment later, Menta timidly looked at the Archduke. A moment later, she apologized to him for not trusting him. She said she thought she had put him in danger. The Archduke looked at her and said that he would not just sit and wait. The Duke said that a verbal agreement is made with magic, and to bring it to life, the Empress had to come with her body. And at that very moment, her connection with Mint would weaken. He said he had been waiting for this moment to pull the Empress out of Mint's body. The Archduke said that if the Empress had failed this time, she would have tried again. He said that, on the contrary, it was fortunate that it had ended this way. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that even if he had made a deal with her, it would have been his choice alone. The Archduke came closer to her and asked how he could not trust her. He remembered the past. Mint looked at him and said that it wasn't his fault at all, and that she just wanted to help him. Mint thought she could be useful to at least someone. She looked at him and said that she was just useless. Mint said that this time she had not helped, but only hindered. She said that she could not assess the situation, but simply wanted to be recognized. She was ready to risk her life for the gentleman's life. And in the end, she did something rash. Mint looked at the Lord and said that she wanted to be useful to him, and he was not to blame for that. The Archduke looked at her and said that he did not expect anything like that from her. He told her not to forget that he had chosen her, not the other way around. The Archduke looked intently at her hands. He looked at her and said that no matter what she was like, he did not want her to die. He said that it did not matter to him whether she was cool or not. He said that he would never be disappointed in her. Mia was surprised and did not understand why he was saying this. He looked at her and said that she wanted to stay here, and he accepted her. He said that was enough and there was no need to look for a reason anymore. The Archduke said that if she wanted to hear his opinion, he would like her to stay alive. Mata remembered someone telling her that she had to live. Mata didn't know if she had the right to stay alive. She couldn't stop her tears. They flowed like a river. The Archduke was surprised. He had not expected such behavior from her. The butler looked at the Archduke and gestured for him to put his hand on her shoulder. The Archduke embraced the young girl. The Archduke looked at her and said that until she found faith in herself, he would give her that right. The Archduke gently told her to live. Menta thanked him. She didn't know how many times she would have to hear that everything was all right before everything really would be all right. With a trembling voice, Menta told the Archduke that she loved him. After she said those words, she felt lighter in her heart. She felt very warm. A few hours earlier, the Archduke was showing off his power and strength. The Empress looked at him and told him to stop. The Archduke had no intention of stopping. The Empress looked at them and told her shadow to stop. He looked at the Archduke and said that the Archduke was behaving rudely in front of the Emperor. The Archduke said that he could see that he was serving the Emperor well. The Empress looked at Rurik and told him to lower his sword. She looked at them and said that they were both masters of the aura. She told them not to fight in such a place. She asked them if they really wanted to destroy her palace. The Empress apologized to the Archduke and asked where they had left off. The Empress said that the Archduke had previously said that Cretan's rights to extract Spirit Stone had been revoked. She said she would not accept compensation for the termination. The Archduke had previously told her angrily that if she did not apologize properly, the Elkadonia family would become an independent principality and declare war on the royal family. The Archduke, in turn, stared intently and silently at the Empress. The Empress looked at him and said she had no intention of fighting him. She said she did not want to lose a warrior like him. The Archduke looked at her and said that she should return the pain that the young lady had experienced. In that case, he would accept her apology. The Archduke said that she had cut off her own tongue. He asked her if she understood what unbearable pain that was. The knight looked at the Empress and said that the Archduke had grown up to be rude and that it was his fault. The knight said he could bring the Archduke's head to the Empress. The Empress said that there was no need for that and that she was very glad that the Archduke had not caused a disturbance in her castle. Rurik was shocked. He did not understand how the Archduke dared to behave this way. The Empress smiled and asked him to be quiet. The Empress looked at the knight and said with a smirk that even if he was angry now and started a war, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. She said she would give him what he so desired. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said that Beta would not touch Mint again because next time he would not forgive her. The Empress said that it hurt her so much that she even shed a tear. She said that it would be very good if the Archduke were as kind as his teacher. She said that even if he behaved like this, they couldn't let him go anyway. The Empress remembered the Archduke saying that she had run away because she was afraid of the pain of having her tongue cut out. But the Empress knew that this was not the reason for her fear. The Empress was driven by something greater, the fear of being eaten, devoured. The Empress realized that the girl was no ordinary orphan left behind after the war. The Empress looked at the knight and said curtly that they needed to find out more about the girl. The knight looked at the maid and told the Archduke that she was the maid who had taken the letter to Mint's room. She tried to do so without being seen by anyone. The knight said that she was obsessed with this idea. The Archduke looked at the maid and said that it was the Empress's magic. The recipe said that immediately after delivering the letter, the maid lost her memory and was found unconscious in the stable. Mint was shocked. The Archduke said he felt very sorry for the maid, but since she had harmed their family, he couldn't just let it go. The knight said they could pay her wages and send her home. They also needed to write a letter of recommendation. Mint was surprised because she didn't expect the maid to be fired. The Archduke looked at Maya and asked if she really thought she would be fired because of her. Maya said she didn't think so at all. A moment later, she said that it was the Empress who was to blame for everything. Julius looked at the little girl and said that it was true and that it was not her fault. Mint was relieved, as she had initially thought that it was all her fault. The Archduke said that she had a habit of blaming herself for everything, but she would slowly learn to stop doing that. The Archduke said that if she took all the blame upon herself, she wouldn't need to argue with others. He said that it consumed less energy because she only paid attention to herself. But in the end, such people usually start to think that they simply need to disappear so that there are no problems. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. He looked at her and said that the more she sees, learns, and thinks, the more the world will become hers. He knew that then she would be able to gain confidence in herself. Mint looked at him intently. She had a very strange feeling. The man returned to the house. He looked at the young girl and said with a smirk that it was very cold outside and that alcohol would be just the thing. The man quickly approached the young girl and grabbed her by her clothes. Maya was very frightened. The man looked at the girl with contempt and asked why she always appeared in front of him when he was in a good mood. Maya asked him for forgiveness in a trembling voice. The man grunted angrily and pushed the girl away. He told her to get out of his sight. Mint knocked on the door insistently and begged the man for forgiveness. Mint frantically begged him to open the door. While Mint knocked on the door and asked the man to open it, the man, drunk, slept at the table. Mint was in shock. She realized she had been abandoned. She cried very hard because she was cold. Mint didn't know where to go or what to do. A moment later, Mint heard a strange noise. She turned around and saw a kitten. Maya approached the kitten and saw that it was shivering from the cold. The kitten was trembling with fear and meowing. Mint looked at the kitten and realized that it had also been abandoned. When she looked at the kitten shivering from the cold, she told it to come to her, hoping that it would get warmer when she hugged it. Mint knew that at least it would not leave this world alone. Suddenly, a man approached the young girl. He looked at her and asked why she was sitting there. Mint wanted to say that it was because she was useless, but she remained silent. The man looked at her again and asked why she was sitting there. It turned out that God had sent her not an angel, but a demon. The man looked at the kitten and then asked why she was hugging a dead kitten. She was shocked. She hadn't expected the kitten to die, but she realized that she would probably be next. The man looked at the girl and told her not to despair because God had not abandoned her. He said that faith always exists as long as it glows in people's hearts. The man smiled and said that their God would never abandon them. A moment later, the kitten came back to life and purred happily. Mint opened her eyes, puzzled. She was a little surprised, as she had had a strange dream for such a long time. She realized that it was all because it was snowing and she couldn't sleep. Mint was a little puzzled because everything hurt. She realized that she needed to warm up a little by the fireplace. Mint was very surprised. She wondered if she had wet the bed at her age. Looking under the blanket, she saw blood. Mint was very frightened and started screaming. The maid was shocked when she heard her mistress scream. The maid looked at the young mistress and said that she congratulated her on her first period. Mint was puzzled and very frightened. She did not understand what she was being congratulated for. The maid looked at her and said that such an event should be celebrated. Usually they come earlier, but if the body is not healthy, they can be late. She said that it was very nice to know that Menta had recovered to some extent. Mint looked at the bed in confusion and said that since she had started bleeding, it would most likely be the same as with baby teeth, a once-in-a-lifetime event. The maid smiled and asked what Menta was talking about. The maid said that from now on, they would come every month. Menta was shocked by what she heard. The maid said she would clean everything up and explain everything to Menta. After the maid told Maya everything, Maya was very confused and shocked by what she had heard. She realized that this meant she had become an adult and was now capable of bearing children. The more Maya thought about it, the more shocked she became. Maya was in shock because she realized that she would have to lie in that position for several days. Her back hurt very badly. The maid came to her mistress and said that she had brought her some medicine that worked in different ways. She suggested that her mistress try the simplest one first. Mint was shocked because the medicine had no effect. Min understood that she needed to wait a little while for it to take effect, but she didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling. Mint remembered that the maid had told her that on days like this, she would have different moods. The maid told her mistress not to pay attention to these thoughts. She thought that if she were with the director of the orphanage right now, she would be able to bite his hand off. Mint slowly fell asleep. The Archduke looked at the maid in surprise. She had said she needed a flower in the middle of winter, one that was medicinal. The Duke looked at the maid in surprise and asked how bad the girl's condition was. The maid smiled and said that was not the case, and on the contrary, she was much better. The maid looked at her master and said that she would like to congratulate the young lady on her recovery and give her flowers. The Archduke said that flowers would be quite difficult to obtain at this time of year and that they would need to ask a magician for help. The Archduke said that a man would soon arrive from the temple, and then they could ask for help. Suddenly, a knight entered and said that a man from the temple had arrived. The knight looked at the lord in confusion and said that he had come because the magician's rules had been broken last time. The Archduke, in turn, was very angry, as Mac had decided to come to their estate. He said furiously that if they had decided to sacrifice their lives, then their will must be carried out. Mint suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Mint woke up to a strange sound. The maid saw that her mistress had woken up and asked how she was feeling. Mint greeted the maid and said that she was feeling much better today. Mint looked at the maid and asked what the sound was. The maid looked at Mint in confusion and said that she had come because of that. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she must have been bored of being alone, so she brought her all kinds of delicacies. She also said that a guest had just arrived. The maid asked if she would mind eating in her room. Mint looked at the maid and said that it didn't really matter to her, but Menta was still surprised and asked the maid who had come and who had caused such a commotion. The man looked at everyone present and said with a smile that he was the Empress's representative. He said with a smile that he would be sure to convey everything that was said here to her. He looked at the Archduke with a smirk and said that she would probably be very happy. The man looked at the gentleman and asked if he was not right. The Archduke stared intently at the man who was getting drunk. The man looked at the Archduke and said that it was very good that the knives had been removed. He disliked the smell of iron. Mint looked at the maid and asked who this man was. Mint looked at the man and asked the maid if he really had a couple of lives in reserve. She asked the maid how the man was not afraid to speak so boldly about knights in front of the Archduke. The maid said that the man thought that since he had come to the Empress's place, he could behave very boldly. Mint knew that the estate was very strange. There were many distinguished people there. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she had heard that the man had come to the estate because of Maya's past treatment. The maid said that there was originally a rule prohibiting the use of magic outside the sanctuary. Maya was surprised. Mint realized that it was because of her that the Archduke had brought the magician to the estate. The Archduke looked at the man with contempt and asked him why he didn't cover his nose if the smell of iron annoyed him. The man, in turn, was furious. He did not understand why the Archduke was speaking to him so disrespectfully. The man said that a surge of magical energy had recently been detected in this place. He did not understand how the Archduke had used magic for his own purposes without the sanctuary's permission. The Archduke stared at him intently. The man was furious. He said that Julia did not need to lie to him, as it was pointless. Mint and the maid ran out into the street. In her haste, Mint shouted that it was all her fault. The Archduke was surprised. He did not expect to meet Mint at all. Mint, in turn, thanked the maid for helping her downstairs. The maid apologized to her master. She said that Mint wanted to say it herself. Mint looked at the Duke's father and said that the man had come because of her. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that she did not have to come down. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that since she wanted to speak, he would not stop her. Menta looked at the gentleman and smiled. A moment later, she thanked him. Mint looked at the man and greeted him. Mint looked at the man and introduced herself. She introduced herself with a smile and said that she was very pleased to meet him. The man looked at Mint and said with a smirk that he was glad to meet her. The man said he was the chief magician of the sanctuary, but today he had come to them as a representative of the Empress. The man said his name was Cart Shride. The man looked at the young lady and smiled, saying that she could just call him Carto. The Archduke came closer to them and said that he had to stop. The Archduke did not like the man being so close to Maya at all. The Archduke looked at the man and said that he had not given permission for this handshake. The man was surprised and said that he did not need permission at all. Cardo was furious and told the Archduke that he apparently did not understand his current situation. He said that he had come here to see a man who had recently broken the law. Cardo said that he would not be staying here with the paladin for long and hoped for respectful treatment. The Archduke looked at Cardo in confusion and said that this was exactly what he was doing. The Archduke looked at the man with fury and said that the fact that he had not slit their throats showed that he treated them with respect. The Archduke looked at the man and said that he should be alone, as no court dog would go to his estate. The Archduke looked at the man with contempt and said that he was giving him exactly 3 days, and that he had time to find what he was looking for. The Archduke looked askance at the man and said that if he had only one life left, he should obey him on his own territory. Mint was surprised and did not understand why the Archduke hated the sanctuary so much. She thought it was probably related to his past. The young knight looked at the lady and said that it was. The knight looked at the lady and said that he had heard that she had even greeted the man. He said that more than 10 years had passed, and it was not surprising that she knew nothing about it. Menta looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened. Mint was very surprised. She looked at the knight and asked if it was an attack, kidnapping, or hypnosis. The young knight looked at her and said that he was very sorry that she knew such terms. The knight said that it would be very good if it were one of the above. The knight said that it happened when the Archduke was about 10 years old. He said that the sanctuary had long had its eye on the mines with the spiritual stones, and it, like the emperor, was eager to get its hands on them. The father of the current Archduke refused them, and relations between them deteriorated significantly. But one day the sanctuary made an offer. They wanted to improve relations for the sake of their future, and to cement their hopes for a bright future in the forest of Clisti. But instead of magicians in the sanctuary, pagan mercenaries came. There was a terrible massacre between the current Archduke and the pagans. The knight said he did not know how the Archduke survived the massacre, but his entire family was killed. Mint remembered how the Archduke had said earlier that it was enough for him to experience the loss of his family once. The knight looked at the young lady and said that the forest was considered sacred and it was forbidden to enter it with weapons. Only the palace knights were allowed to enter it with weapons. Maya was surprised and asked if the people of the sanctuary had planned everything. The knight looked at the young lady in confusion and said that there was no point in looking for the culprit now, that they were simply unlucky and that there was no evidence left. Mia was very surprised, as she understood that the Duke, knowing this fact, did not draw his sword before him. She was surprised and said that the Archduke was simply a wonderful person and considered him an angel. The knight looked at the lady and said that he was also surprised by this. Mint said to the knight in confusion that if she had known about this, she would never have greeted him. She was furious and said that she had acted very foolishly. The knight smiled and said that he was also surprised. But a moment later, he said that, on reflection, it was very good that she had greeted him. Mint remembered how she had introduced herself to the man. Recipe said that, to her enemies, her introduction sounded threatening, and the fact that there was now another person in the family also sounded frightening. The knight smiled and said that it seemed like she wanted to say that they would never kneel before him, no matter how much he wanted them to. Mint smiled and said that she hoped he took it the way the knight said. The knight smiled and told Mint to look at it from another perspective. The knight was a little puzzled. He knew that if the Archduke wanted to expand his family, he would have to bring home a wife. Mint understood that there was no point in bringing a foster daughter to the estate. She understood that it was foolish of her. The knight knew that there was a small age difference between them. He thought that she was more like a sister than a daughter, but in general, he knew that they were a family. He looked at Mint and asked if she would like something sweet. Mint said she wouldn't mind some hot chocolate. Mint was a little confused as she remembered that day. She thought that maybe she shouldn't have met him after all. She was also puzzled by the fact that her back hurt because of her period. The man saw the young lady and said with a smile that he was pleased to see her again. Mint knew she needed to control her emotions. She looked at the man and greeted him. He looked at her and said that she seemed to be favorably disposed toward him that morning. He looked at her and said that he thought she was in pain somewhere. He asked her if she wanted him to heal her. He also asked her with a smile if she wanted him to show her a magic trick. Mint was puzzled and said that magic could not be used outside the sanctuary. The man smiled and said that all she needed was his permission. The man smiled and said that only wise people like him could decide such matters. Mint was furious as she realized that he himself had forbidden the use of magic, yet he was using it outside the sanctuary. The man looked at her and asked if she wanted to see some magic. Mint said puzzledly that she would like to see absolutely everything. Mint looked at him and said angrily that she would like to see magic that would make him disappear from this house. She wanted to see it because he annoyed her so much. Mint thought maybe she had gone too far, but she realized that these people had hurt the master and she hadn't said anything out of line. She knew she had no reason to be polite to them. The man looked at her and said with a smirk that she was ruder than he had imagined. He said with a smirk that even beautiful roses have thorns. Menta was furious because she realized that the man didn't respect her at all. She sincerely hated him. The man looked at her and said that he would now show her the magic of disappearance. He looked at her and said that if he disappeared, she would not understand whether it was magic or not. He invited her to join him. Mint was frightened. A knight approached them and held a sword to the man's throat. He looked at him threateningly and asked the ambassador what he was doing. Kamen looked at the man and said threateningly that he should not touch the lady under any circumstances. The ambassador looked intently at the young lady and said that it was very interesting, as he sensed something magical about her. Mint was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. The ambassador looked at the young lady and told her to give him her hand, as he needed to find out if she had magical powers. He shouted furiously that he had to find out whether she had abilities or not, as magical abilities were a gift from God. He said that if she had abilities, he had to take her to the sanctuary. The ambassador shouted that she must work in the sanctuary and express her gratitude to God for this power. Menta was confused. She did not understand what he was talking about, as she knew she had no magic. Kamen looked at the ambassador and said that he could see she did not want to. He told him to stay away from her. The knight warned the man that if even a single hair fell from the lady's head, he would cut off his own head. He was furious. He couldn't understand how an ordinary knight dared to raise his sword against him. The ambassador shouted that the inhabitants of this estate were very arrogant. The man shouted that he was an ambassador in a sanctuary of Kart Shreda and that he should be treated with respect. The knight looked at the ambassador and apologized. He said he was just the lady's bodyguard, and his name was Kamen Teord. Kamen smiled and said that he had simply forgotten to mention his name. He thanked the ambassador for reminding him. The ambassador was furious. He shouted angrily for the man to get out of the way. The ambassador struck the knight. The knight in turn looked at the man contemptuously and said that he would not fall. He said that he had witnessed him trying to use magic on the lady. The ambassador yelled that it was all because she herself had asked him to use magic. He also yelled that he needed to learn about the young lady's abilities. Mint decided to intervene and told the ambassador to stop. Mint looked at the ambassador and said that he was the one who started being rude and that there was no need to slander her bodyguard. Mint looked at the man and said angrily that she had no magic, and therefore she refused to be tested. Mint understood that she should not be alone with him. The man looked at the young lady and said that he had been rude to grab her first, so he apologized to her. Mint suddenly heard footsteps. A moment later, Mint realized who it was. Urion slowly approached his mistress. The ambassador looked at the young man and told him to come to him. The ambassador looked at the young man and said that he could see he was sweating a little. Urion looked at the man with incomprehension and said that he had just finished training. The ambassador angrily told the young man that he had not been given permission to speak. The man swung at the young man. Menta was shocked by everything that was happening. She did not understand what the man was doing. The young man looked at the man and apologized for the harm he had caused. He said that next time he would not dodge the blow. He looked at the man and said that he could hit him again. The ambassador was furious. He didn't understand why the boy was talking to him so arrogantly. Menta, in turn, shouted at the man to stop. Mint did not want her friend to suffer because of her. The ambassador looked at the young lady and told her to let him go. A moment later, the ambassador's actions left a scratch on the young lady's face. Everyone present was shocked. They rushed closer to the young lady and asked if she was all right. The ambassador was shocked because he realized that he had misjudged his strength. But a moment later, he calmed down because that was his goal. He wanted to improve relations, and that is why he sent him here. But they still treated him like a nobody. They broke the rules, and they did not take the sanctuary seriously. The ambassador knew that now Elkadonia would not be forgiven for what it had done. The man knew that they had to know their place. He stared intently at his hand, on which a blood-stained ring was visible. The man looked at everyone present with a contemptuous smirk. He knew that, of course, he was right. The Archduke approached him from behind and asked why the young lady was bleeding. The Archduke was very angry. The man looked at the Archduke and said that he had accidentally touched the young lady and was going to apologize right away. He said that as an apology, he would like to use healing magic, but the young lady refused. The Archduke was furious at what he heard. A moment later, he struck the man hard. The man flew into the wall at lightning speed. Mint was shocked by what was happening. She was used to being beaten, but for the first time she felt anger after the blow. Before, she would have apologized, but now she knew she didn't feel that urge. Still, the young lady understood that the Archduke was crossing all boundaries. Kamen looked at his master and asked him to calm down. He said that the man had come here on behalf of the emperor. The Archduke looked intently and threateningly at his knight and told him to shut his mouth. The man looked at the Archduke and said that he had seen that something magical emanated from Lady Mint as well. He looked at the Archduke and asked if he was deliberately hiding something. The man asked the Archduke if he realized what a commotion this would cause. But the Archduke, in turn, decided not to listen to the man and struck him again. The knight, in turn, shouted to the gentleman that the young lady was watching everything that was happening. The Archduke paused for a moment. The Archduke looked at the young lady and called her over. He approached her and told her to go to her room. The Archduke smiled gently and told her to go to her room and eat various delicacies with Urian. Julius looked at the young lady and said that he hoped the scratch would not leave a scar. The knight looked intently at the young lady, mentally asking her to reassure him. Menta, in turn, understood the knight very well. Menta looked at the duke and said that she was fine and that nothing hurt. Mint looked at the gentleman and said with a smile that even if a scar remained, it would be very good, as it would make her appear very strong. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. Mint tried her best to restrain the Archduke. Roel looked at the gentleman and asked what was going on. He did not understand why the ambassador was in such a state. The butler called the Archduke. The Archduke looked askance at the butler and asked what he wanted. The butler looked at his master and asked why he was still alive. The butler told his master that if he was worried about the young lady, he could go with her. With lightning speed, the butler took off his gloves and said that he would finish off the ambassador himself. The young lady was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler looked at the ambassador and asked why he was still alive. He said it was time to end this matter. Mint tried to calm the butler down. Mint looked at the butler and said that he should be left alone. The butler looked at Mint and asked if he should deal with the ambassador. Mint, in turn, asked him to stop. The man looked at everyone present and said that they were now declaring war. He said that he was here now in place of the Empress. The ambassador was furious. He did not understand how they dared to attack him. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really wanted war with the Empress. The Archduke looked at the man with fury and said that he did want war. The Archduke asked the ambassador if he had forgotten that he was good at war. The ambassador looked at the Archduke in horror. The Archduke, in turn, looked at the man with fury and horror and asked if he had not come to their estate to declare war. Julius said that he was grateful to the man. The man was terrified because he knew that the Archduke had broken off his engagement to the princess and brought back an orphan after the war. He thought that the Archduke had decided to relax and enjoy his life. The man realized that the Archduke was simply waiting for a chance to be the first to declare war. Julius looked at the man and said that he thought he knew everything about him, having watched him since childhood. But he had overlooked something. The Archduke said that he remembered their betrayal 10 years ago in the forest. The Archduke looked at the ambassador and asked if he had already forgotten who had survived. Julius looked at the ambassador with contempt and said that if he seemed to have forgotten who he was, he would remind him once again. Julius told the ambassador that if he had come to challenge him, he could do so. He said that the man had probably thought about this before attacking his territory. The ambassador was shocked, as he had come to the estate to show off the power of the sanctuary. He had no intention of starting a war with the Archduke. The ambassador was perplexed. He did not understand why he had decided that the Archduke, who was insane, would listen to him. Mint asked the butler in a trembling voice if they were really fighting over her. The butler looked at the men and told his mistress that she should not worry, as the Archduke had always been ready for war with the sanctuary. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really thought it would be so easy to kill him. The ambassador directed his power at the Archduke. The Archduke, in turn, was furious. He looked at the man and asked why he had decided to poke him. The Archduke deflected all blows with lightning speed. The ambassador struck blow after blow, but the Archduke deflected them all. Mint was shocked. She couldn't understand how the gentleman was able to fend off such an attack. Mia was puzzled when she noticed something flying toward her. The butler, in turn, quickly stood in front of the young lady and blocked the blow. Mia was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler glanced sideways at the young lady and said that the Archduke knew he was now close to her. But unfortunately, he was very unrestrained at the moment. The butler said that now it was necessary to reveal the full barrier. The young lady looked at the butler in surprise and asked if he had been a magician all this time. The butler looked at the lady and calmly said that he was a magician. Menta was very surprised, as she did not know that he had powers. Mint looked at him and said that it turned out he had been with her after the Empress left. Mata said that she now realized that he had healed her tongue. Roel looked at her and smiled, saying that it was him. Mata admired the young man. Mia looked at her friend and said that Roel turned out to be a magician. Urian looked at the young lady and said that he knew this, as Roel Iris was known as an outstanding mage. Mint was shocked because she didn't know he was an outstanding mage. Common looked at the young lady and said that it seemed she did not know that Roel was a magician. Maya was shocked and said that, of course, she did not know. Urian looked at the young lady and said that everyone in this house knew about it, and he thought she knew about it too. The butler looked intently at the young lady and said that it turned out she was unaware. Maya smiled and said admiringly that he was apparently a very famous magician. Common smiled and said that he was very modest. Now Mint understood why everyone treated him with such respect. The knight approached his mistress and said that he had no idea she didn't know about it. He smiled and asked her not to be upset about it. She smiled gently and said that it was no big deal, but rather a very good thing. Mint was a little puzzled because she had lived in the orphanage all her life and knew nothing about life outside. She didn't even know who the Alcadonia family were. Mint looked at the butler and said that they couldn't just stand there and watch everything that was happening. The butler was shocked, as he had no intention of doing anything. Mint said that they needed to help the master, since they were still fighting. The butler looked at the young lady and said that she shouldn't worry about the master. Common said puzzledly that he was worried that the Archduke would accidentally kill the ambassador. Maya watched the fight intently. Common said that if the Archduke killed the ambassador, they would not be able to avoid war with the sanctuary. Maya said puzzledly that it had become quiet. Urian said that it seemed to be so. The young man looked at the Archduke and said that it seemed to be over. Julius approached them and said that he was done with the ambassador. Mint was shocked. Roel, in turn, slowly lowered the protective barrier. A moment later, when Roel lowered the barrier, Maya sneezed. There was terrible dust in the corridor. The Duke threw the ambassador to the ground and said contemptuously that he was still breathing. The Archduke thought he should kill the ambassador right there. The Archduke, in turn, wondered aloud whether to kill him or let him live. Mint was very frightened and trembling with fear. She understood that if he killed him now, it would start a war. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he had just scolded him a little, so she shouldn't worry about it. Julius said that he had wounded her and he couldn't leave it alone. The young lady looked at him and thanked him, puzzled. Julius, in turn, looked intently at the young lady and told the butler to heal her wound. The butler looked at the young lady and said that there would be a very bright light, so she'd better close her eyes. Mint obediently followed his orders. Mint remembered the last time, when he had also treated her. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he was finished and she could open her eyes. He looked at her and asked if anything else hurt. Menta looked at the butler and said that nothing else hurt, and she thanked him for his help with a smile. She noticed that he had very beautiful eyes. The butler smiled and said that his eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Menta was puzzled and asked if she had said that out loud. The butler smiled and said that she hadn't, but he understood everything from the expression on her face. Kamen looked intently at the ambassador and asked what they were going to do with him now. The Archduke looked intently at the man and said to gather all his belongings and send him back. Mint tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. She didn't know if everything would be all right when the ambassador returned to the capital. She wondered how this could possibly end well. She remembered that the gentleman had gone on with his business, muttering that he had wasted his time on the ambassador. Mint thought she should go to the gentleman and talk to him, but she thought he would probably stay out late into the night. She knew that if she talked to him, she would feel much calmer. That night, a young lady arrived at the estate. The young lady stared intently at the estate. She looked at the estate with a smirk and said that she had not been to Elkadonia for a long time. Mint, accompanied by a knight, walked slowly down the corridor. Rusev looked at the young lady and told her to go inside while he waited for her outside. Menta looked at the knight and thanked him. The knight smiled and said there was no need to thank him. Mint entered the office and called out to the gentleman. The Archduke looked at the young lady in bewilderment. A moment later, he asked her if something had happened. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she was having trouble sleeping. Mint looked at him and said she couldn't sleep. Mint was surprised because he was actually feeling ill, as could be seen from the stack of papers. Yuli looked at Maya and asked if he should tell the servants to bring her some warm milk. Maya looked at him and said that there was no need. Julius looked at Mint, wanting to lift her up and sit her down on a chair. But suddenly he remembered the maid who had told him that he was very protective of her and thought she was little. A moment later, he realized his mistake and told her to sit down. Mint looked at her master and, puzzled, said that she hoped there would be no war between them and the sanctuary. He said quietly that the war would begin. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Julius said that someday in the future, war would begin, but not now. He said that she didn't need to worry about it, as it wasn't because of her. She was shocked. She didn't understand how she could not worry about it. Julius realized that the young lady couldn't sleep because she was worried. She looked at him and said she didn't want them to fight. Mata looked at him and said she didn't want him to get hurt. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that she didn't want to see him like this at all. Yuli looked at her and said that there would be no war, and that he had warned them about it today. Yuli said that they had always interfered in family affairs, and today he had tried to make this clear to them. Yuli said that he had warned them not to open their mouths and to live quietly. Mata looked at him in surprise and was a little stunned. It turned out that even if she continued talking about this topic, Mr. Yuli's mood would only worsen. She understood that she needed to change the subject. Maya looked at him and said that the ambassador had said something crazy. They say that she has some kind of magic. Yuli looked at her and said that he knew nothing about it. Maya was surprised. She hoped that she had some kind of power. Yuli said that such energy is often found in people. It depends on how much magical power a person has. Yuli said that the magnitude of this power determines whether he is dangerous or not, and this is decided by the sanctuary. Menta was surprised. Now she understood what it meant. Yuli said that if she wanted to know more about it, he would tell Roel about it. Yuli said, somewhat puzzled, that he would not rush into it. Maya looked at him in surprise. Mint looked intently at the gentleman and thought that he thought she would be upset about it. If she had no power. Mint looked at him and said that it wasn't that she was very interested. She just wanted to know more about it. Since the topic had come up, the Archduke looked at her puzzled and said that she had made the right decision. A moment later, he said that everything would come in its own time. Mint looked intently at the gentleman, noticing that he was very kindly concerned that she might be disappointed in herself. Mint stared intently at the gentleman. She knew she couldn't have any magic. She knew that, in principle, when Mr. Julius was near her, she didn't need any magic. The butler came into his master's office and said hurriedly that the princess had arrived. The Archduke looked at the butler and asked if the princess had come alone or with someone. The butler said that the princess had come alone and without guards. Menta was surprised, as she noticed that it was very late and not the right time for a visit from the princess. A moment later, Maya realized that it was the Empress's daughter. Maya was puzzled. She did not know if the princess could do anything for the lord. Julius looked at the butler and told him to invite the princess into the study and bring tea from Agilia. The butler was surprised and said that the master did not like this tea. Julius said that it was not for him. Yuli looked at the butler and said that the princess liked that tea. Roel said he would bring it right away. Yuli looked at him and said he didn't need to bring the tea. Mint looked at the master and said that it was probably time for her to return to her room. Yuri said that it would be better that way. Mint understood that it would be better and that she didn't need to be here. But for some reason, she didn't want to go back to her room at all. Mint was surprised that the gentleman knew what kind of tea the princess preferred. She knew that they had been close, even though their engagement had been broken off. She wanted to see who the gentleman's ex-girlfriend was. Mint and Yuli heard the princess's voice saying that she was entering the office. Crown Princess Arabella Cardia Hismark entered the study. The Archduke greeted the princess. Menta was surprised by the princess's beauty. To Maya, the princess seemed like a moon goddess. The princess smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Mint was shocked because she noticed that the princess's voice was enchanting. She thought it was probably similar to the voices of the main characters in novels. Yuli looked at Maya and asked why she hadn't greeted the princess. Maya looked at him in surprise. Quick as lightning, Mint bowed and apologized to the princess for her rudeness. The princess smiled and said that Mint shouldn't blame herself so much. The princess looked at the young lady and asked who she was. Mint said in a trembling voice that she was Mint Elkadonia. She also said that it was a great honor for her to meet the princess. A moment later, Maya greeted the princess according to all the rules of etiquette. She said with a smile that she was immensely happy to meet her for the first time. The princess looked at the young lady and said that it was a very pleasant greeting. A moment later, the princess told Mint to lift her face. Mint noticed that the princess was very different from the empress. The princess was not scary at all and was very cool. She was even very charismatic when she sat down. The Archduke looked at the princess and asked what business she had come to see them about. The Archduke said he didn't want to beat around the bush. The princess looked at him and said with a smile that he was impatient as always. And she, as always, couldn't gather her thoughts. Minta stared intently at the young people. A moment later, Maya remembered that she needed to return to her room. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her to sit next to him. Mint was surprised, as she had been thinking of leaving their company. The Archduke looked intently at the princess and asked her why she had come to the estate. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that it was very rude of him to talk about business right away without even offering her tea. At that moment, the butler entered and said that he had brought tea. The princess smiled and said that it was her favorite tea, and it seemed that he remembered that. Mint glanced sideways at the Archduke. She was curious to know what his favorite tea was. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that if she had drunk her tea, she should talk about business. The princess smiled and told the Archduke not to rush her. Mint was confused. She noticed that these two were very well suited to each other. The princess looked at Mr. Julius and said that he was very funny, and she also asked how long he had been treating her with such respect. The princess said that she thought he only knew how to say shut up or go away. She looked at the Archduke and asked if he was being so nice because of the young lady. She smiled and said that she was very pleased. The Archduke told the princess not to talk such nonsense. The princess said she would laugh, but they needed to get down to business. She said she had come to settle the conflict between them and the sanctuary, and she hoped he didn't mind. Mint was shocked. Mint noticed that the princess had just called Mr. Yule. He looked at the princess and asked if she could explain everything in detail. Mint realized that now was not the time to think about such things. She wanted to focus on the conversation. But still, Mint was very jealous of the princess. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she had come to the estate for reconciliation. She said that the sanctuary did not know what to do, so in the end, it decided to come to the palace. She said that she really hoped for his nobility. The Archduke looked at her and said he would listen to her. Mint looked intently at the princess, as she also wanted to call the Archduke princess. Mint was shocked, as she had been thinking about something else entirely. She knew she needed to focus and calm down. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that he probably knew how shocked everyone was by the appearance of the chief magician, whom he had sent to the sanctuary in a terrible state. The princess said that the image of the sanctuary had been ruined. If this was not stopped, they would begin to get angry. Julius looked at the young princess and said that he did not care. The princess said that the empress knew he would respond this way, which is why she sent her here. The princess said with a smirk that he was acting as the empress had instructed. The Archduke said he had no intention of dancing to her tune. Since his original plan was to wage war against the sanctuary, Mint understood why the empress had sent the princess, as they had been close in the past. The princess looked at him and said that in that case, she would voice the sanctuary's conditions. The princess said that they had asked him to make an official statement that he was sorry for what had happened. The princess said that they promised not to touch Roll with his magical abilities anymore, no matter what he did. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she had heard that another magician would soon appear in their family. The princess smiled and said, puzzled, that she hadn't understood what they were talking about at the time. But now she realized that they were talking about Miss Mint. Mint looked at the princess in confusion and said that wasn't the case at all. Mint said she thought there had been some kind of misunderstanding. The princess looked at the Archduke but also looked thoughtfully at the princess and asked if it was true or not. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that they would try to accommodate him. She said that he wanted them not to interfere in his affairs. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that he understood her. The princess looked at the Archduke and thanked him for his positive response. She smiled and said that he had been extremely kind today. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was his former fiancée. She did not understand how the empress could have sent her here. The princess asked the Archduke if he agreed with her. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that just in case, he was warning her that he was not going to revisit the subject. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she knew he liked cute little girls. So she just decided to give up. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that she shouldn't say anything that could cause misunderstanding. The princess looked at the young lady and said that he was very calm around her now. But when they were teenagers, he was completely different. Mint looked at the princess in surprise and asked what he was like. The princess said that there was not a single child left who had not been beaten by Julius. And when they turned 14, they went to the monster zone. There, the Archduke broke his sword and simply began to tear the monsters' necks with his bare hands. Mia was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. The princess looked at the young lady and said that this was why many people were surprised when a man like him decided to bring Mia home. The Archduke, puzzled, said that they were now discussing him as if he were not there. Mint looked at him and smiled, saying that she thought he was very cool and strong, even without a sword. She was delighted, looked at him, and said that he was very amazing. Mata looked at him and said that she also wanted to become as strong as him. The princess looked at the Archduke and asked if he had brought the young lady as his heir. The Archduke, in turn, said that this was not the case. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that there was one reason why he had brought her. Maya was waiting, as she wanted to hear the reason why she had come to the estate. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that he really wanted the young lady to continue living. And for this reason, he had brought her there. Menta was surprised, as she had not expected to hear such a thing. She thought she was very lucky. The princess looked intently at the young lady. She had heard that the young lady had lived in an orphanage where she was periodically beaten. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that she did not know he had such a human side. The princess now understood that anyone in his place would have done the same to the magician. The princess noticed that during the time they had not seen each other, he had become kinder. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if she was cold, as she was shivering. Mint smiled and said that everything was fine. The princess looked at them intently and thought that he had probably changed because of the young lady. The princess looked intently at the young lady and realized that it was very good that the Archduke had begun to change. But she still felt a little sorry that he had not changed because of her. The princess slowly left the estate. The archduke looked at the princess and told her not to go out at night unaccompanied, as it was very dangerous. She looked at the archduke and said that she was no longer his bride. She said that he was not going to protect her anyway, so he should not worry in vain. The princess looked at the archduke and apologized for the inconvenience she had caused on this late night. The archduke looked at his subordinate and told him to send several soldiers to guard the carriage. The subordinate said he would do everything. The princess slowly left the archduke's estate. Mint knew that although the princess looked very much like the empress, her aura was completely different. Mint was surprised because she noticed that the princess was very friendly towards her. Mint was very worried because the young princess was her master's former fiancé, but she was able to hear about her master's past. Because she knew almost nothing about him, she became very curious. Mint remembered how the gentleman told her that he would allow her to live until she began to believe in herself. Mint sincerely wanted to learn more about him. She didn't know if that meant she wanted to trust him. Urian sat and watched intently. Mint went outside and saw the beautiful estate. She was a little surprised as she was able to go outside after several days of snowfall. Mint went outside and saw her friend. The young man greeted his mistress. Mint looked at him and asked what he was doing. A moment later, Mint saw a little kitten. The young man said that he had found a lonely kitten. Mint looked at it sadly and said that it had probably been abandoned. The young man said that no one had come for the kitten, and he also thought that it had simply been thrown away. He said that it was missing one eye. Urian said that maybe the kitten had gotten separated from its mother. Maya looked at the little kitten and said that it looked healthy. Mint looked at the young man and said that it couldn't survive on its own in such cold weather. She smiled and said that someone had probably helped it. Mint looked at her friend and said that his clothes were covered in fur. The young man said puzzledly that it was very cold at night, so he took him in for the night. He also apologized for breaking the rules. Maya said puzzledly that he needed to be careful since he was going to become a knight after all. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would ask him to let her keep the kitten as a gift for her 16th birthday. She said she didn't want him to get in trouble. A moment later, Menta remembered the kitten she had tried to save. Mint looked at the little kitten and said that it deserved love and warmth. The young man looked at the young lady and said that because of him, she would lose the opportunity to receive a gift. Maya smiled and said that it was okay, as she was already used to it. She said that no one had ever wished her a happy birthday. Mint said that because of this, she would like to choose her first gift herself. She looked at him and asked if he understood now. Mint said that she was not a lady, but just an orphaned girl who had been brought to the estate. She said that life in the orphanage was not easy. Maya said that she was constantly being kicked out and fed dog food. Sometimes she even pulled up grass and ate it. She said that it was so cold that she even sat and hugged a stray cat. She looked at her friend and said that such stories were not to be boasted about, and she knew that. The young man looked at her and said that he would not tell anyone, as it was not right to reveal the mistress's secrets. Mint looked at him and smiled, saying that she felt it was necessary to tell him about it because she really wanted to be friends with him. She smiled and said that friends should trust each other. She looked at him and said that she was sure he had also suffered a lot, and that was why she wanted to open up to him. The young man was a little puzzled. Mint took her friend's hand. Mint looked at him and said with a warm smile that she wanted them to think only about a happy future. She knew that he would become a very good knight, and she would become a beautiful lady. She wanted to live happily. The maid looked at the young lady and said it was time for them to go. Menta glanced sideways at the maid and said she was coming. Roel and Maya slowly spun around in a dance. Roel looked intently at the young lady and told her how to move correctly. Mint stepped on the butler's foot several times. The butler looked at the young lady and told her to look up, as nobles and ladies do not dance with their heads down. Mint apologized to him, embarrassed. He looked at her and said she shouldn't be so upset about stepping on his foot. Maya said puzzledly that it hurt. Mint looked at the butler and said that it hadn't even been 5 minutes. How could she have stepped on his foot 5 times already when they were just rehearsing the dance? She said that if this continued, she would soon break his foot. Roel looked at her and said that she shouldn't pay attention to such a slight pressure from her dance partner and shouldn't be disappointed in herself right away. The butler said that everyone would consider it an honor to dance with her. She looked at him and said that she would definitely apologize because no one else would react the way he did. The butler looked at her and said that if she was tired, they could take a break. The young lady thanked him. The young lady said that she couldn't do it, and that made her even more nervous. And that's why she started dancing worse. Mint said that she felt like she was completely hopeless at dancing. Mint said that she would have to practice harder. The butler looked at her and said that no one gets it right the first time. The lady looked at him puzzled and said that she had been dancing for 6 months. The butler said that when she first came here, she was studying writing. He said that she studied very hard and didn't even go to bed. Roel said that she was now on the verge of her debut into society. The butler smiled and said that everyone knew how diligent and patient she was. He smiled and said that he believed in her and that she didn't need to give up, but only needed to see it through to the end. Mata said puzzledly that she understood everything, and even if she broke his leg 100 times, she would not allow the family name to be tarnished. Mata quietly said that she would try very hard. A moment later, Maya realized that she had gone too far with his leg. The butler looked at her and asked puzzledly if she was all right. He could see that she was a little irritated. She looked at him and apologized. The butler smiled and said that she had finally reached puberty. Mint looked at him, embarrassed and surprised, and asked what he was talking about. She looked at him and said that it was all because he was making her dance. She had been 18 for a long time and was not going through puberty now. The butler said that she had grown very slowly since childhood, so everyone had been waiting for this period. The young lady looked at him and asked if it would be better if it didn't happen at all. Roel looked at her and said that puberty comes to everyone sooner or later, and the most important thing is time. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that this period could still be forgiven, as she was still a child, but if it manifested itself later, it would not be easy for her. The butler looked at the young lady and said that she should rebel before her debut. She should be anxious, angry, and offended now. The young lady was shocked and said she would not do that. He looked at her and said that if that was not the case, then they needed to continue rehearsing the dance. The young lady obediently agreed. Mint knew that the butler had been watching over her since she arrived at the estate, but it seemed to her that lately he had begun to do so even more diligently. The maid approached the young lady and asked if she wanted to try on a dress. The young lady looked at the maid and asked how many more dresses she needed to try on. The maid smiled and said that the young lady had only tried on 7 dresses. Minty was cold and said that she had even excluded some, but there were still a lot. The maid said that she needed to try on 20 more. The young mistress was shocked and said that she would like to wear something from what she'd already tried on. The maid smiled and said that the young lady should shine at her debut. Mint was puzzled and said that clothes do not change a person's essence. The maid looked at the young lady and said that she should not underestimate herself. She said that the young lady was very beautiful. Carrion said that too much modesty can be poisonous, and you need to be more confident in yourself. Mint knew that everyone said she was modest, but she was only telling the truth. She noticed that she had grown taller, and the color of her hair, which everyone hated, remained the same. After she met Acela and they were kidnapped, she no longer saw the other girls. Maya was confused and didn't know if she was beautiful or not. The maid approached the young lady and asked if she had seen the manager. Maya was a little puzzled and asked what had happened. The man was furious, yelling at the knight to escort his daughter. He was furious because the knight refused to carry out his orders. The young man looked intently at the man and said that he should not shout like that. The man was furious. He said that he was not shouting at all. The man looked at the knight and said that the country fed him, so he had to fulfill his duties. Min approached her friend and called him. Urion, what is it, my lady? Mint looked at the man and introduced herself. And she also asked what business the man had with her knight. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke had not trained his knights well, as he had simply asked them to escort his daughter, and the knight had refused. Menta was puzzled and asked what he was talking about. Urion said that they had returned from the village, having finished their business there. The young lady looked intently at the young knight. Jurian said that the young lady had leaned on him. The young lady, in turn, said that she was feeling dizzy. The young lady glanced sideways at her father. The man looked intently at the knight and said that his daughter was very weak, so they needed to hurry home. The man looked at the young man and told him to escort his daughter home. The young man looked at the young lady and said that he had simply ignored them, but they had come here. Menta was a little puzzled, as her friend had met strange people again. As a child, Mint thought that the more people loved her friend, the better. But it wasn't friendly love. And now that she was older, she understood that. Mint looked intently at her friend. She was a little puzzled and did not understand how he had grown up so much. The man looked at the knight and said that since they had already talked, he would like the knight to escort his daughter. Urian looked at the young lady and said that he was just seeing them off. Mint looked at them and said that she was very glad that they liked their knights. She smiled and said that it was not surprising because their knights were the best, and she in turn would kindly provide them with the best escort. Mint looked at the knight and smiled as she told the man that the knight was renowned for his reliability, even among all the other knights. The knight smiled and looked at his lady. He said he would escort them to safety. Urian looked at Maya and apologized to her. Maya said puzzledly that he should stop apologizing, as it was not his fault. The young man looked at his young mistress and said that since this had happened more than once, it must be his fault. Mayada looked at him and said that this was not the case at all. Mada said that they were being reckless with Elkadonia, and it was all because of Lord Yul's absence. The Archduke stared intently into the distance and thought about the young lady. Urian looked at the young lady and said softly that the Archduke would surely return soon. Mint whispered quietly that she was sure of it. Urian said shyly that he would always be by her side. The people were very frightened. They screamed and ran as if monsters were attacking them. They shouted that they needed to ask the Archduke for help. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that he had to leave. He looked at her and said that he needed to deal with the monsters that had appeared in the maternity ward on their estate. He looked at her puzzled and said that he didn't know how long it would take, since they had to be completely exterminated. He looked at her and said that she didn't need to worry, as he would be back before her debut. The maid looked at her mistress and asked how she liked the final result. Mint stared intently into the mirror. Mint looked at the maid and said embarrassedly that she felt awkward. Mint looked at the maid and said embarrassedly that she felt a little awkward because the dress was too revealing. The maid looked at the young mistress and said that she disagreed with her, as Mint looked just perfect now. The maid looked at the young lady and said that this ball was being held for debutantes, and its purpose was to show everyone that the young ladies were ready for marriage. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she wanted it desperately. Menta looked at her in confusion and asked what she was talking about. The maid looked at her mistress and said that she wanted Menta to shine brighter than anyone else. She smiled and said that, in the end, she had settled on this beautiful dress. Mint said she understood everything, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. She had never worn such outfits before. She felt that the dress did not suit her at all. The butler entered the room. The butler said that it was time. He looked at the maid and asked if the lady was ready. The butler looked at the young lady intently and with surprise. Mint realized that the dress definitely did not suit her. The butler looked at the young lady and said that maybe it had gotten warmer, but she would surely be cold. He asked her to put on a cape. The maid looked at Menta and said that she thought the young lady would be too hot. Menta looked in the mirror. She felt more comfortable with the cape. The butler looked at the young lady and said that Menta was too thin, so he thought that even that would not be enough. Mint looked at the butler in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. With lightning speed, the butler put a few more things on the young lady. He looked at her and said that now he thought she looked perfect. The maid was furious. She didn't understand what the butler was doing. The maid yelled at Roel, saying that this was too much. Roel, in turn, yelled that it would be better for her this way, since there would be many men at the banquet who would be staring intently at the young lady. The maid yelled that all the men in this house were too protective of the young lady. Mint, in turn, slowly undressed because she was very hot. The maid yelled at the butler that the young lady was already an adult and she shouldn't be looked after so much. The maid looked at the butler and said that if the young lady was treated like a country bumpkin, it would hurt her feelings, not his. The butler was shocked by the whole situation. The butler glanced sideways at the young lady and told her not to catch a cold. Mint realized that he had lost after all. Mint ran to the knight, as she was already late for the celebration. Kamen, in turn, was very surprised, as he had recently seen a young lady who was knee-high to him. The knight looked at the lady and asked if she had seen herself in the mirror. Menta looked at the knight in confusion and asked if she looked strange. Kamen smiled and said that she looked like an angel from heaven. He smiled and said that it was a great honor for him to accompany her. He also said that he blushed because he was embarrassed. Menta looked at him and smiled, saying that he wasn't blushing. Kamen looked at Urion and asked if he thought so too. He asked Urion if the young lady looked like an angel. Urion looked at the young lady and said that she did. Mint looked at her companions and asked them to hurry up. Kamen looked at her and smiled, saying that he was telling the truth. Urion stared at the young lady intently and in surprise. He said quietly that she was dazzling. The Archduke looked at Maya and smiled, saying that he would accompany her on her debut. Maya was surprised, as she did not expect him to want to accompany her personally. The Archduke said that it was his duty as her guardian. Mata was surprised, but at the same time, very happy. She looked at him and asked if her first dance would be with him. The Archduke said that it would be. The Archduke told Maya to get well soon so that she wouldn't break anything by falling during the dance. Maya said that last time, it was just a slippery floor. The butler looked at her and said that if it weren't for him, her treatment would have taken about 2 months. Maya thanked the butler. Julius looked at the young lady and smiled, telling her to take care of her health and strengthen her body. He smiled and said that he was looking forward to her 18th birthday. Mint was a little puzzled and worried as she remembered the Archduke's words. She was very sad that she couldn't go to the ball with him. She knew that he should take care of himself. Menta knew that nothing bad would happen if she danced with someone else. Menta wanted him to return home safe and sound as soon as possible. After a while, Mint arrived at the celebration. Mint knew that they had already arrived, and she must not fall under any circumstances. And she must not get into awkward situations. She knew she had to keep her chin up. The knight looked at the young lady and smiled, telling her not to worry. Urion looked at Mint and smiled, saying that she was the best. He said that, in his opinion, she was the most beautiful of all those present. Mint was shocked. She did not expect to hear anything like that from him. Mia looked at him and smiled shyly. She smiled and said she would be back soon. Upon entering the banquet hall, Maya was introduced. She knew that everyone would be looking at her. She was attending the banquet as a representative of her family. The Empress and Princess stared intently at the young debutante. While Maya walked toward the Empress, everyone was talking about her. Maya knew she didn't need to listen to them. She knew what she had to do, as they had rehearsed. Mata proudly approached the Empress. She bowed and introduced herself. Maya calmly told the Empress that it was a great honor to meet her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to lift her face. The Empress smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that she looked beautiful. The Empress said with a smirk that the Archduke had apparently not spared his love for her. The knight was shocked as he understood that the Empress was behaving inappropriately. He was very angry with the Empress. Mint, in turn, looked at the Empress and thanked her with a smile. The knight stared intently at the young lady. He remembered that the butler had said that the young lady had begun a transitional period. Mata looked intently at the Empress and said that she was also responsible for her growing up. Mint smiled and said that she had come to cherish her life thanks to the Empress. The knight was shocked by what the young lady was saying. Mint was furious. She couldn't understand how the Empress could say such a thing. Mint knew that a lot of time had passed and there was no news from the Archduke. She realized that the Empress had deliberately started talking about the Archduke. Mint knew that the Empress was a terrible person. She looked at her, glanced at her, and responded in the same manner. Kamen, in turn, quietly called the young lady. The Empress was taken aback by the young lady's words. She did not expect the young lady to respond so boldly. The Empress looked intently at the young lady and said with a smile that, as a ruler, she was doing an excellent job. The Empress smiled and said that it was thanks to her that the young lady had become so beautiful. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that if she had lost that war, Mint would have become a slave, so she would accept her gratitude. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that she spoke very beautiful words, and now it was clear to her that the young lady had truly grown up. Mint knew that she, in turn, lived worse than a slave. And she ate dog food. But thanks to the Empress, a guardianship system was established, and Mint was also saved. Mint understood that, to some extent, the Empress was right. But still, Mint knew she didn't have to agree with her, since the Empress had recently tried to kill her. The princess looked at the young lady and greeted her. She smiled and said that her mother said that Mint had grown up, and she could really see that it was true. The princess smiled and said that she could not even imagine that the little girl had become such a beautiful lady in 3 years. Maya looked at the princess and thanked her for her kind words, adding that it was a great honor for her to meet her again. A moment later, Mint greeted His Majesty Elowin Hismark. The prince looked intently at the young lady and wanted to say something to her. But, unfortunately, the Empress interrupted him. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that since she had grown into such a beautiful lady, today was a wonderful day to receive a marriage proposal. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the Empress and just smiled. Mint was puzzled, as she did not want to receive such a proposal at all. A moment later, the Empress looked at the young lady and said that she thought it would not be today. The Empress smiled and said that she was not so cruel as to torment a girl whom the Archduke himself had been unable to accompany. The prince glanced sideways at the Empress and called her over. He asked the Empress if he understood correctly that 3 years ago she had wanted to bring her here. The Empress said that this was indeed the case. The young lady was a very interesting person. She said that the Archduke had been very protective of her, so she had only been able to see her now. The Empress said that someone of her own age would be a good match for the young lady. The Empress looked at the prince and said that he would be very suitable as her escort. The prince stared intently at the young lady and did not answer the Empress. Kamen looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she had done very well. Mata looked at her escort and thanked him for being there for her. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that it was okay and they would talk more when they returned to the estate, as there were too many eyes and ears here. The man saw Kamen and smiled. He ran up to him with a smile and said happily that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Menta looked at the man and asked her escort if the man was calling him. Kamen looked at his mistress and told her not to pay any attention. The man smiled and asked Kamen how long he had been attending such events with such a beautiful lady. Kamen looked at the man and told him not to pretend that they were close. The man approached Maya and greeted her. He said that she must feel uncomfortable being accompanied by such a clumsy person. Mata looked at the man in surprise and smiled, saying that Knight Kamen was a very noble and reliable person. The man smiled and said that the young lady had a very beautiful soul. He wanted to say something else, but the knight asked him to be quiet. The man looked at the young lady and said that they were very close to the knight. His name was Isaac Desbel. Menta looked at the man in surprise and smiled, saying that she was pleased to meet him, and she introduced herself. Mata stared intently at her knight. She suddenly remembered that he was the eldest son of a famous count, and for this reason, he had accompanied her today. Isaac looked at Maya and asked her if Cayman had really offered her juice. Maya looked at him in surprise and said that was indeed the case. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that when the knight told him about Maya, he described her as a small, fragile girl. Isaac said he didn't understand how anyone could treat such a beautiful lady like a small child. He looked at the young lady and smiled, saying that a grown lady was more suited to champagne than juice. Mint took the glass of champagne with a puzzled look and thanked him. Mint noticed that the champagne had a pleasant smell, and it was different from the smell of the orphanage director because he drank a different kind of alcohol. The man stared intently at the young lady. Kamen, in turn, was very wary as he did not like his friend's gaze. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that his sister had also come today as a debutante. He said that his sister was the same age as Mint and that they could become friends. Mint smiled and said that would be very nice. Kamen was very puzzled by his friend's persistence, and he couldn't even send him away because his mistress was smiling. He realized that she had probably relaxed after talking to the Empress. A young lady approached them and called her brother. The man was a little surprised. He looked at his sister and asked if she wasn't with her friends. Rita looked at her brother in confusion and said that he had brought her here and then left her alone. She looked at him and said that she had been looking for him. Rita saw Cayman and greeted him. The young lady looked at her friend and said that he hated places like this. She smiled and asked why he was here now. Kamen said that he was just accompanying the young lady. The man looked at Maya and smiled as he introduced his younger sister. The girl smiled and introduced herself. Rita smiled and approached Mint. She said she had seen the young lady when she entered the room. She smiled and said she was very pleased to meet them. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she was also very pleased and happy to meet them. Mata felt very good, as she had not communicated with someone her own age for a very long time. Rita looked at Mata and asked if she had really spoken to the Empress. Rita said that she was very nervous and her legs were shaking. Mint looked at her and smiled, saying that she was also very nervous. Rita grabbed Mint by the hand and pulled her away with lightning speed. She smiled and said that she would like to show the young lady another place. Kamen looked at the young ladies and said that he would accompany them. Rita looked at her friend and asked what he was talking about. Rita looked at the young knight and said that he was not Maya's partner, but only her escort, so there was no need for him to follow her. She said that this event was for debutantes. Kamen approached the young lady and asked if she would be all right. Maya looked at the knight in confusion and said that she would be fine. She smiled and looked at him. Maya said that everything would be fine, since he had also met his friend, so he could talk to him. Mint knew that she had come to the banquet, and even if Mr. Julius was not there, she had to show everyone that she was calm and steadfast. She wanted to show that her family, the Elkadonias, were in good health. The young debutantes went to another part of the hall where they could talk. Kamen looked at his friend and said that he thought Rita had taken the young lady away, noticing his strange eyes. Isaac was furious and told his friend not to be rude to him. Isaac looked at Kamen and said that if no one asked her to dance, unnecessary rumors would spread among the people. Kamen said that she would dance with him. The man said that Kamen did not attend such events and did not know how to dance. Isaac told Kamen not to worry so much. He also said that it turned out the young lady was not as small as Kamen had described her. Kamen remembered the old days and said with confusion that he had failed to protect the young lady once. And so he swore that it would never happen again. Rita glanced sideways at Mint and said with a smile that they had already arrived. Mint was excited because they had left so quickly that she hadn't even had time to look around. The young lady looked intently at Rita and asked who she had just brought to them. Mata was shocked. Acela looked at Mata and said with a smirk that her face looked familiar. Acela asked Maya with a smirk if her hobby was stealing other people's things. Mata was furious, as she had previously told the young lady not to call Urian a thing. Mint remembered how the young lady had once yelled at her for taking her servant and then accused her. She yelled that she would protest. Then Mint looked at her and said calmly that she didn't think there was any point in continuing the conversation. The young lady looked intently at Maya and said with a smirk that she remembered her. Mata in turn stared intently at the young lady. Mata realized that Acela hadn't changed a bit in 3 years. Acela looked at Rita and asked why she had brought Maya here. Rita smiled and said that she was just talking to her brother. Rita said that she didn't want Maya to talk to him, so she took her away. Acela said that it was the right decision. Maya looked puzzled at the young ladies and asked Rita what she was talking about. Mata looked at Rita and asked if she had heard about her. Rita looked at Mata and said that she was the lady who took other people's servants. It turned out that it was very good that they had initially learned the true version from Mrs. Acela. Rita said with a smirk that Menta was walking around here like a victim. Rita also said with a smirk that she was a commoner and that she had soon fallen in love with someone of her own class. Menta was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Maya was furious because she realized that while she had not seen anyone, Acela had spread terrible rumors about her. It was obvious to Maya that the young lady had planned it all on purpose. She knew that after coming of age, Maya would have to attend the debutante ball. Mata was very happy to have a new friend, but unfortunately, she had been set up. She knew that she didn't need friends at all. All she needed was to clear her name. Mint looked at the ladies present and said that they should refrain from making such loud statements. She said that the young man had come to them of his own free will. She looked at them and said that they had legally processed all the documents. And at the moment, Urian was a knight of the immortal squad of Elkadonia. Maya knew she needed to speak in a calmer tone. Acela looked at young Maya and asked if she thought that since she had been taken into the house, She had become part of the family. Mia was shocked because she didn't understand what she was talking about. Acela said she would explain everything to her now. Acela looked at Mint and said with a smirk that she was not a lady, but just a pet. Mata was stunned by her statement. Mint began to stammer in shock, looked at the young lady, and asked what she had just said. The young lady said that Mint had only been given the surname for appearance's sake because she had been taken in, and therefore, Mint was not a true Elsidonia. Acela looked at Mint and asked what that could mean. Acela told Maya that she was just a pet. Maya was shocked. She couldn't understand how the young lady could be so openly rude to her. Mint had heard before that aristocrats were rude in this way, but no one had ever been rude to her at the estate. Rita looked at the young lady and said that she didn't like the word guardianship at all. She didn't understand why such a useless system had been created. The young lady smiled and said that she had always thought that aristocrats who took guardianship of people like Mint were very stupid. They did not understand how the Archduke could have become like that. Kamen pushed his way through the crowd to his mistress. The young lady said that the Archduke had no family and was unlikely to know about such a thing. They said that he had lived his whole life on the battlefield. They said that he had probably brought misfortune upon his family, which was why he was not returning from the war. Acela looked at Mint and said that it was all very sad. She said that the Archduke might never return home. She said with a smirk that in that case, the next head of the family would be nothing more than a pet. Acela looked at Maya and said with a smirk that it would be better to put their family dog in that place. Maya was furious at her words. The Empress calmly sipped her drink. Suddenly, she sensed some kind of power. The Empress stared intently at the people gathered in the hall. The Empress saw that young Mint was using the power she had seen earlier. The Empress was surprised, but at the same time, she was very amused. She was curious to see what the young lady was trying to do at the banquet. Maya looked at the Empress and asked her to come over for a minute. The Empress was surprised. Mint looked at the Empress and asked her to give her a little time. The Empress watched the young lady closely. Acela was shocked. She did not understand what Mint was doing. The Empress flew over to them as fast as lightning. She looked at Maya and asked if she had called her. The Empress looked at Maya and asked what she wanted to talk to her about. The Empress looked at Miata and said she hoped she had called her for a matter of urgent necessity. Miata glanced sideways at the Empress and apologized for disturbing her. The Empress was very surprised, as the young lady had called her and apologized without even looking her in the eye. Maya looked at the young ladies and told the Empress that these ladies had opinions about the guardianship system that the Empress had introduced. The young ladies were very frightened and stunned by Maya's statement. They did not expect her to say anything like that. Mata looked at the young ladies and told the Empress that, as the ruler of the empire, she should take the time to listen to the young ladies' opinions. Acela was shocked and said that Mata had completely lost her mind. The Empress looked at them and said that if the young ladies had a different opinion, she would be interested in hearing it. The Empress said that she had heard that they were negative about the system, but no one had ever dared to speak so openly. She smiled and said that it was very good that it had turned out that way. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that she would definitely listen to them. Acela looked at the Empress and said, puzzled, that they hadn't said anything. The Empress looked at them and said that she hated liars. She said that they had been talking very loudly and she had overheard everything. The Empress was very angry. She said she had heard about the useless system and the stupid aristocrats. She also heard about the children, who were no different from pets. Acela was shocked and very frightened. She did not understand how the Empress could have heard them, as she was sitting very far away. The Empress said she was puzzled that no one had told her their opinion about the system. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that, judging by their words, she was the one who had invited the pets to the debutante ball. Kamen was shocked when he noticed that the young lady was next to the Empress again. He knew that she would be in danger. Kamen noticed that the Empress was burning with the desire to kill. When she looked at the young ladies and said that she had become very emotional because of her age, the Empress looked at Mint and said that it was very difficult for her to restrain herself because of such offensive words. Kamen stared intently at the young lady, knowing that she needed to be rescued urgently. Kamen quietly called her, but she did not respond. Kamen noticed that the young lady was beside herself with anger. Mint could not allow anyone to defile the Archduke. She was very angry and wanted to punish them. The Empress looked at the young Mint and asked what she wanted. The Empress looked at her and said that she had not felt this telepathy for a long time. She said that they had talked like this at the Archduke's house. The Empress looked at the young lady and asked what to do with the girls. She also asked why Mint had called her. Mint knew she could have endured the insults if they had been directed only at her, but they touched on her family's honor, and she could not bear that. And even more so, they had insulted Mr. Julius, and that was something she could not tolerate. She knew that he had always fought for the common people. Mira knew that he did not deserve such words directed at him. The Empress stared intently at the young lady, very interested in the young child. The Empress was shocked because the young lady knew full well what she was capable of, but for her own purposes, she had called her enemy. She admired this. Menta, in turn, understood perfectly well how terrible the Empress was. Mint was ready to avenge her master, and she didn't care who she used to do it. The Empress was very pleased. She knew she couldn't miss such an opportunity. She desperately wanted to make the Archduke her debtor. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that 5 people would be enough for her. The young ladies were frightened. The Empress looked at them and said with a smile that it was the perfect number. Not too many and not too few. She looked at them and told them not to worry, as other children from the orphanage would take their places. The Empress said with a smirk that she was always happy to have people who supported her policies. She didn't need the rest. Isaac looked at his friend and said that he seemed to be talking about rumors. The man said that his sister had talked about the Marquise's daughter. Kamen looked at his friend and asked what she had said. The man said he had heard the rumors and about their long-standing differences. Kamen was shocked. He realized that his mistress was in danger. He rushed to find his mistress as fast as lightning. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a truly horrific sight. Isaac rushed to his sister's defense. He fell to his knees and begged the Empress to forgive his sister. He said that she had only just begun to integrate into society and had no idea how rude her behavior had been. The Empress looked at the young man and said that the debutance's evening was for girls who were already old enough. The young man looked at her and said she was right. He said that they had not raised her well, so he frantically begged her to have mercy on his sister. A moment later, they all fell to their knees and begged the Empress to show them mercy and favor. A moment later, Maya heard the knight calling her. Kamen came closer to her and asked if she was all right. The Empress looked intently at the young ladies and said that she probably thought they did not particularly want to live. The young ladies were in shock and did not know what to do. They were paralyzed with fear. The Marquis approached his daughter and struck her face with fury. He yelled at her and told her to kneel before Her Majesty. The Marquis yelled at his daughter not to delay, but to do everything quickly. Acela fell to her knees and asked the Empress for forgiveness. The young lady trembled with fear and did not even look the Empress in the eye. The Empress looked at her with contempt and asked where her confidence had gone. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that she thought the girl had hidden a second life somewhere, since she dared to say such things inside her palace. The Marquis looked at the Empress in confusion and said that this was not the case at all, and that he was to blame for everything, as he had failed to raise his daughter properly. The Empress looked at Maya and said with a smirk that the decision was hers. The young lady was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. The Empress looked at Maya and said that since she had called her, she would stand by her. The reason she had called the Empress was because people had dared to insult Lord Julius in El Cadonia. Maida knew that if only she had been insulted, she would have endured it. The Empress, in turn, watched the young lady very closely. She noticed that the girl had an interesting scale of rage. The Empress knew that if the young lady from the Mad family chose the bloody path, it would be very interesting. The Empress looked at the young lady with a smirk. At their last meeting 3 years ago, she was clearly missing something. The Marquis rushed to the young lady. He frantically begged Maya to give him a chance. The Empress, in turn, looked intently and with a smirk at Maya. Mata was puzzled. She did not know what to do. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that she was very bored. It had all started so beautifully. And now everything was back to square one. The Empress looked at everyone present and said that the party should first and foremost have excellent music. The Empress looked intently at the men and ladies who were kneeling before her. She called them all by their surnames. They were all frightened. She gave them a cold stare and said that she remembered them. A moment later, she said with a smirk that, as they already knew, she was always happy to see loyal guests. The young people frantically thanked the Empress for her leniency. The Empress looked at them and smiled, telling them to continue enjoying the banquet. Kamen looked at the young lady and asked her why she had taken such a risk, but she had done so anyway. Menta said that she didn't know herself, but she couldn't just ignore it. Mint said that she was ready to endure all the insults. The Empress, in turn, was very pleased and was curious to see what would happen next. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that she had grown into a true lady of Elkadonia. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that if those people had said that in his presence, he would have killed them on the spot. He said that from now on, he would always be by her side. Maya looked at him and said that everything was fine and he didn't need to worry anymore. Mint looked at her knight and said that she thought that in such an atmosphere, no one would want to dance with her. Mint looked at everyone present and said that she probably shouldn't have bothered learning to dance. Kamen looked at her and told her not to worry. He looked at her and smiled, saying that she didn't need to worry because he was there for her. Kamen looked at her and smiled, saying that he hadn't danced in a long time, so he wasn't sure he could do it well. Menta was surprised. Kamen looked at her and smiled, saying that he thought he would do better than her. But a moment later, he said that maybe they were on the same level. Kamen looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he had seen how happy the butler was that she was stepping on his feet less. He looked at her and said with a smile that they had been dancing for several years, so they would be in harmony with each other. He walked over to her and asked with a smile if she would like to dance with him. Mint was very happy and pleasantly surprised that the director supported her. She looked at him and said that her heart was pounding out of her chest because she was so nervous. Kamen looked at her and said that now he could see his former mistress again. Kamen looked at her and suggested she get some fresh air on the terrace. He smiled and said that the spring breeze would make her feel better. Kamen said he would bring a refreshing drink and some desserts right away. The young lady smiled and said she would wait for him. Mint slowly walked out onto the terrace. Mint saw a truly beautiful view. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she noticed that the night air was very clean. Mint stood in complete silence on the terrace. She felt very calm and peaceful, and her soul was becoming calm. The young prince looked intently at Maya, who was on the terrace. Kamen was surprised. The prince looked at the knight. The prince realized that the knight was accompanying the young lady. The prince said that he would like to invite Maya to dance. The prince looked puzzled at the young lady and quietly said that he thought it was not the right time for that. Mint stared intently at the moon. Suddenly, tears began to flow from her eyes. She was surprised and did not understand why she was crying. She seemed to have calmed down, but she was still very upset by the words that had been said earlier, that the Archduke might not return. Mint cried very hard and wondered why the gentleman had not returned to her. The Archduke approached her from behind and asked why she was crying. Mata was shocked when she heard the gentleman's voice. Julius, in turn, stared intently at Maya. He was shocked and did not understand what had happened at the event. He looked at her intently and asked angrily who dared to offend her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked her who dared to offend her. Maya was shocked because she did not expect to see him. Mata was shocked. She didn't know if it was really him. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her furiously to tell him right now who had hurt her, and he would tear that person to pieces. Maya, in turn, rushed at him. With tears in her eyes, she hugged him tightly. The Archduke was shocked. Maya, in turn, cried and hugged the Archduke. She did not understand why he had only come now. But still, Maya hoped that this was not a dream and that he had returned to her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said puzzledly that she should let him go. Maya said she didn't want to let him go. She thought that if she let him go now, she would wake up immediately, and he would not be with her. Mint knew that she would be very sad then. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise and confusion. She was shocked when she noticed that she had stained his clothes. He looked at her in surprise and said with a smile that she had tried very hard to look beautiful today. Mint apologized in a trembling voice. The Duke looked at her and said that he was talking about her. He asked her not to move because he wanted to wipe away her tears. The young lady was surprised and stared at him intently. Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he had wiped away her smudged makeup. Menta thanked him. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that the maid had told her that if someone splashed champagne on her face, her makeup would not smudge. And apparently, it was waterproof. The Archduke was surprised. He thought it was very good that he had left the young lady with the maid, but he didn't understand the joke with the champagne. Mint thought for a moment. She knew that if she hadn't said anything to the young lady then, her face might now be covered in champagne. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise as he noticed that she was trembling all over. He looked at her and said that she seemed cold. The Archduke said that her clothes were very revealing. She said that she thought such clothing was in fashion. The Archduke threw a shawl over the young lady's shoulders. He said that she might catch a cold. Mint was surprised, but still thanked him for his concern. Mint thought she was dressed like a grown woman, but apparently, in Julius's eyes, she was still a child. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if the dress suited her. The Archduke was surprised for a moment, then said she looked beautiful. Mint was surprised and embarrassed. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he had brought her a gift. After all, she loved the color gold. The Archduke came closer to the young lady and pinned a brooch on her. He smiled and said that he thought it suited her very well. Mint remembered how recently the maid had asked her what her favorite color was. Mint replied puzzledly to the maid that she didn't know, as she had never thought about it, but if she had to choose, her favorite color was gold. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that it was a very warm and attractive color. A moment later, he asked her if she had danced. Maya said that she had not danced yet. The Archduke smiled and said that in that case, he could keep his promise. The Archduke and Mint entered the hall. Mint wanted to know when the Archduke had arrived. She wanted to ask him many questions. Her heart was ready to jump out of her chest from his warm touch. The Archduke noticed that there were too many curious glances around them. He wondered if everything was all right with Menta, as he could feel the tension in her hand. The Archduke looked closely at the young lady. He noticed that she looked happy. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he called the young lady over. He said quietly that she must have made great progress. The young lady asked puzzledly what he was talking about. The Archduke looked at her intently and said with a smile that he was talking about dancing. Mint said she had practiced a lot. The Archduke heard that the music had changed. He looked at the young lady and said they needed to start a new dance. Mia was puzzled. She recognized the melody. She had rehearsed this song with the butler. She remembered that when they rehearsed the dance, she stepped on the butler's feet many times. She didn't understand why she remembered this at such a crucial moment. The Archduke looked at her and told her not to worry. He told her to relax her shoulders and just follow him. The Archduke and Mint danced elegantly. Mia was puzzled. She didn't understand whether it was her dancing or someone else dancing for her. She wondered if she had ever danced so well before. Maya realized that it was all thanks to the Archduke. When she started to fall, the Archduke supported her. The Duke moved his feet with lightning speed so that Menta didn't step on them. Thanks to the Archduke, the young lady was light and relaxed. She was having fun, and her soul was calm. Mint was surprised, but at the same time very happy because she felt calm next to the Archduke. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. He smiled when he saw how happy she was. He noticed that she was an excellent dancer. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she was enjoying dancing for the first time. Kamen looked intently at his young mistress. He thought she looked very much like a little doll. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he asked with a smile when she had grown up so much. Mint looked at him in surprise. The Archduke said that she was too light and probably didn't eat enough. Mint smiled and said that wasn't true. She said that she had eaten a huge piece of steak before leaving home. The Archduke was surprised and asked if she had really eaten. The Archduke and Mint enjoyed the music. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he would fatten her up. Mint smiled, knowing that everything would be fine now. She knew that everything would return to normal. Cayman looked at them and smiled, saying that they had danced beautifully. Menta smiled and said that the gentleman was in excellent shape. The Archduke looked at the knight and said that while they were dancing, he had overheard a conversation about the Empress. He looked at the knight and asked what had happened. He also asked if it had anything to do with Menta crying. Kamen and Menta were very surprised and frightened. The Archduke's face had changed. Kamen looked at his master and asked if he could tell him everything after the banquet. The Archduke looked at him menacingly and asked why he didn't want to tell him right now. Kamen, in turn, was very afraid that the Archduke would kill those girls. The Archduke said that if it was about the Empress, then she probably wanted to harm the rebellious girl again. Menta said that this was not the case at all. Mata was puzzled because she was ashamed to talk about everything. The prince approached Maya and said that he was waiting for her, and also asked her if she would give him the next dance. Maya was surprised. Mint suddenly remembered the greetings. She realized that it was the prince. A moment later, she looked closely at the young prince and was convinced she was right. If a debutante does not dance more than twice, it is considered a failed debut. The number of dances a debutante performs at the end of the last dance determines her reputation in society. Mint knew this, but she still did not expect that her second dance partner would be the crown prince. Mata, in turn, stared intently at the young prince. In this situation, other girls would have been overjoyed. But she knew she would have been happy if she knew how to dance. Maya stepped on the young prince's feet several times. She apologized to him, puzzled. The prince looked at the young lady and said that he could not lead a girl in a dance the same way as the Archduke. He looked at her and said that it was very difficult for him. Menta said puzzledly that most of the blame lay on her shoulders. The prince looked at her and said that he was very grateful to her for accepting his invitation to dance. Mint looked at him and said that she simply could not refuse him. He looked at her and smiled, saying that thanks to her, he had survived. The prince thanked her for that. Mint was surprised. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Mint looked at him and said that thanks to him, she had also survived. The prince smiled and said that was good too. The prince looked at her and asked if she would mind if they went outside for some fresh air. He said they could have a nice chat. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to do. Mint saw the prince talking to the empress. Mint took the prince by the hand and said they could go. She asked where they could go. The prince said there was a beautiful garden outside. Mint smiled and said they could go to the garden. The prince, in turn, looked closely at the young lady. Mint looked at him and asked where the garden was. Mint looked around and said that there were more people here than she had thought. She said she didn't know it was possible to leave the banquet hall. The prince said that he usually didn't like such events, although many people enjoyed them. The prince looked at her and said that she was a debutante. He asked if she would like to enjoy the banquet. Menta looked at him and smiled, saying that it wasn't like that and that she liked everything now. Mint knew that the Archduke was talking to the Empress now, and surely no one would ask her to dance anymore. Mint smiled and said that she felt very stuffy and would like to get some fresh air. The prince invited Maya to sit down. Maya looked at the prince sideways. She saw that he looked very much like the Empress, but she could also see that he had a kind face. She thought that if she were to compare him to an animal, he would resemble a fawn. The prince looked at the young lady and said that looking at her reminded him of a flower that grew in the palace. Mint was surprised and asked what kind of flower it was. The prince looked at her and asked if she wanted to see it. Mint said there was no need. Mint said she was not a fan of flowers. She had had a traumatic experience as a child. The prince was surprised. He said he had not expected her to dislike flowers. The prince came closer to her and said that it was a surprise to him, as she had a very pleasant floral scent. He smiled and said that he thought she was interested in different flowers. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she did not use any perfume. The prince was surprised and said that she had a pleasant scent. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if he could sit closer to her. Mint looked at him puzzled and said that if he wanted to, he could. The prince looked at her and smiled, saying that he would do so with her permission. Mint was surprised. She noticed that his eyelashes were shining. Mint was surprised. She felt as if she had already experienced this feeling before. She remembered that before, when she ate meat and went outside, all the animals ran up to her, thinking she was feeding them. The maid looked at the young lady and told her to stop eating meat because it would start to smell. Mint happily said that if she filled her stomach with vegetables, there would be no room left for meat. The prince looked at her and said that he could smell something sweet. He smiled and said that she smelled very delicious. Mint was surprised and very embarrassed as she realized that it was the smell of meat. Mint quickly moved away from the prince. The prince looked at her in confusion and apologized for getting too close to her. Mint said in confusion that everything was fine. It was just that she smelled like meat. The prince said in surprise that he didn't smell anything. Mint looked at him and asked if that wasn't the case. The prince looked at her and said he thought she was right. The prince looked at her and smiled, saying that he was just joking and that she shouldn't worry about it. Menta smiled and said that she hoped she didn't smell too bad. She felt very uncomfortable. She was puzzled because she couldn't smell herself. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that it looked quite cute. He looked at her and said that a minute ago, in front of the other ladies, she had been a fearsome predator. But now she was a cute little animal. The prince looked at her and said that she looked like a little otter. Mint was surprised and said that she had seen such animals in a book. The prince said that they were bred in the palace. He smiled and said that Mint looked very much like them. The prince took the young lady by the hand and asked her if she would like to see them up close. The young lady was surprised and did not know what to do. She looked at him and said she was grateful to him, but she still thought she shouldn't do it. The prince looked at her and smiled, telling her not to refuse. He said they were very cute and looked like her. Mint looked at the prince and said that they were probably already looking for them in the hall. The Archduke approached them and asked Menta what she was doing there. Menta was surprised, as she did not expect to see him. Menta looked at the Archduke and said that she was just talking to the prince. The prince looked at the young lady and said that in that case he would leave them. He smiled and said that he had enjoyed talking to her very much. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if she did not want to talk to someone, she did not have to stay with him. Mint looked at the prince, who was already leaving, and told the Archduke that they had simply been chatting and enjoying the fresh air. As he left, the prince said that she was the one who had grabbed his hand first. Mint was very surprised and did not understand why the Archduke was so angry. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that he had been gone for a long time. She asked him if there had been any problems. The Archduke said that they had been searching for a place. He said that they had searched all of the Keratin Mountains. Mint said that she knew about this place, a place that is home to the devil Callison and his faithful servant, the devil dragon. Then the dragon's descendants began to control monsters and kill various pagans. Mata looked at the Archduke and said that then the descendant of the dragon was the one called the monster, whom he had destroyed. She looked at the Archduke and asked if the monster had really been reborn. Julius said there was no need to worry, as he had figured it all out. Mata, in turn, stared intently at the Archduke. She was very angry and did not understand how they dared to insult such a wonderful person. She knew she had done the right thing, and she did not regret anything. She knew that she would never forgive them and would protect the Archduke. Acella was furious, shouting that she would never forgive Maya. She shouted that she would never let this go. Acella called her servant. The young lady yelled at her almost servant to find out everything about Maya before she ended up in the orphanage. The young lady wanted to find all of Maya's weaknesses. Acella knew that Mint had ruined her future and disgraced her on such a day. Acella was very angry with the young Maya and wanted to take revenge for the pain she had caused. Acella wanted to get rid of Mint. Mint woke up early in the morning. She ran like lightning. The maid was shocked and said that Mint was not dressed appropriately. She hadn't even put on her shoes. Mint ran to the Archduke's room. She was very happy that he was home. Now she understood that it was not a dream. She realized that he had really returned. The young lady looked at him intently, with a smile on her face. She noticed that Julius had very long eyelashes. When they first met at the orphanage, he seemed almost golden. The Archduke woke up and stared intently at the young lady. Mint was shocked that he was already awake. The Archduke looked at her and said that he really hoped she hadn't sat in the room all night. Menta looked at him and said puzzledly that this was not the case, and that she had simply woken up very early today. She looked at him and said with a smile that she wanted to make sure he was really back. She didn't want to tell him that she hadn't slept all night. Yuli looked at her intently. Yuli looked at her and said that he had made her worry. Yuli looked at her and told her not to come in her pajamas anymore. Yuli looked at her and asked if that was what her butler had taught her. Mint realized she had made a huge mistake. She felt embarrassed. Roll was shocked. He couldn't understand how she could have made such a huge mistake. He said he hadn't taught her that at all. The butler said that he wanted to tell her, but when he saw her puppy dog eyes, he just couldn't do it. He said that he wanted to tell her many things before her debut. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that he should have taught the young lady. The butler said that such things are often learned from peers, and that would have been much easier. The butler said that having someone nearby who could tell her about life in society would have made it much easier. And about manners, about relationships between men and women. The butler said that it was very difficult. A moment later, he saw a letter for the young lady lying on the Archduke's chair. The butler said that this chance would come much sooner than he had expected. Mint and Urian were riding in a carriage. The butler came to the young lady and said that she had received an invitation. Maya was very surprised. The butler said that a lady from the Graham family had invited her to tea. Mia looked at the butler and said that she thought no one would invite her. The butler looked at her and said that he knew about her impressive debut. Roel knew that perhaps someone found her image quite beautiful and memorable. Mint was very happy. Mint hoped that she would soon have a friend, but she was still very nervous. Mint had already begun to imagine what her new friend would look like. Urian looked at the young lady and said that he had heard that she had had an argument with Mrs. Acela. Mint looked at him puzzled and said that it was true. The young man asked if his name had been mentioned. Mia looked at her friend and said that apparently he had heard the rumors too. He looked at her and said that if it bothered her, he could leave at any moment and she could abandon him. He looked at her and said that he would immediately obey her command. Mint was surprised, as she did not want that. She looked at him and said that she had never thought about it. The young man looked intently at the young lady. She looked at him and said that he did not burden her at all. She said that he was her support. And when she was with him, she felt better. Mint remembered how he always helped and protected her. She looked at him and said that he was her first friend. She looked at him and gently told him to stop thinking about such things. She was very happy when he was near her. The young man looked at her and said puzzledly that she might someday regret taking his hand. Mint looked at him and softly said that she would never regret it. The young man kissed her hand tenderly. Mata arrived at her destination. Mint was very nervous and hoped that her voice would not break from excitement. She knew that everything would be fine and that she just needed to calm down. Mint entered the room and said that she was very happy to meet them and introduced herself. Mint looked intently at the young ladies. She was surprised and did not understand why everyone except her was dressed in red. The young ladies looked at us intently and asked with a smile where she got her hair clips. They said she had excellent taste in clothes and that everything matched perfectly. Another lady smiled and said that they expected nothing less from the main character of the tea party. Mint was very surprised. She didn't understand what kind of strange gathering this was. She felt uncomfortable. She was initially confused that she was the only one not dressed in the right color. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she had written about the dress code in the invitation. She looked at Mint and asked if she really hadn't noticed. The young lady looked at Mint and said that red wouldn't suit her because of her hair color. The young lady said that it seemed like Mint wanted to stand out from the crowd a little. Mint said she didn't particularly want to do that. Mint knew that there was nothing like that in the invitation, and the butler didn't say anything to her about the color, and now these people couldn't stop praising young Mint. But still, Mint couldn't shake the unpleasant feeling. One of the young ladies looked at Mint and said with a smile that she had made an excellent debut. The young lady looked at Mint and said that Mint had very nicely shut Acela up, and that was just wonderful. Mint was a little puzzled by the whole situation. She didn't want to discuss such things at all. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she had seen the girl a couple of times at tea parties and that she had behaved arrogantly. The young ladies told Mint that everyone present had encountered Acela's aggression at least once. They said that she mocked everyone and looked down on them. They looked at Mint and smiled, saying that it was very important that she had a protective barrier named Elkadonia. Maya was puzzled by everything she heard. She wondered if she had really been so rude to Acela that day. Mata knew that compared to how Acela had treated her, her actions were nothing. Mint remembered that the butler had told her that perhaps, for some people, her image was quite beautiful and memorable. Mint thought that, soon, all this would be just a way of attracting attention. One lady looked at everyone present and asked them why Kelsika had not come. The young lady looked at those present and said that she had invited her specifically to show her to Maya. Maya was shocked and asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, they heard a voice. The young lady came closer to Miata and said with a smirk that now she understood why they had suddenly decided to send her an invitation. The young ladies were shocked. They did not expect this from Lady Kelsiki. The young lady stared intently at everyone present. Maya, in turn, was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. Kelsiki looked intently at Maya and asked if she was really the Maya they were looking for. Mint turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. The young lady looked at the girl and smiled, saying that she was very pleased to meet her. Mint, in turn, stared intently at the young lady. Kelsey reached out her hand to Mint and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Rose family. Mint looked at the hand in surprise, as she had not expected this. She remembered her ethics lessons. Her teacher had told her that a handshake was a masculine greeting. Girls did not greet each other that way. A moment later, Minty shook the young lady's hand in surprise. Mint was surprised by the young lady's actions. The ladies present looked at Kelsika and asked what she was doing. The young ladies were shocked. They couldn't understand how a girl could come to a tea party dressed in old-fashioned clothes. They said she hadn't even put on makeup and had cut her hair. Kelsey looked at the young ladies and asked what the problem was. She looked at them and said that these clothes were the most durable in her entire wardrobe. She had cut her hair because it had been sold on Chars as she needed money. She smiled and said that expensive cosmetics were a waste of money for her. She looked at them and said that her hair had been bought at a high price because it was natural black. The young ladies were shocked by what they heard. One of the young ladies said that if the young girl needed money, she could have told them and they would have lent it to her. Kelsey just laughed in response. The young lady looked at her and asked why she was laughing. Kelsey smiled and said that it was just funny. The young lady came closer to the mite and asked if they had called her over on purpose so that Lady Elsidonia could look at her. Kelsey said that they wanted to appease Mint with rumors about her appearance. She looked at them and said with a smirk that, as they had wanted, she had perfectly slipped into her predictable role. She looked at them and said with a smile that it amused her so much. She smiled and said that she was amused once again by the sight of their lying faces, which pretended to be concerned about her. The young ladies were shocked. They did not understand the harsh words directed at them. She looked at them and said that they were still living their miserable lives. She said she was a very busy person, so she asked them to stop calling her for such trivial matters. The young lady was shocked. She didn't understand why the girl was so rude. The young lady looked at us and even told her to keep her distance from the girl. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she had seen everything. The young lady looked at Kelsey and said that she was probably trying her best to save her bankrupt family. She said that now was not the best time for her to have tea. One of the young ladies looked at the girl and asked if she should now give up on her younger brother. Kelsey was shocked. She looked at the young lady and asked what she had just said. The young lady looked at Kelsey and said that she was talking about her false brother, who had caused her family to go bankrupt, since he was just a commoner. The young lady looked at the girl and said angrily that they had picked up a bug from the street. And now they were suffering. Another girl approached the young lady and told her to stop saying such things. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The young lady looked at Mint and was horrified by what she had said. She realized she had made a huge mistake. She looked at Mint and said that she had said it by accident and that Mint had simply misunderstood her. Mint looked at her and asked what there was to misunderstand. Mint said that of all the words she had spoken, these words sounded very sincere. Mint looked at all the ladies present and said that, in that case, she would leave. Mint said that she thought they shouldn't bother inviting her next time. The young lady looked at Mint and said that wasn't what she meant at all. Mint looked at her and said that she didn't want to get involved with insects, specifically with the insect that the Archduke had picked up from the street. Mint looked intently at the young ladies. A moment later, Mint looked at them intently and said that she did not want to be friends with people and build friendly relationships with them, as they divided people into classes. A moment later, Mint left the party. The young ladies watched her go. Calcia looked at Mint intently and with surprise. Mint realized that this company was not right for her at all. She realized that it was all because she had high expectations. Mint was surprised and stared intently. Who was that next to her friend? The man was shouting. He was furious and wanted the knight to let him meet Mint. The man looked at the knight and said that he had heard that she was coming to the tea party today. Mint was shocked and did not understand what was happening. The man looked at Mint and smiled, saying that he had been waiting for her. He looked at her and smiled, saying that he was Rita's older brother. He said he hoped she remembered him and his sister. A moment later, Mint remembered the girl at the banquet. The man looked at Mint and said he wanted to get straight to the point. He looked intently at the young lady and said that Beta had apologized to his sister. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what he was talking about. Mint looked at him and asked if she understood correctly that he wanted her to apologize to the person who had insulted the Archduke. The man looked at her and said that she must have misunderstood everything. He said that his sister was crying because her debut had been ruined, and her life was simply over. He said that Mint was to blame for everything. He looked at her and asked if she thought it was right of her to be so rude and ruin someone's life. He looked at her and said that she was very emotional at the time. Mint looked at the man and said that she had seen everything with her own eyes. How his sister had insulted the Archduke of her own free will and desire. Mata looked at him and said that the reason for the pain she was now experiencing lay only with her. Nato looked at him and asked why she should bear her burden instead of her. The man was shocked and furious. Mia looked at him sideways and said that if he had nothing more to say, she would leave. But the man, in turn, did not want to let her go so easily. With lightning speed, the man approached the young lady and grabbed her by the arm. He began to insult her. Menta was shocked, and she was in a lot of pain. A knight approached them. Jurion was furious. Jurion looked at the man and asked what he thought he was doing. The man was furious, shouting that the knight should let him go, as he was just a lowly knight. The man yelled that he had heard that Acela had picked him up at the slave market. The man asked the knight if he really thought he had become a real knight. The man shouted, looking at Miata, that if the Archduke abandoned the knight, he would become a pathetic, ordinary slave. Urion stared intently at the man and said nothing. Mata realized that she was the cause of the problem. Because the Archduke had brought her to his home, people began to insult him. She realized that their goal was to humiliate her, and with her, the Alcadonia family name would be tarnished. Maya didn't care that only she was being humiliated, because it was true that she would return to the orphanage if they abandoned her. She had always believed that she was unworthy of such kindness, but she realized that she shouldn't think that way. She knew that if she didn't become strong, the insults would not only be directed at her, but also at the Archduke. Mint looked at the young knight and said that this man had insulted Alcadonia. She stared intently at the man and told her knight to challenge him to a duel. Mint knew that she should not kneel before him. I looked at the man and said that he would do everything if that was her order. He looked at the man and said with a smirk that he was ready to take his life. Mata was shocked. She looked at her knight and said that it was not necessary to do so. She said it was permissible for him to be wounded. The man looked intently at the knight and told him not to make him laugh. The man said he was not going to respond to the duel. Since there were no witnesses here, there would be no duel. The man looked at them and said with a smirk that, as he thought, ordinary commoners were not thinking straight. A young lady approached them and said with a smirk that she would gladly announce such an interesting event and that she would be a witness. Kelsey looked at everyone present and said with a smirk that they should start the duel right now. Urion stared intently at the man who knelt before him. Kelsey looked at Mint and said that if they got tired of talking, they could use their fists. But the main thing was that he won. The young lady looked at Mint and saw that she was shaking violently. A moment later, Mint fell to her knees. The young lady was shocked. She moved closer to Mint and told her quietly to breathe slowly. Mint obediently followed her instructions. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she was doing great and needed to keep going. Urion approached his mistress and asked if she was all right. Kelsey looked at the knight and said that the young lady was just having a mild panic attack. Mint looked at her knight and said that she was fine and also asked what was wrong with the man. Kelsey looked at us and said that the man had run away as soon as Urion was distracted by her. The young lady looked at the knight and said that now that the commotion was over, she needed to be taken to a doctor. Kelsey said puzzledly that her brother had had similar symptoms. She said that when the body experienced stress and excitement that was difficult to cope with, a person fell into such a state. As she left, Kelsey told Miata to be sure to consult a doctor. Mata took a leisurely bath. She was puzzled by everything that was happening. During the duel, when she saw the man being beaten, she involuntarily remembered herself in the orphanage. She considered herself pathetic and didn't understand why she suddenly remembered this. She knew that these memories had never come to her before. Witnessing the violence, her heart began to beat wildly, and she couldn't breathe. But she still thought she had grown up and become smarter. But as it turned out, this was not the case. She was still a prisoner of her past. The Archduke sat in his office reading documents. A moment later, he heard a knock on the door. Minta looked in on him. She looked at him and apologized for disturbing him, as he was probably tired. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that it was no problem and she could come in. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to talk to him. Mint did not answer the question. She did not want to complain to the Archduke about this matter, but she really wanted his support. Menta realized that she was acting like a little child. Mata looked at the bottle and asked if it tasted good. Yuli looked at her and asked if she was talking about whiskey. Yuri said he thought it would be too bitter for her. Mata moved closer to him and said that she really wanted to drink it. Mint looked at Yuli and said that she was actually already of legal age and had recently made her debut. She looked at him and asked if she could have a drink. Yuli was shocked. He did not expect such behavior from Menta. He looked at her and said that she could only drink slowly. Maya smiled as she sipped her alcoholic drink. She smiled and said that her head was spinning. Yuli looked at her and said that she was drunk, so she needed to go to her room. She looked at him and smiled, telling him to look at her legs because they were very wobbly. He looked at her and said that she was terrible, but drunk. He said that she was very weak on her own. Menta said that she was not weak at all. She looked at him and told him to look at how much she had grown. Mint took his hand. Mint looked at the Archduke with embarrassment. Mint knew that in the Archduke's eyes, she was still a little girl who needed to be protected. She knew that she was just a little girl who, upon seeing violence, began to shake and lose control of her body. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if he still saw her as a little girl. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what she was talking about. She looked at him and said shyly that she wanted him to see her as a grown woman. The Archduke was shocked by this statement. She wanted him to see her not as a weak girl who always needed to be protected, but as an adult. She wanted him to see her as a grown woman who didn't need to be protected, but who was capable of protecting him. A moment later, Mint fell onto the sofa. The Archduke was shocked. He saw that she had fallen asleep. The Archduke picked up the young lady, wanting to carry her to bed. The Archduke walked slowly, carrying the young lady in his arms. The next morning, Mint woke up with a terrible headache. The Archduke looked at her sideways and asked if she was already awake. Mint was shocked because she did not expect to see him next to her. Mint looked at him and asked if he had slept on a chair because she had fallen asleep on his bed. Julius looked at her and said that she had misunderstood and that sleeping on a chair was very uncomfortable. He said that he had to spend the night outside. Maya was shocked. Mata looked at the Archduke and apologized to him. Julius said he was just joking and that he had things to do. That's why he didn't sleep. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her not to overdo it with alcohol in the future. Maya obediently agreed. The butler looked at the young lady and said he had been looking for her. Maya looked at the butler in surprise. The butler came closer to her and said that she had received a letter. Mint looked at the butler and asked what kind of letter it was. The butler said it was an invitation. He looked at the young lady and said that it had been sent by His Highness the Prince. Maya was shocked, as she had not expected to hear such news. She did not understand why the prince had decided to send her an invitation. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would not go. He looked at her and said that he thought he saw doubt in her eyes. She looked at him and said that she did not want a close relationship with the royal family. Mint said that the prince had been friendly to her at the banquet. The butler said he heard that during the banquet, they went to the garden. Mint said they just talked a little. The butler asked what she talked about with the prince. Mint looked at the butler and said that the prince told her that she smelled delicious. She said that it seemed like he smelled steak. The butler was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. With lightning speed, the butler slammed his hand on the table. Maya was shocked and didn't understand his reaction. He approached her, puzzled, but said that he had won after all. Menta looked at the butler and asked what he was talking about. The butler looked at us and said that he was the one who had opened the doors to a new world for her. Mint looked at the butler, puzzled and frightened. She looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The butler looked at her intently and told her to listen to him carefully. He looked at her and shouted very loudly that she smelled wonderful. Mint was shocked. The butler came closer to her and apologized if he had frightened her. The butler said that the prince did not mean that she smelled like food. He said that this was the prince's way of showing that he found her attractive. Mint stared at him as she was very surprised. The butler looked at her and said that if she still didn't understand, she needed to hear something. He looked at her and said that she should know now. The butler looked at the young lady and apologized for his harsh tone. A moment later, the butler said he was going to his room. When the butler left, Mint was left alone. Now she understood what it meant, as she had been thinking about something else entirely at the time. The Archduke was in the basement. He heard a noise. A moment later, he heard a knock on the door. The butler entered. The butler looked at his master and said that he had come from Mint. Without looking at the butler, the Archduke asked what Mint was doing now. The butler said that the young lady was checking a letter sent to her by the prince. He wanted to tell him more about the contents of the letter, but the Archduke looked askance at the butler and said that it was not necessary to report to him in such detail, since these were the young lady's personal affairs. The butler apologized and said that in that case, he would move on to the next matter. The butler said that after investigating, he had learned that the heirs of the royal families had gathered among the ruined kingdoms. They had decided to organize a revolution. He said that, judging by the movements of the revolution, it would begin soon. And the empire and the palace were not even aware of all this. The butler was very puzzled and excited. He did not know what to do about it. The Archduke smiled and said that it sounded very good indeed. Julius told the butler to leave everything as it was. The butler, in turn, looked intently at Julius and said that he understood everything. The butler looked at his master and said that there was something else of interest. The butler said that a letter had arrived with a marriage proposal. Julius said that it was uninteresting and nothing new. He told the butler to burn the letter. The butler looked at his master and said that the letter was not for him, but for the young lady. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Mint looked at the butler and asked if she had heard correctly that the proposal was for her. Roel looked at the young lady and said that the letter had been sent to her. He said that she could see for herself and verify the truth of his words. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why someone would send her such a thing. The butler said that there could be various reasons. Most importantly, they probably wanted to gain power over the family. He looked at her and said that it was possible that someone had fallen in love with her. The young Mint was shocked by what she heard. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he had brought her some portraits. Now she could look at them to see if she liked anyone. Mint looked closely at the portraits. She saw a familiar face. The butler looked at the young lady and said that it was the eldest son of the Desbel family. He had even written her a letter. Maya was shocked and did not understand what letter he was talking about. A moment later, the butler gave her the letter. Maya began to read the letter and was deeply moved. She was shocked by the contents of the letter. She thought the man had finally lost his mind. Walking down the corridor, Maya thought about the man. Mint thought that Isaac was really strange. A moment later, she understood something. She remembered that, thanks to her new acquaintance, she had quickly calmed down that day. Mint, in turn, thought it would be nice if they met, and she thanked her. Mint thought that the young lady carried a sword. She thought that her friend might know something about her new acquaintance. Mint went to her friend's house and knocked on the door. No one answered, so she looked into the room and asked if she could come in. Mint saw her friend lying on the floor. She was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Mint ran to her friend as fast as lightning and asked what had happened to him. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Mint noticed that the young man's body was very cold. Mint lifted the young man off the floor and asked him to wait a moment while she called a doctor. Mint dragged the young man to the bed. She was shocked because he was very heavy. Slowly, the young people reached the bed, but Maya accidentally stumbled and they fell onto the bed. Urian fell onto Maya's fragile body. Mint was in shock and couldn't say anything. Mint didn't understand how this could have happened. Mint moved a little and called her friend, but unfortunately, he did not respond. She thought that if this continued, he would surely crush her. She screamed for him to try to get up. A moment later, Mint somehow managed to crawl out from under his grip. Sitting on the bed, she sighed heavily. She was glad she had managed to get out. Mint, in turn, looked at the young man and asked him to wait a moment, as she would soon call a doctor. Before he could reach the door, the young man grabbed and hugged the young lady. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand what he was doing. She called him. Urion hugged her tightly and whispered quietly for her not to leave. With a trembling voice, he asked her not to leave him. A moment later, he collapsed onto the bed. Mint stared intently at the young man who was lying unconscious. Mata stared at him intently. She was very frightened. Mata thought that he had probably hallucinated something. Mint gently touched his body. She noticed that his body was getting even colder. A moment later, Menta felt something. She got up and decided to go to the source. She approached the table, as she felt that there was something there. Mint slowly began to open the drawer. When she opened it, she saw a black feather. The butler stared intently at the feather. He looked at the feather and said that it was a curse, and a very terrible one at that. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She looked at the butler and asked who could have done such a thing to Urion. The butler looked at the feather and said he would find out about it. A moment later, he was struck by a flash of insight. The butler stared intently and in surprise at the cursed feather. After checking everything, he became very angry. He said that the feather had been sprinkled with various spiritual dust. Roel looked at the young lady and said that someone had tried very hard to prevent them from getting on their tail. The butler said that spiritual stones double the magical powers of the user. He said that in order to leave the pollen of spiritual stones on curses, one must either have a high position or be close to someone who does. Roel looked at the young lady and said that it must be someone who dislikes Urion. He looked at the young lady and asked if she knew anyone like that. Mint looked at the butler in confusion and said she wasn't sure. Roel looked at her and said she could speak freely. Mia said it could be a Celadvelian or Isaac Desbel. The butler looked at the young lady and said that in that case, they needed to meet with the people under suspicion. He said that in order to lift the curse, they needed to destroy its source. Mata was furious, and she stared intently at the young man. She didn't want him to suffer because of her, and she really wanted to save him. Mint knew she would do anything to save him. Isaac looked intently at the young lady and asked with a smile if she had decided to respond positively to his letter of confession. Mint looked at him and said that fortunately, that was not the case. She did not understand why he was being so hospitable. He looked at her and said that she must have been very surprised to receive his letter. The man looked at her and offered his sincere apologies for the previous incident. He looked at her and said that whatever punishment she decided to give him, he would accept it with his head held high. Mint looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what he was up to. The man looked at her and said that she must be confused by his actions. He looked at her and said that he would confess to her honestly. The man smiled and said that he had fallen deeply in love with her. Mint and Roel were shocked by what they heard. Mia looked at the man and asked what he was talking about. The man looked at her and smiled, saying that he understood everything, as he probably looked very foolish from the outside. But he was sincere in his words and feelings. The man approached the young lady, getting closer and closer. He stared at her intently and said that she occupied all his thoughts. He told her that he couldn't even sleep properly because she came to him in his dreams. Maya was shocked by his words. He looked at her and said with a smirk that her image never left his eyes. And he was simply going crazy. Mint looked intently at the man. She didn't understand why he had suddenly become like this. A moment later, the man lunged at the young lady with a knife. He shouted that he wanted to have her. Maya was shocked, as she did not expect such actions. The butler, in turn, used magic. By doing so, he stopped the man. Roel looked at the man and said that it was simply not a gentlemanly thing to do. Mint looked at the man with surprise and horror. She was very frightened. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she was all right. With a trembling voice, Maya said that everything was fine. The butler looked at the young lady and apologized. He said he was focused on looking for clues. Roel said puzzledly that he apparently had no talent for security. Maya looked at him and said that wasn't true, and that he had saved her. The butler looked at the man and said that he was also under the spell of the curse. Mint realized that it was all so that she would come here. Mint looked at the butler and asked what Isaac's object of the curse was. The butler looked at the feather and said that it was that. He said that he had broken the curse before running away, so it would not play its role. Mint stared intently at the feather. She realized that Acela was behind all this. The young lady looked at the butler and said that he had said earlier that the curse was also magic. She looked at him and asked if he could also cast a curse. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he could cast a curse. But a curse of this level can only be cast by those who possess black magic. Mint looked at him and said that they could ask the sanctuary to track down those who had last used black magic. The butler said that the sanctuary did not monitor the actions of black magic, and things would get complicated if they involved the sanctuary in this matter. Mint, in turn, was very puzzled. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at the butler and asked if any of his acquaintances knew black magic. She said that if a person was a black magician, they could remove the curse. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. Rawls said he knew a very skilled magician. Maya looked at him and asked who this person was. The butler was silent for a few minutes. A moment later, he looked at the young lady and said that it was the prince. Maya was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand how the prince could be a magician. The prince looked at the young lady in surprise and asked with a smirk what had brought her to him at such a late hour. Mint looked at him and apologized for coming to him without warning. He smiled and said it was all right. Mint stared at him intently and said nothing. Mint looked at the butler in surprise and asked if the prince knew how to use black magic. The butler looked at the young lady and said that, of course, the prince knew how to use black magic, since he was also a descendant of the heavenly dragon, and he was highly skilled in ordinary magic. His black magic abilities surpassed even those of the Empress. Mint was very surprised that his powers surpassed those of the Empress, but she knew she had to ask him for help. They sat in silence for a few minutes. The prince looked at her and said he would listen to her. He looked at her and said with a smirk that she probably didn't come at night to ask for forgiveness. Mint knew that even if she came here accompanied by someone from the palace, he would hardly grant her request. She knew she had to try her best. Mint looked at the prince and said she wanted to ask him something. The prince was surprised. He looked at her and asked if she already wanted to ask him something. The prince looked at her and said with a smirk that he refused. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. He looked at her and said that since a lady like her had come to ask him for something, it was probably something fantastical. The prince said he couldn't help her. Mint sensed the coldness in his voice. She declined his invitation. Later, she showed up at his place at night without warning. She immediately began to ask him for something. She understood that he didn't like it, but she knew that she could just let it go and walk away. She looked at him and said she had nothing. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she really thought so. He looked at her and said that she always had a butler with her, as well as an archduke who adored her. He looked at her and asked if she really thought so. The lady looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he had Her Majesty. The prince looked at her and said that he did not dispute that he had the Empress. Mint stared intently, as she could see that he was not even hiding his dissatisfaction. She looked at him and said that if it was difficult for him to fulfill her request, then she would be indebted to him. She said that her friend had been cursed with black magic, and she didn't think he would be able to hold out. She looked at him and said that if he could remove the curse, she would be very grateful to him and would be greatly indebted to him. She looked at him and said that he had said earlier that if someone like her was indebted to him, it would probably be a great advantage for him in the future. The prince stared intently at the young lady. Mint, in turn, hoped that it would work. She stared intently at the prince and waited for his verdict. She knew that her friend had always come to her aid, so she sincerely wanted to help him. She knew she would do anything to save her friend. The prince looked at her and said with a smirk that he thought he could help her with that. He looked at her and said that in that case, they could make a deal. Mint happily said that she would do anything. The prince came closer to her and told her to meet him. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. She looked at him and asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. The butler looked at the young lady. He looked at her and asked if she was okay. A moment later, he asked if she had been hurt in the palace. Menta looked at him and said she was fine. She looked at him and said with a smile that she'd succeeded and that the prince had promised to come tomorrow. She said she had received the item to remove the curse. Roel looked at her and asked if she was really all right. The young lady looked at her companion and smiled, saying that everything was fine. She smiled and said that, as always, he was overreacting. Mint knew that the price for this was very strange, of course, but the main thing was that she was able to convince him. Mata knew that she should still tell the Archduke everything. Mint knocked on the Archduke's door and asked if she could come in. No one answered, so she peeked into the room. A moment later, Menta entered the room and saw the Archduke lying on the bed covered in blood. Mint rushed to the Archduke and asked what was wrong with him. She was very frightened. He looked at her and said that everything was fine and that she needn't worry. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand how he could say that, as he had a large and deep wound. She shouted that she would call a doctor immediately. The Archduke grabbed her hand and told her not to tell anyone. He looked at the young lady and said that no one should know about this. He looked at her and asked her to stay there. She did not understand what he was talking about, as he was in terrible condition. The Archduke looked at the young lady and smiled, saying that she knew how to be angry. He looked at her and smiled, telling her not to worry about him. Mint looked at him intently. The Archduke said he didn't need treatment. Menta noticed that his wound was healing. Mint realized that he was a master, so he was able to heal himself. But she knew that even if that was the case, he was still in a lot of pain. The Duke looked at her and asked why she had come to his room. Julius asked what she wanted to tell him. Mint looked at him and asked for permission to treat his wound. He looked at her and asked if she was satisfied. She looked at him and said that even if the wounds healed quickly, they still needed to be treated. The Archduke stared at her intently. Mint, in turn, slowly treated his wounds. She looked at him and said that a lot had happened today. She looked at him and said that if he knew, he would be very surprised. Mint said that the prince had helped her. The Archduke looked at her and said that he didn't want to hear about the prince. He asked her to tell him about the result. She looked at him and asked if she could love the prince. Julius was shocked. He asked her to wait a moment and tell him everything from the beginning. Julius looked at her and asked if it was true that she had asked the prince for help to lift the curse. Mint looked at him and said that was right, and that she had gone to him at night without warning and asked for his help. She said he had agreed to help her, and she was very touched. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what happened next. Mata smiled and said that she liked the prince. The prince looked intently at the young lady. Maya looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Taken aback, the prince said that he couldn't tell her about their real relationship. He looked at her and said he would explain the real reason to her now. He looked at her and asked if she knew that he had 2 older brothers. He said that as soon as the war ended, they died within a month of each other, and both under strange circumstances. He looked at her and said that she must know that his mother was not herself. Mint was shocked. She realized that the prince wanted to tell her that the empress was responsible for the death of her children. The prince looked at the young lady and said that if the empress found out that Maya loved him, she would not kill anyone because the empress adored Alcadonia. He looked at her and, with a smirk, asked her to pretend to be his beloved for exactly 3 months. He looked at her and said that he had a plan. The prince asked her to keep everything a secret, just between them. He looked at her and asked if she agreed. Minta looked at the Archduke and asked if her liking the prince would complicate his affairs. Julius looked at the young lady and said that it would not, but he would very much like her to be as far away from the imperial family as possible. He said that he did not want it to have a negative impact on her in any way. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to marry the prince, it would become much more complicated. She looked at him and said that it was too early for that. He looked at her and smiled, saying that he was not her master, so she should not have to ask permission for her feelings toward someone. Mint said shyly that she knew that. She looked at him and asked if she could go with the prince to a banquet for the princess's birthday. Julius looked at her and said she could do as she wished. Some time later, Julius was lying on his bed. He was shocked by everything that was happening, as he thought Mint was still just a little girl. The butler came to his master and called him. Julius looked at Roel and said that he had heard from Menta that a curse had been placed on the knight Jurion. The butler said that this was indeed the case. He said that the object of the curse was the pollen of spiritual stones. so he was unable to track down the culprit. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that there was no need to do so, as he had a rough idea who could have done it. The butler was shocked. He looked at his master and asked who it could be. The Archduke said that he would deal with it himself and that the butler did not need to know anything about it. The butler looked at his master and said that there was something else he needed to tell him. He wanted to talk to him about the object of the curse. He looked at the Archduke and said that the object of the curse had been found by the mint. The butler told his master that he himself knew very well that only a poppy or someone as powerful as the Archduke could sense the aura surrounding the cursed object. The butler looked at his master and said that this was only his opinion, but it seemed to him that the lady was an unusual person. The Archduke called the butler by his first and last name. The butler froze. The Archduke looked at the butler intently and maliciously and said that he knew nothing about the rebellion. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that even if he ever found out anything, he must forget it immediately. The Archduke said that he very much hoped that the butler understood him. The butler looked at him and said that he understood. Mata looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was very glad that he had woken up. The young man looked at his mistress and said that he was very sorry. He said that he was very ashamed because as a knight, he had left his mistress alone while he lay in bed. The young lady looked at him and said that he should not blame himself. Urion looked intently at his lady and called her name. The young man looked at his mistress and asked what had happened while he was unconscious. Mata remembered her agreement with the prince. She knew that she only had to hold out for 3 months in exchange for saving her friend. Mata looked at him and smiled, saying that nothing had happened and everything was fine. Mint knew that later, she would tell everything to Lord Julius. On the young princess's birthday, the prince stood waiting for his companion. A moment later, Mint entered. He looked at her and said admiringly that she had come in the dress he had given her after all. The dress and earrings, symbolizing silver hair and heavenly eyes. Menta knew that he had given her these gifts with a clear meaning. He looked at her and said that he thought she would refuse the gift. The prince looked at the young lady and said that because of him, she was wearing a dress she didn't like, and at a party she didn't want to be at. The prince looked at his young companion and said he really hoped she wouldn't be upset with him because of it. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the young prince but said nothing. She looked at him and said that he wasn't forcing her to do this. She said that she had made this choice herself, and besides, he had done his part, so she had to do hers too. She looked at him and said with a smile that it would be foolish to be angry with him for this. The prince was surprised and stunned by her words. He looked at her and said that he didn't like her. Mint was shocked, as she didn't expect to hear anything like that. She saw that he had taken off his mask of hypocrisy. The prince looked at his companion and told her to try not to talk to anyone at the party. He told her to smile and stay close to him like a doll. Menta obediently agreed. The prince said that if today's meeting ended well, they would not need to meet for a while. The prince and Mint slowly entered the hall. They were introduced. As they walked, everyone discussed them frantically. Mint understood that she had to behave like a doll. They approached the empress. Mint saw her puzzled and surprised look. The young people greeted the empress. Mint noticed that her companion was very excited. The empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that this was a very unexpected duo for her. Mint was shocked and very worried. The empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that she liked them very much. She looked at them and said that just one glance at the young couple made her heart lighter. She looked at her daughter and asked if that was not so. The princess, in turn, was puzzled. The princess looked at the young couple and asked why they were together. The prince leaned against the young lady. Mint was shocked, as she had not expected this. She looked at the prince in surprise and bewilderment. The prince looked at the empress and the princess. He smiled and said that if they were asking about their relationship, then they were together. The empress looked at the young lady and said that she had heard that she had not even gone through puberty. The empress said that she would very much like to see the archduke's face. The empress looked at the young people and told Maya that if the archduke was against their relationship, she could come to her, and she would definitely support them. The prince looked at the empress and smiled, thanking her for her kind words. The empress looked at the young couple and said with a smile that she was very happy for their relationship Maya and the prince were relaxing outside. The prince sighed heavily and said with relief that now they could rest. Maya looked at him and asked if he was okay. The prince smiled and said that thanks to her, he was fine. He looked at the young lady and said that he had been thinking for some time. The mercenaries would not come to him. She looked at the prince and asked if it was enough that he had appeared with her before the empress. He looked at her and asked if he would have arranged all this if it hadn't worked. The prince smiled and said that she would never understand. Late at night, the prince could not sleep, knowing that someone would break through the door. He knew that if he fell asleep now, he would never wake up again. He said he had to hold onto the rope with all his might, not even knowing if it was rotten or not. He said he felt endless anxiety for his life. Mint looked at him and gently told him to hang on. She looked at him and told him to hang on and make sure he stayed alive. Mint realized she was meddling in something that was none of her business, but she couldn't help saying it. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she would help him. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to say. She looked at him and said that she would help him for the time they had promised each other. The prince laughed and said with a smile that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He looked at her and said that others were busy arguing about when he would die. The prince asked her if she wanted to make her bet. Menta was furious. She didn't understand what he was talking about. The prince looked at her and said that if she placed a bet that he would not die, it would be extremely fun. He looked at the young lady and said that it was because he would stay alive by any means necessary. Menta was embarrassed because the prince was very close to her. The young lady stared intently at the archduke. The archduke stood alone and drank alcohol. The princess approached the archduke. She looked at him and asked if he was in a bad mood. The princess smiled and asked if it was all because of the little lady. The princess looked intently at Julia. The archduke, in turn, looked at the young princess and said nothing. The princess looked at the archduke and said that although she had become his younger sister, she herself had not expected anything to happen between them. The princess looked at him and said that she was sure he had mixed feelings now. She said that after the young lady appeared, he had become very soft. The archduke looked at the princess and said that he thought she had no important conversation with him. He said that in that case, he would leave. The princess looked at him and said that he had finished all his business with the monsters. She asked him why he was still so busy. The princess looked at the archduke and asked who the young lady was to him. The princess said she was very curious to know whether she was just a ward or family to him. She asked the archduke why he cared for her so much. The princess looked him in the eyes and asked if she was the one. The princess said that he had wanted to find someone before, so he had traveled all over the continent. Mint ran up to the archduke in surprise and joy. She looked at him and asked if he was already returning. The archduke saw the prince behind the young lady. Julius looked at the young lady and said it was time to go. Menta looked at him and said with a smile that she would call a carriage. The prince approached the archduke and said that he apparently did not like him being near the young lady. The prince said with a smirk that he did not know the archduke had such a jealous side. He said that if the others found out, they would be very surprised. He said with a smirk that since he disliked him so much, he should probably kiss the young lady on the cheek or neck or lips. The prince said that if he had done so, it would have been interesting to see what those around her would think of her. The archduke grabbed the prince's clothes in a rage. The archduke looked at the prince with a cold, piercing gaze. He told him to listen carefully. The prince was very surprised as he felt a surge of strength. The archduke looked at the prince and said that he could clearly see how he was showing his worthless tenderness toward Maya. He said that he knew very well that he was using her for his own purposes. The archduke said that there was only one reason why he was still alive. He remembered the words that the rebellious girl had said to him, that she liked the prince. The archduke looked at the prince and said with a smirk that he thought the prince knew everything perfectly well himself. The prince, in turn, stared intently at the departing archduke. A moment later, the prince asked the archduke by what right he was interfering. The prince looked at the archduke and said that the relationship was between him and Mint. He was only her guardian. Mint heard their conversation. She shouted at the prince to stop. The prince and the archduke looked at Mint intently and with surprise. Mint looked at the young man and asked how he dared to speak to the archduke like that. Mint quickly approached the archduke and said that they were leaving. Mint glanced sideways at the prince and said that if he spoke to the Archduke so rudely again, she would have to break off their agreement. The prince stared intently after them. The prince was shocked by everything that was happening, as he had not expected to hear such a thing. The Archduke and Mint slowly made their way home. Mint noticed that the Archduke was not in a good mood. The Archduke suddenly remembered the prince's words. The prince had asked the Archduke what right he had to interfere, since he was only the young lady's guardian. The Archduke called Menta over. The young lady, in turn, was surprised, as she did not expect him to say anything. The Archduke looked at her and asked what she would do if he asked her to end her relationship with the prince. The young lady was shocked. She had not expected such a question. Unexpectedly for the passengers, the carriage began to shake. A man approached them and apologized. He said that the carriage wheel was broken and he thought it would take a few minutes to repair it. Julius looked at the man and said they would wait while they repaired it. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if he would like to take a walk while they were fixing it. Mint walked through the night forest. She was surprised. Mint smiled and said she didn't know the forest could be so beautiful. Mint was a little puzzled and didn't know what the Archduke meant a minute ago. She felt very awkward asking about it. The Archduke looked at her and said that he had forgotten to give her something. Mint was surprised when she saw a beautiful pendant. For a moment, Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and told her that it was his gift to her. She was surprised and did not expect to receive a gift from him. Mint noticed the beautiful pendant that sparkled. The young lady looked at the Archduke and thanked him for the gift. She said that by giving her a gift and being with her, he made her happy. Yuli looked at the young lady and said that enough time had passed. Menta was taken aback. She didn't understand what he was talking about. A moment later, Menta said that it was probably time for them to return, as the fire had already been put out. A few minutes later, they heard a noise. Menta looked at the Archduke and asked if he had heard it. Julius told Mint to stay where she was while he checked the surroundings. The Duke slowly examined all the places. Behind a tree, he saw a strange silhouette. He approached and saw an old man. The man, in turn, looked at Julius in surprise and said that he had frightened him. The Archduke and Maya looked at the man in surprise. The man looked at the young people and thanked them. He looked at the young lady and said that a tragedy had befallen him a couple of days ago, and he had been starving for several days. He said he thought he would die of hunger. Menta was surprised as she realized that there were more people here than she had thought. She approached him and said that she was very glad that he was all right. She asked if he knew the way to the village. The man looked at the young lady and said that since he had received such help, he should repay the favor with a service. He looked at the young lady and said that he could see a person's future. Mint looked at him and said that there was no need for that and that he didn't have to do anything for them. He looked at Mint and said that she was very modest. He said that they could start with her. Mint was puzzled because the man wasn't even listening to her. A moment later, they were illuminated by light from the ball. Mint was truly surprised, as she had never seen anything like this before. The man looked intently at the young lady and said that she should have died long ago, but by the will of fate, she was still alive. Mint was shocked by what she heard. Mint looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The man smiled and said that she was hiding more than just her fate. He looked at her and said that she was hiding an incredibly terrifying secret. And to hide this secret, she was deceiving herself and those around her. He looked at her and said that she had to lie to everyone. He looked at the Archduke and said that he too should have died long ago. But he had gone beyond the laws of this world. Mint was very surprised and did not understand what was being said. The man looked at the gentleman and said that another reaper of death would come for him, because he was originally born with the fate of living a short life. The man looked at the gentleman with contempt and said that within 3 years, death would knock on his door to take his soul. With lightning speed, the Archduke put his sword to the man's throat. Julius looked at the man and said that he must be a very brave and despicable pagan. The Archduke looked at the man and said that since he was so lucky and was still alive, he should tuck his tail between his legs and run away from him. He looked at the man and asked how he dared to show himself to him. The man looked contemptuously at the Archduke and said that he wanted to. "At least I would like to look at him before I die." He said he would like to look at his future. He looked at the Archduke and said that his future had not changed. He said that the last pages of his miserable life remained. The man looked contemptuously at the young people and said that Julius would die in complete solitude. The man looked at them and said that now he could leave this world in peace. A few minutes later, the man vanished. All that remained of him was his cloak. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked who this man was. The Archduke glanced sideways at the young lady and said that he was a clairvoyant pagan. He said that there were only a few of them left. Mint was surprised, but she understood who he was talking about. She realized he was talking about Calgary. She knew that some believers had clairvoyant abilities. They could see the past and the future. Mia was frightened because she realized that this man knew her past and future. She realized that this man knew not only about her future and past, but also about the Archduke. Julius came closer to her and said that they were all clairvoyants and saw correctly. He said that if that were the case, they would never have lost the war. Julius looked at her and gently told her not to worry. Mint stared at him intently. She did not answer. A few minutes later, Minty started crying. She hoped that everything would be fine. She was sure that everything would be okay. The young man looked at his companion and asked if he had heard any strange noises just now. The man asked puzzledly what the noise was. The young man said it sounded like an animal roaring. The man laughed and asked if the young man meant to say that a beast had appeared in the capital. The man smiled and said that monsters could not appear in the capital, where the aristocrats and the royal family lived. He said that it was just the wind carrying all kinds of distorted sounds. The young man was surprised because he noticed something in the sky, and he was very frightened. A moment later, they saw a terrifying beast. The man came to the Empress with a report on the situation. The man said that with the late arrival of the Archduke, they had managed to get the situation under control. He said that, in general, 19 monsters had appeared in the city and 60 people had been killed. The Empress looked at the messenger and said angrily that he should not continue. The Empress was furious. She did not understand how this was possible. She did not understand how pathetic creatures with zero intelligence could have infiltrated the capital. She stared intently at the man who was trembling with fear. Monsters who had lost their friend and master were no different from stupid animals. She did not understand how they could have evaded the guards and passed through the gates into the capital. She knew that they had no abilities in magic or hypnosis. A moment later, the Empress understood something and laughed. She looked at the man and said that someone had turned out to be resilient. And it was the descendant of an insignificant dragon demon. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that Calgara's descendant was alive, and he was the instigator of the attack. Preacher Client looked at the Empress and said that this could not be. He asked the Empress if the Archduke had lied to her. He said that she knew perfectly well that it was not the sanctuary or even the royal family that had destroyed everyone. It was the Archduke who had ended the war with the pagans. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that she did not doubt him. She said that she would send him personally to deal with this matter. The preacher looked at the Empress and said that he had always refused to cooperate with the royal family. The preacher asked if she thought he would follow her order. The Empress looked at him and told him not to worry. She smiled and said that she did not know if he had heard. But recently, her son and Lady Elkadonia had been seeing each other. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that just seeing them made her stomach flutter. And how did they know that the Archduke would stand up for the young girl? She looked at the preacher and said that because of his affection for her, even his unbowed head would bow at the Empress's feet. She said that he would definitely bow before the royal family. The Empress looked at the preacher and said with a smile that the Archduke himself would find out how the monsters had managed to penetrate the very heart of the empire. And if they were found to be involved, he would have to bring their heads to her. She looked at him and said that they would end there. She looked at him and asked if he knew that a ceremony would soon be held in honor of the prince's coming of age. The preacher smiled and said that the prince was already very grown up. When the descendants of the heavenly dragon, the children of the royal family, come of age, they go to the Cameron Desert for a divine ritual. This is where the goddess Tamara first set foot. No one is allowed to enter the sanctuary without permission. The passage to captivity lies through a narrow canyon, and under the protection of the gods, the sacred ritual does not take place. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that the ritual must be performed by someone from the sanctuary, but she despises that place to the point of horror. She looked at the preacher and said that he was an exception. and she hoped that he would take control of the ritual. The preacher looked at her and smiled, saying that he would do everything. The prince looked at all the corpses lying at his feet. He thought that the empress was also waiting for the day of the ritual. The prince sighed heavily and sat down on the bed. He was shocked that the empress had managed to send mercenaries even on such a day. The prince noticed that compared to the mercenaries who had been there before, these ones were very weak. He knew that she wanted to hint at something with this. He knew that she could tell him that if he continued to be useful to her, she would spare his life. The prince thought that he had made a good decision and that there was some benefit to him starting to date. For a moment, he thought about it and remembered what had happened. He remembered the young lady's words. She told him that if he continued to be rude to the archduke, their agreement would come to nothing. The prince thought that the young lady now hated him. The prince smiled and thought that she might hate him. He knew that there was no one in this world who would take his side. He knew that he just needed to stay alive inside this palace until the ritual. He remembered how the young lady told him to hold on and gather his strength. He remembered how she told him to stay alive. He knew he had to try very hard to do that. He told himself that he would definitely stay alive. Mint and the prince rode slowly in a carriage across the Holy Land. The prince looked intently at the young lady and called her name several times. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was calling her, but she wasn't even answering. Mint was very angry with the prince. She knew he was a year younger than her, but still, he behaved like a turtle that had lived for several hundred years. The prince looked at the young lady and said that it didn't matter inside the carriage, but in front of the priest, they would have to show warm feelings for each other. He looked at her and said that he had brought her to the ritual for this reason. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she remembered that they had an agreement. Mint looked at him and said that their agreement would end there. She said she hoped he would do everything as he had promised. She looked at him and said that she didn't want to see him again. He looked at her and said that would be the case. A moment later, the prince said that he would try very hard to fulfill that promise. Mint looked at the task, but then at the prince and said that she had heard that the road there was very difficult. Mint was shocked. She cried out that the journey was very difficult and too much for her. The knight looked at her and told her not to worry. He said that other knights had already crossed the bridge, but Mint was still very worried. What if the rope broke? The prince looked at her and said that the bridge had protective spells and that she didn't need to worry. He said that as long as no one of a similar level attacked the bridge, it would never break. Menta looked at him and said that was reassuring. The knight looked at the young lady and asked her if he should carry her. The young lady looked at him and said that there was no need and that she could walk herself. The young lady and the prince noticed a man in the distance. He was directing his power at them. The man gathered all his strength to strike the bridge. The prince was shocked and shouted at everyone to get off the bridge. The prince ran to Mayada and shouted for her to give him her hand. The man struck the bridge anyway. The preachers used their magic to protect everyone from the blow. They created a barrier. The prince yelled at them to hold the barrier. The prince yelled at the magicians to save the people on the bridge with their magic. The prince ran to the young lady. He shouted at her to take his hand. Mint saw that the man had struck again. A moment later, she fell from the bridge. Everyone present was in shock. Max shouted that he couldn't use levitation magic. Mint was in shock. She knew that if she continued to fall, she would surely die. A moment later, the prince embraced her tightly. They flew down together. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand why he had jumped after her. The prince looked at the young lady and asked why the magic hadn't worked on her. Mint opened her eyes and saw that she was still alive. She sat up with lightning speed. She was in shock because she realized she had survived. She was very surprised and did not understand what had happened. A moment later, the young lady saw the prince lying next to her. She was shocked because he showed no signs of life. She looked at him closely and realized that he wasn't even breathing. Mint decided to help him somehow and began to resuscitate him. She wanted to save him. Mint was furious, shouting that he couldn't just die like that. She shouted that he had no right to die here. A moment later, the prince woke up. Menta looked at him and asked if he was all right. The prince looked at the young lady and asked with a smirk if she was upset that he was alive. Mint was surprised and said, "Of course not." She looked at him and said that it was too early for him to move. Mint looked at the prince and told him to be patient. The knights would soon come to their aid. The prince looked into the distance and said nothing. The prince glanced sideways at the young lady and said that someone would get there before them. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The prince said there had been an attack from above. He said that the bridge had been destroyed because of the attack. He said that the bridge had been protected by the Empress's spell. The fact that he had been able to destroy the bridge meant only one thing. Either the Empress herself had done it, or it was someone as powerful as her. Mint was shocked and said that couldn't be true. She looked at him and asked how that could be, since they were in a relationship. She said that he had told her before that the Empress would stop bothering him. The prince said puzzledly that it only mattered when it was useful to him. A moment later, the prince fell unconscious. Mint was in shock and didn't know what to do. She knew they couldn't stay there. Minty quickly scanned the area. She needed to find somewhere to hide. A moment later, she saw a cave. The prince woke up. He sat up as fast as lightning. He was confused and did not understand where he was. He thought that Menta had probably carried him there. She looked at the young prince and asked if he had woken up. She looked at him and said that it was very good that he had come to his senses. Mint smiled and said that the rain had already subsided, and she found some berries in the forest. She said that his clothes were very wet, so she undressed him. The prince looked at the young lady in confusion and asked why she was still there. The young lady was surprised. She didn't understand what he was talking about. He looked at her sideways and said that it was time for her to leave before the mercenaries found them. He said that it was unlikely that the Empress planned to kill her. Mint was surprised. She looked at the prince and asked what would happen to him if she left. He looked at her and said that it was none of her business. She looked at him and said that his condition was far from ideal. The prince was furious and shouted that he would die anyway. He looked at her and said that he really wanted to escape from this man. The prince said that while he was being baptized, no one would be able to approach him. He said he was almost ready for it. The prince said puzzledly that the Empress knew everything. He said that she knew that he was trying to stay alive, and she was waiting for the moment when he would stick his head out of his hole. The prince said that, in the end, he was destined to die. He looked at her and said that he did not need her sympathy and that she should go far away. Unless she wanted to die with him. The young lady looked at him and asked what he had just said. A moment later, she looked at him and told him to eat. He looked at her and said that she probably didn't understand him. Mint quickly shoved the berries into his mouth. The prince was surprised, looked at her, and asked what she was doing. Mint told him not to be silly and to eat, as the berries would help him recover. The prince looked at her and asked if she really didn't understand him. He said he couldn't protect her from the mercenaries. She looked at him and said that she did not want to leave him. She said that he had jumped off a cliff to save her. She looked at him and said that even though she was weak, she still wanted to repay her savior in kind. Mint said that he would not die. She said that no matter how hopeless the situation was, if you hold on until the end, a miracle happens. She looked at him and smiled, saying there was no need to give up. All this time, the prince thought that all hope was lost. He looked at her and said that she really might die. The young lady looked at him and smiled, saying that this would not happen and that they would survive together. The young prince stared intently at the young lady. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at her and smiled, saying that she was definitely foolish. The knight looked at Roel and said that he had been told that they had been attacked on their way to the sanctuary and that Mint had fallen off a cliff with the prince. He said that everyone was looking for them now. The butler said that more people needed to be added to the search party. He said that no matter what happened, they had to find the lady safe and sound. The archduke looked intently at the butler and asked who was missing. He looked at the man and asked him to repeat himself. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if she was comfortable. Mint looked at him puzzled and asked what he was talking about. She said that she often wandered through the forest as a child. Mint said that thanks to this, she knew well which berries and fruits were edible. He looked at her and asked why she wandered through the forest at such a young age. There was a moment of silence. The prince looked at the young lady and said that when he was about 5 years old, he had almost been killed by the Empress. Mint said puzzledly that this was sudden. He looked at her and said that before asking someone questions, one should tell them about oneself. He said that the Empress had tried to strangle him, but he had survived. He looked at the young lady and said that every day he feared for his life. Mint stared intently at the young prince. She looked at him and said that she had been in a similar situation. She looked at him and said that before the Archduke took her in, she dug up plant roots to fill her stomach with something. She said that she used to freeze to death when there was heavy snowfall. Mint looked at the young prince and said that even on days when it snowed, things were still good. She said that once a man like him had saved her, and thanks to him, she was still alive. The prince said that he seemed like a good man. He asked the young lady if she had told him that she wanted to pay him for his help. Mint looked puzzled at the fruit and said nothing. She looked at the prince and asked if he wanted some more berries. She said she would eat them all today. The prince looked at her in surprise and agreed. Mint smiled and said that the berries were very tasty. The prince's friend saw the necklace around her neck. He was surprised. He looked at the young lady and asked what the pendant was. Mint looked at the prince in confusion and said that it was a gift from the Archduke. The prince looked at the young lady in surprise and said that it was a spiritual stone that blocked magic. Because of it, the young lady could not be enchanted on the bridge. Menta was shocked by what she heard. The prince looked at her and said that he had been racking his brains trying to figure out why this had happened. Mint looked at him and said that it simply couldn't be. She looked at the prince and said that it simply couldn't be. She said that the Archduke couldn't have given her such a thing without even explaining why. The prince looked at the young lady and said that now was not the time to figure it out. He told her to throw it away immediately, as he would not be able to protect her if she wore the pendant. Mint remembered how the man had stared at her intently and said that he felt a magical power emanating from her. Mia said she would take off the pendant for now. Mint was surprised and didn't understand why Julius had done that to her. The next day, Mint looked intently at the prince and asked if he was really okay. She looked at him and said that his wound had not yet healed. The prince looked at the young lady and smiled, saying that he was a descendant of the heavenly dragon. He looked at her and asked if she could go berry picking by herself. He said that he could already create light protective barriers. Mint smiled and said she would go alone and return soon. Mint slowly gathered berries. She saw the amazing color of the berries. Mint was surprised and wondered if she could eat them. Mint thought that soon the Archduke would find out about everything. She knew she couldn't give up and that he would definitely come for her. She knew she had to believe and wait for him. A moment later, Mint heard a strange sound. She turned around and saw a terrifying monster. She was surprised and very frightened as the monster was on the sacred ground of the goddess. Mint knew she mustn't panic. She was in shock, but she knew she couldn't die in a place like this. She looked at the monster and furiously told it not to come near her. Mint heard a strange sound and was very frightened. A moment later, she saw the monster leaving. She was in shock and didn't understand what had happened. She didn't understand why the monster had just left. The prince looked at the young lady and asked what had just happened. He looked at her and asked in surprise how she was able to control the monster. Mint didn't answer him, and he started yelling. He looked at her and asked if she was a pagan. Mint looked at him and said that, of course, she was not a pagan. Mint asked the prince what he was talking about. The prince looked intently at the young lady and asked what had just happened. He said that he had seen with his own eyes how she was able to control the monster. She looked at him and said that she was not a pagan, and also asked what was so difficult to understand about that. She said she had never believed in God, let alone worshipped him. Mint was shocked. She realized she had made a mistake. She had told a member of the royal family that she did not believe in the goddess Tamara. Mia looked at the prince and apologized. She realized she had made a huge mistake. The prince looked at the young lady and said that he had probably gone too far. He said that it was clear that she had no connection to the pagans. He apologized to her and said that he had probably lost his mind a little due to this series of stressful situations. She looked at him and told him never to say such terrible words again. The prince agreed with her and apologized. A moment later, they heard a noise. Mint looked at the prince and asked what he had heard. The prince looked into the distance in shock and told Maya to stand behind him. A moment later, they saw a man. Mint was shocked because she hadn't heard any footsteps. She saw an unfamiliar silhouette approaching them. He looked intently at the young people. He was glad to see the prince and Maya. He looked at them and said that he had received orders from the emperor to escort them safely. He looked at them and told them to follow him. The prince was furious when he saw the knight Ryorich. The knight looked at them and said that this place was very dangerous. He said that he would definitely escort them to the palace. A moment later, Urion appeared before them. Maya was shocked as she did not expect to see him. She, in turn, looked at him intently and shouted her friend's name. The young man stood up to defend his mistress. He glanced sideways at his mistress and apologized for being late. She looked at him and asked how he ended up here. He said that Knight Roll had sent a search party, but now was not the time to talk about it. Rurik was furious. He looked at the young knight and said that the knight was standing in the way of a man who had received an imperial order. He said that the young man seemed to be a common upstart. Urion looked at his opponent and said that he was a knight of the Elkadonia family. Only people from that family could give him orders. Rurik looked at the knight and said that since he did not understand his warning, there was nothing he could do about it. He delivered a crushing blow. Urion parried the blow with lightning speed. Rurik attacked Urion. The imperial knight struck the young man blow after blow. The young lady was in shock. She screamed at her knight. The prince looked at the knight and asked him to stop. He said he would go with him as long as he left the lady and the knight alone. Rurik struck the prince. The knight looked at the young people and said that the emperor had told him to bring them both, and there was no need for them to resist. Urion struck Rurik. Rurik, in turn, looked at the young man as if he were a small insect. Urion looked at the young lady and told her to run away. Rurik struck Urion, and he fell to the ground. The imperial knight looked at the young man and said that the original plan was to return to the palace immediately. He approached the young man and said that it would probably be okay if he took care of one arrogant knight. Mint was in shock. She understood that the knight was about to kill her friend. She knew she couldn't let that happen. Mint watched everything happening with anger. A moment later, she heard someone's voice. The man asked her what had happened. He said that she already knew how to use it. The imperial knight looked at the young lady in horror. A moment later, he saw the beast. The knight dodged the blow with lightning speed. The knight stared intently at the vicious beast. Mint looked on in surprise and amazement. She couldn't believe what was happening. The young lady stared intently at the man. Blood slowly trickled from her nose. The knight was in shock, unable to comprehend when the monster had appeared. The monster growled furiously and began to attack. Mint watched the fight intently. A moment later, blood poured from her nose and mouth. Unnoticed, someone crept up behind her. Mint turned around and saw the prince. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was okay. The prince looked at the young lady and told her to run away quickly while the knight was distracted by the monster. Mint said she couldn't abandon her friend and run away. The prince said that now was not the time to worry about others. He said that for the knight, this monster was just a matter of seconds. A moment later, they heard a loud crash. The knight approached them. He said angrily that he had wasted too much time. He looked at them and said that now it was time to go to the palace. The young lady was in shock and very frightened. A moment later, she heard a familiar voice. Mint was shocked by what she saw. Mint saw the Archduke in all his glory. The imperial knight stared intently at the Archduke. He looked at him and asked how he had ended up there. The Archduke looked at the man intently and angrily and said that, after all, he had dared to touch his man. The Archduke looked at the knight and asked how long he had been so bold. The knight looked at the Archduke and said that it was the emperor's order. He said that she had ordered the prince and the lady to be brought safely to the palace. The Archduke looked at the man furiously. He asked if it looked to him like they were safe and sound. The knight looked at the Archduke and said that without the emperor's orders, he would not fight him. But if the Archduke insisted strongly, he would not refuse. Rurik looked at the Archduke and said with a smirk that he did not know how long they would last. The Archduke looked intently at Miata and Jurion. He saw that they were in very bad shape. The Archduke looked at the imperial knight and told him to leave. Rurik turned around and started to leave. Maya was surprised. She didn't know if he was really leaving. She knew that he was a true devil. The remaining knights arrived. They saw Maya in a pitiful state. The knights shouted to call a priest. The Archduke approached Maya and asked her to be patient, as Roll would arrive soon. Mata hugged the Archduke tightly. Julius was surprised, as he had not expected this. Maya looked at him with a smile on her face. The Archduke looked at the young lady intently and with surprise. Maya said quietly that he always came to her and saved her. The Archduke called out to the young lady, but she was unconscious. A priest approached the Archduke. The priest looked at the Archduke and said that Mint had lost consciousness. He said that she was probably very tired. The priest said that he would use healing magic. The priest called to the Archduke, but he was frozen in shock. The knights saw Jurian lying on the ground. They told the priest that the young knight had very deep wounds. The priest looked at them and said that he understood everything. The priest went to the knight. He glanced sideways at the Archduke. The priest had been on the battlefield with the Archduke many times. But to his surprise, it was the first time in his life that he had seen such an expression on the Archduke's face. Mint woke up late at night. She was surprised and realized that she was in the Elkadonia family mansion. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if he was right in thinking that she was already awake. Mint was surprised. She did not expect to see the Archduke next to her at all. Julius looked at the young lady and said that Roel had healed all the wounds he saw. Julius looked at her and asked if she was in pain anywhere. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine and she wasn't hurt anywhere. She looked at him and asked what had happened to Urian and the prince. The Archduke looked at her and said that they were fine. Maya, in turn, was very happy. She looked at him and said with a smile that he had saved her again. Maya smiled and thanked him. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she remembered the day she was kidnapped by the pagans. Maya looked at him, puzzled and surprised. A moment later, she said that she remembered that day. The Archduke said that the reason she was kidnapped was because she was his ward, and the people of Calgara considered him their enemy. He said that they wanted to instill fear in him. He looked at her and said that then and now, because of him, she was going through trials that she did not have to go through. Mint was very surprised. She knew that things were not as he said. The Archduke looked at her and said that he no longer wanted her to suffer because of him. He looked at her and said that he was no longer her guardian. The Empress looked at Razvesta and said that it was unfair. She was not to blame for the fact that Menta and the prince had gone missing. The Empress looked at the scout and asked why he did not believe her. The Archduke said that he had personally confronted Rurish. He looked at the Empress and asked if she was now trying to lie to his face. The Empress said that she had sent the knight to search for them. She said that she admitted that he might have been too rude and therefore she apologized for him. Julius looked at her and asked if she really thought he would believe her nonsense. The Empress looked at him and said that she would be in his place. She wouldn't believe it either. She looked at him and said that she should have earned his trust earlier. She said that for his sake, she had sent a search party and had to control herself to be on a team with the freaks from the sanctuary. She looked at Julius and said that if he kept provoking her, she would have no reason to spare the young lady's life. Yuli, in turn, was very angry. The Empress looked at him and said that she liked him very much. She wanted him to stay so she could enjoy his company. The Empress said with a smirk that she was willing to do a lot to calm him down. She looked at him intently and said that she would not forgive him if he began to consider her his enemy. The Empress looked at him and said furiously that she would rather tear him to pieces with tears in her eyes than see him leave her. A priest approached them and apologized for interrupting their conversation. He approached them and apologized for interrupting their conversation. He said puzzledly that the sanctuary would soon fall apart. The Archduke turned to leave. The Empress looked at him and asked what he was so afraid of. She looked at him and asked if their relationship was merely that of guardian and subordinate, or if it was something more. The Archduke, in turn, said nothing and left silently. The Archduke sat in his office and thought about everything. He wanted to try to ensure that Elkadonia and Mint were not connected. He wanted to hide Mint on the eastern continent. There, the danger threatening her would also be reduced. He knew that she would not understand this now, but he very much hoped that someday she would accept it. He remembered the young lady who looked at him intently with tears in her eyes. He remembered the Empress who asked him with a smirk on her face what he was afraid of. He was very afraid of losing another member of his family. He didn't want to, but now he had someone who made him want to live. He knew that he always had to think and make decisions alone. He knew that no one would take his hand and share his thoughts. He knew that this time it would be the same. The Archduke heard a strange noise behind the door. A moment later, Manta burst into his office. The Archduke was very surprised, as the young lady had opened the door with her foot. Mint and the Archduke stared intently at each other. Julius looked at the young lady and asked in surprise if she had been drinking. Maya, in turn, looked at him and said with a smile that she had been drinking. The Archduke was shocked because he realized he was having déjà vu. Mint looked at him and said that drinking wasn't so bad because alcohol kept bad thoughts away. She said that now she understood why he drank all the time. He looked at her and said that it was very good to lift her mixed feelings. And that was because he was sending her to the Eastern continent. He looked at her and said that while she was there, he would do everything for her. Mint was furious. She said that as a child, she had seen aristocrats abandon a puppy. The abandoned puppy tried with all its might to catch up with the carriage, but couldn't. She looked at him and said that it was very sad, and she still remembers that image as if it were yesterday. She looked at him and said that the puppies must have gotten tired of it and decided to abandon it. Menta said that the owner probably felt better after that. The Archduke stared intently at the young lady. Menta was furious because she knew that he was treating her the same way he had treated the puppy. But she was also furious with herself because she still couldn't bring herself to hate him. Julius approached the young lady and called her. He looked at her and said that she was drunk and that all her words were spoken with a clouded mind. He told her not to beat around the bush and to say everything directly. Mint looked at him with tears on her face. She said that he had brought her to the house, and now he was sending her away. She looked at him and asked if he had ever thought about her feelings. She said that she didn't care how effective and profitable his plan was. She looked at him and asked why he made all the decisions. She said she was capable of making decisions about her own future. She asked him why he was taking that opportunity away from her. Mata looked at him and began to cry even more. She said that he was very bad. Yuli, in turn, hugged Maya tightly. He looked at her and asked how he could leave her there, knowing that she was in great danger. He looked at her and said that she could die. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she understood that. Maya said that she understood perfectly well, but that life was meaningless without him. The butler entered the office and quietly asked if his master had summoned him. The Archduke looked at the butler and told him to teach Maya magic starting tomorrow. Roel was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he had tried to suppress her powers with a spirit stone yesterday. The butler looked at his master and asked what had happened. The Archduke stared intently at the butler. A moment later, he said that he had changed his mind. Julius realized that she was right and free to make her own decisions, so he would have to accept it and help her in any way he could. But someday the day would come when she would leave him. The butler looked at the young lady in confusion. He looked at her and asked how long she would lie there like that. Mint, in turn, did not respond and continued to lie on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. She said she would spend her whole life under the blanket because she was very ashamed. The butler took the blanket away from her and angrily told her to get up quickly and stop talking nonsense. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was angry. The butler looked at her and said that he was not angry. He said that it had not been a day since she was rescued, and she had already gone and almost emptied the entire wine cellar. He said that he had no reason to be angry. Mint timidly apologized to him. Mint looked at the butler and asked what had happened to the prince. The butler said that the prince had left for the sanctuary to perform a ceremony. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand how he could do such a thing. He had nearly died, and now he was trying to escape again. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the prince had left something for her. Maya looked at the butler in surprise. Mia looked at the note, and it said that she would see. Mia was surprised and did not understand what it meant. The knight looked at the prince and said that he would soon see the Holy Land. The prince did not respond. The knight asked the prince if he had forgotten something. The prince smiled and said that he thought he should at least see the young lady's face. He knew that this was only a temporary separation. Mint was puzzled. She still thought that they had become very close during the few days they had spent together. Mint understood that he had simply left. She also knew that she had to leave for the Eastern continent herself. The Archduke would never change his mind. Mata knew that if she ceased to be the mistress of this house, all her relationships with her loved ones would be severed. She knew she would lose contact with her husband. Maya looked at the butler and called him over. She looked at him and asked if she would cease to be part of this family. Would he cease to treat her well? The butler looked at her with confusion and surprise. He said that this would probably be the case. He said that if he suddenly saw her drunk out of her mind, instead of scolding her like today, he would want to hit her once. Maya was surprised and shocked by his words. He looked at her and said that she was much younger than him, and he would treat her as an equal. Although she had never asked how old he was, Maya looked at him and said that wasn't true. He looked at her and asked why she hadn't asked before. Mint understood that if she asked and heard the answer, her opponent would ask her a counter question. He would probably ask her what kind of person she was and how she lived. Mada understood that if she had known they would part so soon, she would have opened up earlier. The butler looked at her and said that he would like to convey a message from his master. Mada looked at him in surprise, as she had been waiting for it. The butler looked at her and said that the master had told her that she would be studying magic with Roll today. Mint was surprised and puzzled. She had not expected this. The butler looked at her and said that the master had given her these words. In order for Maya to do as she wished, she had to become stronger so that she could protect herself. Mint ran up to the butler and asked if it was true. She was shocked and very happy. The butler looked at her and asked with a smile if she was really so happy that she would be learning magic. Mint was happy that she would not be leaving for the Eastern continent after all. The butler looked at her and told her to calm down as they had a lot to prepare. She was very happy as she realized that she would not have to part with the people she cherished so much. Kamin looked at the young lady and asked if he was handsome. Mint looked at the knight in surprise and smiled, saying that he was, of course, beautiful. Mint looked at him and said that they had come for items to learn magic. The knight looked at her and said that this was certainly true, but they also needed to have fun. He looked at her and smiled, saying that they hadn't been out in a long time and he wanted to arrange something. Today was a very happy day for her. Mint knew that the knight was very worried about recent events. The young lady saw Mint and was very surprised. A moment later, the young lady looked at Mint and asked if it was really her. The young lady looked at Mint and said her name was Astel. She also asked if Mint remembered her. Kamen approached the young lady and asked if she knew the girl. Mint froze in shock. The young lady looked at Mint and asked what was wrong with her. She said that Mint knew her. The young lady smiled and said that they had been with her as a sacrifice. Mint shouted that she didn't know anything about that and ran away as fast as lightning. The knight ran after the young lady. He shouted at her not to run so fast or she would fall. A girl approached the young lady and called out to her. Astel was very frightened. Astel looked at the other girl and asked what had happened. The girl looked at Astel and apologized. She looked at her and asked if her name was Astel. The princess looked at the young lady and asked what they were talking about. As she said she would like to hear the details, Kamen looked at the young lady and told her to look at him, as he had bought her the most popular desserts in the empire. He smiled and told her to come out and try at least a little bit. Roel approached the knight and asked if the lady had come out. The knight looked at the butler and said that she had not come out. He said that it was the first time he had seen such an expression on the lady's face. The knight said it was all because of the lady they had met. The knight looked at the butler and asked if the archduke had given any instructions. He said that he could talk to her. The butler looked at the knight and said that the master had told him to leave the young lady alone. He said that was what the lady wanted. Mint sat alone in her room and thought about the young lady she had met. Mint was furious. She didn't want to remember it at all. She didn't know what to do. She was very scared and didn't know what to do because everyone could find out about her secret. Mint heard a noise outside the door. Urion knocked on her door. He asked her if he could come in. Maya went to the door and timidly opened it. The young man looked at the young lady and said that he had been told that someone had tried to talk to her. Maya realized that the rumors had spread. She knew it was inevitable as there were many people there. She knew that they had probably already heard the young lady's words, and now they were making their own assumptions. The young man looked at the young lady and said that if the girl had caused her suffering, he would make sure that she never met her again. Mint looked at her friend in surprise and bewilderment. There was a moment of silence between them. She asked him what he would do if she turned out to be a terrible liar, or if she was a completely different person from the one he imagined her to be. He looked at her and said that he didn't care, because it wouldn't change anything, since she had saved his life. He looked at her and said that before the prince left, he heard from him that she had saved his life by making a deal with the prince. Maya was shocked because she didn't expect the prince to tell him. Urian knelt before Maya. Maya was shocked. She looked at him and asked what he was doing. She told him to get up immediately. Mia looked at the young man in surprise. He looked at her and said that the life she had saved was not his to lose. He said that saving her would be an honor for him. She looked at him and told him not to say such things, as she was trying to give him back what she had received from him. Mint looked at her friend and thanked him. She said that thanks to him, she felt much better. A moment later, she told him not to kneel before her anymore. For a few more minutes, the young man stared intently at the young lady and smiled. The young man realized that he still wasn't someone she could rely on. The man was frightened. He looked at the young lady and asked who she was and why she had captured him. She looked at him and asked if he was really asking her why she had taken him out of prison. The girl looked intently at the man and called him by name, saying that he was the director of the orphanage. The man was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him menacingly and said that it was only his official position. In reality, he was a criminal who had sold orphans. Several years ago, the Archduke found out about this, and he was sentenced to prison. The man knelt before the young lady and asked for forgiveness. He said he deeply regretted what he had done. The young lady looked at him and told him to shut up. She looked at him and said that she didn't care about his regrets, but was interested in the mint that was in his orphanage. The man was shocked, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. She said she had looked through the papers from the orphanage. She noticed that the mint had disappeared, like smoke from the orphanage, when she was 11 years old. When she turned 13, it reappeared in the orphanage. After her return, the man began to beat her. The young lady looked intently at the man and asked why he did that. The man said, puzzled, that the girl was always idle and didn't know how to do anything useful. The young lady called the knight to help her talk to the man. With lightning speed, the knight struck the man. The man was shocked and became very frightened when the knight put a knife to his throat. She looked at him and asked how many fingers she should cut off to get him to talk. The man was shocked and said that he really didn't know anything. He said that the man who took the mint was a pagan priest. Everyone froze in indignation. The young lady looked at the man and said with a smirk that now she was more interested. Mint looked surprised. She saw the Archduke and the princess. Mint quickly hid as she noticed that the atmosphere between them was heating up. She did not know when the princess had arrived. The princess struck the Archduke in a fit of rage. Mint was shocked by what she saw, as she had not expected anything like this. The princess furiously asked the Archduke if he didn't care about his own life. The princess said angrily that he knew very well that the empress was not well. She asked him if he couldn't at least bow his head to her once. She looked at him angrily and asked why he was putting himself in such danger. The princess was furious because all this was because of a girl with whom he had no connection. Mint froze in surprise, shocked by what she had heard. She was surprised and did not understand why the princess was talking about her now. The princess said that when the war ended, he returned almost dead, and she thought he would die soon. She wanted to say something else, but the Archduke interrupted her and said that there were too many ears around. The princess was furious. She turned to leave and finally told him that he was free to do as he wished. The princess burst into tears and said that she was tired of fearing that he might die. Mint was shocked by what she heard, standing quietly behind a column as she hid. The Archduke looked at the young lady hiding behind the column. A moment later, he told her to come out. Menta was shocked, as she did not expect him to see her hiding there. Mint looked at him and apologized. She said she shouldn't have been eavesdropping. He looked at her and said she didn't need to apologize. A moment later, Mint asked what he had been talking about with the princess. She looked at him and said that it seemed like the conversation was about her. He said that he had not been obeying the Empress's orders lately. He said that as a result, the Empress was very angry. The princess came to change his mind, but he refused her. Mint asked in a trembling voice why he was doing this. He looked at her and said that it was obvious, since after what happened on the ridge, they could not be on good terms. Yuri said that the Empress had asked for Mint to be brought to the palace under the pretext of teaching her etiquette and manners for her marriage to the prince. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The Archduke looked at her and said that although the Empress was hiding it, he was sure that the prince was missing. He said that either the prince had been killed or he had run away. And only the Empress knew. but he knew perfectly well what she was trying to achieve, and he would not indulge her. Mia was shocked. She did not want her to ruin the relationship between him and the Empress. She did not know what would happen if she angered someone like the Empress. Yuli looked at her and told her not to worry. Mata looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked if they were leaving, as she had already started to leave her room. Maya looked at him and said that everything was fine now. The princess was riding back to the palace and remembering the young girl's words. My girl looked at the princess and said that she and Mint had been victims of pagans in their childhood. The princess looked at the young lady in confusion and asked what she was talking about. She said she was talking about how they had been victims. She said that the pagans wanted the soul of the goddess to enter a human body. She said that during the ceremony, if the soul was in the body, one could lose consciousness and begin to obey, using its power. The young lady said that, of course, there were many victims who could not survive until the end of the ceremony. But on that day, everything was different. Everyone present rejoiced, for at last the great Kalanam had chosen a body for herself. The young girl was terrified. She was very frightened. Everyone present was happy that the goddess was finally with them. The girl said that on that day, Mint was chosen at the ceremony of arrival, and the other children who were supposed to go through the same thing were released. The young lady said that there was a wonderful night. It was said that he had destroyed all the pagans and ended the war. She said that she thought Mint had also died then. She did not understand how Mint could have survived. She was also dressed richly. The princess looked at the young girl and asked if she had told anyone else about this. The young lady looked at the princess and said she hadn't told anyone. The princess looked at her and asked her to promise her something. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she would not tell anyone anything and would walk past the Mint as if she did not know it. She wanted the young lady to seal this oath with her life. The young lady was shocked and very frightened. She stood up as quick as lightning. She looked at the princess and asked why she had to do that. The princess looked intently at the young lady and said that if she did not do so, she would have to kill her. The princess apologized to her for threatening her. She said she couldn't just leave things as they were. The young lady could endanger her friend's life. The princess was surprised because the Archduke, even though he knew everything about the Mint, had let her live. She was puzzled and did not understand why everything was happening this way. She knew that it did not matter now, as the truth would soon be revealed. The princess knew that in that case, all of Elkadonia would be considered traitors who had defected to the pagans. The princess knew that even though she had calmed the young lady and talked to her, the incident in the store was beyond her control. She knew that rumors would soon spread. The princess knew that she would do anything to protect her friend. The butler rushed into the Archduke's room. He said that an urgent message had arrived from their spy in the palace. Roel said that Lady Acela Dvelian had come to the palace to reveal something secret about Miata Elkadonia, and now she was waiting for an audience with the Empress. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that this was their first meeting since the princess's birthday banquet. The young lady greeted the Empress. She looked at her and said that she had very important information about the pagans. The young lady looked at the Empress and asked who the man next to her was. The Empress said that the man's name was Clyan. He was the next heir to the sanctuary. She said that the situation had turned out very well since it involved pagans. The Empress said that he would also listen to her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to share what she had learned. The young lady looked at them and said that she had come here to report the defector Maya Elkadonia. The Empress was surprised that the young lady had been held captive by the pagans. The young lady was surprised and stared intently at the Empress. She did not understand why she was reacting this way. A moment later, they heard a noise outside the door. The Empress looked intently at the Archduke and said with a smile that he was simply unbearable. The angry Archduke entered the room. The young lady was very angry, as she had not expected to see him. The Empress said with a smirk that she was very upset. When she called him, he never came to her. But when it came to his beloved Mint, he was right there. The young lady looked at the Empress intently and angrily. The Archduke looked at the Empress and asked her to pass on the case of Acela. She had helped the criminal escape from prison. The young lady was shocked. She said that the Archduke was talking nonsense. She had simply pulled the man out so that he would reveal the truth. She said she was sure that Mint should be interrogated in the palace and the sanctuary. She wanted them to use all kinds of torture. The Empress looked at the priest and asked with a smirk if he had heard. She said that children were very cruel nowadays. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand the Empress's reaction. She knew that mint was associated with pagans. Acela said angrily that it would sound very rude, but they had to listen to this man's testimony. She said that this man was the director of the orphanage where the young lady grew up, and he witnessed how the leader of the pagans took her away. The man looked at the young lady in confusion and said that this was indeed the case. The priest looked at the man and asked if there was any evidence that the pagans had taken the mint. The man said that it was too far away and he couldn't see their faces, but he personally saw a dead kitten come back to life in his hands. The man looked at them and asked if it wasn't forbidden magic that only pagans used. He said it was magic that went against all the laws of nature. The Empress said that perhaps the man had simply used healing magic on the cat, which was exhausted. She said she thought there was no point in listening to such nonsense any further. The man said angrily that the mint had told him everything herself. For a moment, there was dead silence. The man said that when the young lady returned to the shelter, he questioned her. She then said that the elder of the pagans had taken her away. The young lady looked at the man and said that it was true and that she was supposed to be sacrificed that day. She said that as soon as the ceremony began, she knew nothing else and could not remember anything. She looked at the man and asked where the elder was. She said that she needed to inherit the power of Kalgara and peace. The man was quick as lightning and covered her mouth with his hand. Mint looked at the director in surprise. The director looked at the young lady and said he knew nothing, and that it was all her fault. He swung at the young lady with fury. The man said he was very scared. If anyone found out that he was supporting such a child, it would surely reflect badly on him. But if he killed her, he would go to hell. And if he sent her to someone else's care, rumors would spread. So he kept her in line. He did everything he could to make sure she grew up in filth and cold and saw nothing but mundane things. He said that if she started to forget about it, it would be much better. The man said that, fortunately, she had begun to forget about it little by little. But then the Archduke arrived. The man said angrily that it seemed to him that the Archduke knew everything about Maya from the beginning and took her away immediately. The priest was surprised. He looked at the Archduke and asked angrily if this was true. The priest looked at the Archduke and asked if it was true that the young lady was a sacrifice to the pagans. The priest was shocked. He said that knowing this, the Archduke still took custody of her. Julius looked at the Empress and told her to expel the uninvited guests from the hall. The Empress gave the order, and the young lady was taken away. The man shouted furiously, demanding that they promise to spare him. The Empress looked at the Archduke with a smile and said that it would be difficult to hide such a thing. The priest was shocked. He looked at the Empress and asked if she really knew about it. The Empress said that she had found out about it herself thanks to an incident. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that whatever he thought, it was true that Mint had killed many lives after the orders of the pagan elders. The Empress looked at the Duke and said that she should send Rurik right away to bring her head. The priest was shocked. The Archduke looked at her and asked her to pretend she didn't know about it. The Empress looked at him and said with a smile that he was constantly hurting her. She asked why she should make such big concessions for him. The Archduke looked at her and said that if she did so, he would give her what she wanted most. The Empress was shocked, as she had not expected to hear such a thing. She looked at him and asked if he was serious. Julius looked at her and said that he wanted only one thing. He wanted no one to be able to destroy Mint's life. Early in the morning, Mint woke up. She was shocked and did not understand why she was having this dream. She had stopped having these dreams when she came to the estate. He shouted in anger. He did not understand why the Archduke wanted to take her. He grabbed the young lady and told her to listen to him carefully. He said that the man who wanted her with all his heart hated pagans. He said that if he found out who she really was, he would kill her. And if they caught her, it would be the end for them too. Mint sat quietly on the edge of the bed, puzzled. Mint heard the maid arrive. The maid opened the door and smiled, saying that a guest had come to see her. Mint was surprised. She wasn't expecting anyone, but a moment later, she realized who had come to see her. The princess went into her room and apologized for coming without warning. The maid looked at the princess and suggested that she go to the hall while the young lady freshened up. The princess looked at the maid and pushed her away. She said that, unfortunately, she did not have time for that. Mint was surprised and did not understand why the princess was behaving this way. She noticed that the atmosphere was different from before. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew that the archduke had gone to meet the empress. Menta was surprised, as this was the first she had heard of it. She said she didn't know about it and asked why he had gone to see her. The princess mentioned the young lady's name. Maya was shocked after hearing the name Astel. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew her. The princess said that she had been there last time and heard their conversation. Later, she learned everything from the young lady. The princess said that the truth had already reached the empress's ears. Maya was shocked and did not know what to do now. The princess looked at the young lady and said that the archduke had gone to negotiate with the empress on her behalf. The princess said that in order to protect Mint, the archduke was ready to give Elkadonia away on a silver platter. Mia was shocked and didn't know if it was true. Mia froze and didn't hear the princess. The princess approached her in a rage and shouted furiously for her to come to her senses. The princess said that now was not the time to be in a daze. She said that the wealth possessed by the family was the most precious thing among them. She said that what the empress and the sanctuary wanted was an eternal stone mine. Maya was puzzled. The princess said that it was a spiritual stone that possessed immortal power. It was a secret kept by the head of the family. Now Menta understood why the empress treated the archduke that way. She understood why the sanctuary had killed his family. She was shocked to realize that it was all because of the power of eternal life. The princess looked at the young lady and said that if this immortal power fell into the hands of the empress, an endless dictatorship would begin. The princess looked at the young lady and, bowing her head, asked her to leave the estate. She said that if the young lady remained close to the archduke, everything would turn into a nightmare. The empress laughed hysterically. She couldn't believe that the archduke would destroy his family's centuries-old tradition for the sake of some girl with whom he had no family ties. She said with a smirk that she thought his father was shedding bloody tears upstairs. The priest was shocked and asked her what she was talking about. He asked her if she really wanted to make a deal with the archduke in front of him. The priest said he would not participate in this. He said that they did not know if there were still Kalgar forces in the Elkadonian rebellion. The duke looked at the priest and asked if he remembered his duty to him. The priest said that he certainly remembered, since the archduke had saved his life many times during the war. Julius looked at him and said that he wanted to repay that debt now. He asked him to take control of the sanctuary. The priest agreed, but a moment later, he said that the high priest would not remain silent. Julius looked at him and told him to tell the priest that he would give him what he wanted. The empress looked at him and asked if they wanted the same thing. Julius looked at her and said that it was none of his business. He said that they had to decide that between themselves. He looked at them and said that he was done with it. The empress stared intently at him and asked why he was doing this. The priest looked at her and said that it wasn't even about today. He looked at him and asked why he had let her live back then. Finally, the archduke said that it was not he who had spared her life. She had spared his. Before he could get out of the carriage, the archduke heard a noise. A maid ran up to him. He looked at her and asked what had happened. The maid looked at her master and said that the lady had disappeared. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Jurion read a note from the young lady. She apologized to him for leaving him. Roel used his magic to search for the young lady. He looked at Kamen and said that he couldn't find her in the immediate vicinity. Cabin was shocked and asked if she had already left the area. Kamen looked at the archduke and asked for permission to expand the search. Julius said that they were stopping the search. Everyone present was shocked and perplexed. Julius said that the letter left for Jurion was written by Maya. He said that she would hardly have done so without a reason. Julius said that he was sure Miyata sincerely wanted to leave the estate. Everyone present was shocked and did not understand why the young lady had done such a thing. Julius looked at those present and told them to send several people to follow her, to watch the young lady. The butler looked intently at his master. He knew that many knights had lost their loved ones in the war with the pagans, and even those who were now worried about the rebellion would probably be puzzled to learn that it was connected with the pagans. He understood that the duke's decision was correct, but still, he hoped that she would not suffer in another place. Mint looked at the man in surprise and said that it was very expensive. The man looked at the young lady and said that it had gotten colder and the price of furs had gone up. And they, in general, were also barely making ends meet. The man looked at the young lady and told his friend that she was an aristocrat and needed to be treated properly. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she was sure she could handle it herself. Mint said that everything was fine and that she would do everything herself. She said that the emperor must not be allowed to capture the princess as well. The princess looked at the young lady with surprise and pity. The princess looked at us and said regretfully that she knew she had no right to say such things. But she still thanked the young lady for deciding to protect Elkadonia. Mint rode her horse slowly. She thought about everything that had happened. She knew that the princess was very kind, cool, strong, and reliable. Mint understood that the princess could protect Julius and not let anyone hurt him. Mint understood that a liar like her would not be able to protect her family. Mint thought that he was probably upset with her. Mint knew that she could no longer live there, and she didn't want her friend to suffer with her. Unexpectedly, for the young lady, the horse stopped. A moment later, he began to behave strangely. He was very frightened. Mint fell off the horse, and the horse, in turn, ran away in fear. She was in shock, not understanding why he had suddenly behaved this way. A moment later, she saw monsters behind the trees. Mint was shocked because there were so many monsters, and they were approaching her. Mint, in turn, looked at her in surprise. She felt strange. Mint was surprised. She had never been afraid in such a situation before. She thought that she probably didn't care about her life anymore. Sure enough, Mint saw the monsters fighting each other. Mint thought that she could, of course, die, but not from Julia's enemies. Mint shouted at the monster to bite. Mint was puzzled. She didn't understand why the Archduke had done that. She didn't understand why he had saved a liar like her. She didn't understand why he let her experience the sweetness of this life. The monsters fought each other, and Menta ran away. She was a little confused, as it was the first time she'd used her power in her right mind. It was difficult for her to control her power. Mint shouted at the monsters to disappear. Unexpectedly for Mint, someone pushed her and shouted for her to move away. The young lady looked at Mint and asked why she was standing there alone in a daze. She asked Mint if she had decided to end her life. Mint was surprised to see Kelsey. Kelsey was furious. She yelled at Mint to quickly take to her heels and run. This was the first time she had encountered such a huge number of monsters. Kelsey was puzzled. She didn't understand why the monsters were leaving so suddenly. Kelsey looked at Mint in surprise and stared intently. The young lady looked at Maya and said that it seemed the rumors were true, that she was connected to the pagans. Mint realized that the rumors had already spread. Kelsey looked at us and asked if she could call the monster back. Menta was puzzled. The young lady looked at us and said with a smile that the monster's eyes could be sold for a hefty sum. She smiled and told Mint to call him back so she could gouge out his eyes. Mint was surprised. She didn't expect to hear something like that. Kelsey looked intently at the monster's eyes. She said that the money would pay for her brother's medicine for a whole year. She looked at Mint and thanked her. The young lady handed Mint a plate of hot soup. She smiled and said that Mint must be hungry. Mint looked at the young lady and asked if she felt comfortable around her. Mint said that she was a victim and even controlled monsters. The young lady looked at Mint and asked if she understood correctly that it was not Mint who killed and disemboweled all the knights. Mint said she had no memory of that day. You looked at Mint and said you understood. Since she had no memory, it meant she had done everything against her will. She looked at Mint and told her not to be sad. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she was actually jealous of her. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what she was talking about. The young lady smiled and said puzzledly that hunting monsters was a very profitable business. She said that, in other words, it was just a four-legged walking bag with a fortune inside. The young lady looked at Mint and said that if she had nowhere to go, she could stay with her and hunt monsters. She said she would earn money, and Mint could make a contribution to the world. Mint laughed. The young lady looked intently at Mint. She was happy that Mint was cheering up. The young lady looked intently at Mint and said that it didn't matter where the power came from, because it was up to the person to decide how to use it. Mint remembered a conversation she had with a friend when she was little. The young girl said that the pagans themselves talked about it. that if someone was chosen, they could make the world a much better place. Mint was puzzled, and she did not know how to use her power correctly. Kelsey looked at the young lady and asked if she thought she was harming her family, and if that was why she had run away. Mint said that was true. The young lady looked at Mint and said she should have behaved unscrupulously. Kelsey looked at her friend and said that she should have pretended to be a victim and say that it wasn't her fault. Mint looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Mint remembered that Julius had once told her that she had a habit of blaming herself for everything. He told her to try to get rid of this annoying habit little by little. Suddenly, the young ladies heard a noise. A moment later, they saw a group of monsters. The young lady looked intently at Menta and said that it was very strange that they had encountered monsters yesterday and today. Mint looked at her friend and said puzzledly that she had not yet fully mastered her power. Mint said fearfully that sometimes the monsters did not obey her. Mint never told anyone that she was very afraid when it snowed. The snow reminded her of the times when she was with the pagans. The man looked at the young lady in surprise. With a smirk, he said that he had found her. Mint looked at him intently and in surprise. The man looked at her and said that tomorrow was the day of the ceremony. He looked at her and asked if she was afraid. Mint looked at him and said that she was more afraid of being thrown out of the shelter. It turned out that Tamara had abandoned them. She was forcing people like Maya to die of cold. But Kalgara was different. He gave his warmth to the whole world. The man looked at the young lady and said that he also gave her warmth. He looked at her and said that she was the first one who wasn't afraid to show her emotions. He said that he could tell her a secret as a reward. He looked at her and said he would tell her his name. Mint was shocked, not understanding why her memories had been interrupted so abruptly. She was shocked because it seemed to her as if she had looked into a kaleidoscope. Mint struggled to get up from the ground. She picked up what appeared to have fallen from the cliff. She looked up intently and searched for her friend. A moment later, she was overcome by a burning pain. A snake, which should have been hibernating, bit the young lady. Menta was in shock because it was poisonous. She didn't understand what was happening or why it was happening to her. Mint thought that soon all this would be her punishment for her actions and her lies. Mint thought it was all very funny because in this situation, she still missed Julius. A moment later, she saw a blurry silhouette. Yuli looked at her in surprise and fear and shouted her name. Mint thought that she was starting to hallucinate. She looked at him and told him to leave. Closing her eyes, she said that he knew that such a bite couldn't kill her. She looked at him and said that he knew everything. She asked him why he had remained silent until now. She asked him why he had not taken her to the palace. He looked at her and said that he did not consider her guilty. He said that she was young and had fallen victim to the pagans. Mint was furious. She screamed that it was all a lie. She said that when he was little, he lost his entire family because of them. She said that he wanted to destroy everyone who was connected to them. Mint burst into tears. She said she didn't understand him. She asked him why he had given her a new life. Julius remembered their first meeting. He looked at her and said it was because she had once said she wanted love. Mata understood that it was just a hallucination. The Archduke stared intently at her leg. He lifted her leg. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what was happening. She saw him start to touch her injured leg. Mata was very embarrassed. She felt uncomfortable with what he was doing. The butler looked at his master and said that they had figured out where the young lady was going. He said that, judging by her route, she was going to the port to board a ship. A moment later, they saw snow outside the window. The butler looked at his master and said that the young lady did not like it when it snowed. Julius remained silent and did not respond. A moment later, he looked at the butler and said that he could leave. Julius thought that perhaps Maya needed time to gather her thoughts. He thought that first he needed to write her a letter.